Steel-Toe Morning Show.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel-Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, and sitting here minutes before the show starts today is April.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good to have you. Awesome show planned for today. Not only awesome show planned, not only cool stuff to talk about, but bound and determined to get off the schneid today, as they say in sports.
Yes.
Took an L last night. Every once in a while, you got to take an L. It keeps you humble. But we're gonna bounce back today. I have a feeling you guys are all gonna come up big. In fact, it's already started. Thank you to Jake for becoming a member. Appreciate that, buddy.
Thank you.
And also Ryobi throwing in $10 over on PayPal to start today. So 335 is where we're starting. So if you're feeling ridiculously generous and you're feeling like being very irresponsible with your money in these tough economic times, let's knock out today's goal and forget all about yesterday. Perfect.
Sounds good to me.
Well, not yesterday. I'm sorry. Yesterday morning was great. Yesterday morning, awesome. Came up a little short last night. Not the end of the world, as we always say. But I don't like MSO winning ever.
No, and we started out hot last night.
Yeah. And you know what? MSO is a really gracious winner. And so it bugs me more. Like MSO last night was like, oh, man, I really like tonight's show. I wanted to hear overtime. And you're just kind of like, you know what? MSO, too nice.
He doesn't gloat.
Yeah, I don't like that he doesn't gloat. If he would gloat, I would be like, yeah, I deserve it. I'm a dirty, dirty, rotten girl. I deserve to be washed and cleaned with a garden hose, naked in full view of the neighborhood. But instead, he's like, let's take you inside and get you cleaned up.
You're saying he should want to march you through the streets naked with a bell saying shame
Ding,
behind
ding,
you.
ding, ding, ding. Radio hack, failure, blah, blah, blah.
You suck.
We bounce back today with a victory. We bounce back today with a W. Jake says, I don't know, man. He was primed and ready to remind you this morning. No. Look, I know that MSO enjoys his victories. I'm saying that publicly he puts on a good face of being in good spirits and gracious about it when I know secretly deep down he really enjoys it. That's the gross part. So 335 away today. Everybody working together knocks that out in no time. You wouldn't believe it. When you got 700 or 800 people at a time, that can go pretty darn quick. So Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the three best ways to do it. But if it's easier to do YouTube or Rumble, cool, awesome, love it. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock that out this morning. Hey, you know what? Last week, remember it was the evening show that was carrying the morning show?
Yes,
last
it
week.
was.
And now this week, we have a chance for it to be the morning show that shows the evening show people, you're not the boss of me. I like that. And only one more evening show. We got one more tonight.
God, this week is weird.
And that's it.
You guys, the kids are back in school and one less evening show.
I know.
It's very weird.
Kids are back in school. It's less time because the school gets them all the time. And oh, well. Citizen M says, I thought that was Jake Hudson becoming a member for a moment there. The only person April hates more than me. Laughing my ass off. Did you know that you're in this feud with Citizen M?
I have heard this.
He believes that you hate his guts.
I very much operate under I am whatever you say I am. So if I'm in a fight with you now, I guess.
So you and Citizen M are beefing.
I guess we're beefing, but only according to him.
But he's a member. He's a paying customer.
And we love members here.
If you were yelling at, let's see here. Let me go through one. If you were going at riding Dirty Llama, I wouldn't give a shit. He's not a member, but Citizen M, paying customer.
Look, I don't remember being in a fight with him. I thought we were cool, but he keeps insisting that we're fighting.
That's all you girls ever say is, I don't remember. I was roofied. I never actually said yes. Aaron's a liar. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Oh, man. Skeezy with $10 says, I think I figured out Google Play points. Oh, yeah, Balls Deep brought that up last night. If you can change in your Google points for Super Chats, which is pretty cool. Appreciate that, guys. 3:30 away from today. See, there we go. Skeezy starting us off. We got everyone else is going to jump in on Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, and we're going to make... Our goal today is not only to make the money, but to make last night a distant memory.
Yes, and those Google points for you to flip them into Super Chats are free, right?
Yes, it's a totally free thing.
But it still counts for us.
Which is nice. Grinch Girl says, I have no beef with April. Aaron is always beefy, though.
Do you two have beef?
No.
You don't have beef with Grinch Girl?
I don't have beef with Grinch. I try not to get in beefs with internet people, because then you have to say shit like, I'm in a beef with a Grinch Girl. And that, again, as a guy who comes from real broadcasting, I find that to be beneath me.
Yeah,
I've also
found
that I also find that that's a lot of the reason, you wouldn't believe this, why people on the internet don't like me. I act like I'm above the internet stuff. That shouldn't really bother you. I mean, the fact that I feel I'm above it doesn't, I don't begrudge you being obsessed with it and diving in, balls deep, as they say. So when I act like I'm better than you, don't let it bother you at all. I think I'm better than a lot of people. But here I am, rattling a tin can on the internet, keeping the embers of my career burning until something better comes along. So rest easy knowing that it's going to be okay. Citizen M says, Grinch Girl was just deliberately trying to make things awkward. My bad. See, now look at that. You hate this guy. You're beefing with this Citizen M, and he's always feeling bad.
If it would help Citizen M sleep at night, I promise I don't have a problem with you.
You know what? I don't know, though.
I'll end the beef.
Perception is reality a lot of the times, and Citizen M perceives you as not as an enemy. He perceives that you perceive him as an enemy, so the perception of your perception is reality.
I must say I forget our beef until he reminds me of it.
Boy. Orange Boy says, April is looking like a depressing lumberjack today.
I'm sorry.
Magic 8 Ball says sexy lumberjack.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for everything that I am. Citizen
M says, no, I meant I was making things awkward. No, I think you were making things funny.
I read it correctly. Aaron didn't.
You were feeding me. Sir K says, MSO should rub your nose in it, boss. You know what? It would make me feel the proper amount of shame. See, I even write the number that we were short down right here on my prep sheets here.
It's like lashings to keep
it reminds me, hey, asshole, you failed last night.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often, so when it does, it must be your fault. That's why I write that down. The scars remind us that the past is real. I cut myself open just to feel.
That's not the line.
Oh, is that not what it is?
I tear myself open. I tear my heart open.
Oh, fuck me. I don't
just
remember.
To feel.
I don't remember shitty emo songs from the early 2000s. You know what?
Now more shame.
You know what? Let's go heaven, not hospital today. What do you say?
Okay, then.
All right.
You've got a life insurance policy.
I don't think it pays out in that case. No.
Damn, really?
People can correct me if I'm wrong.
That is a really selfish move of people. Do they know that?
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a life insurance policy and you do yourself in, I don't think it pays out.
God, that decision truly is the most selfish thing.
Because you kind of fuck everybody over.
You do, in a lot of ways.
And by the way, the only reason I know that
oh yeah, good question.
Is because of the movie Malcolm X. So I don't know how accurate that is. When his dad was killed by Klansmen, his mother was upset that the life insurance policy didn't pay because she goes, a man bashes in the back of his own head with a hammer and then lays down on the railroad tracks. I'm sorry, we just act on the verdict. We don't make them. Well, do you pay or don't you?
Well, this doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, I don't think you do. No Pen 15 says it should pay out after 2 years.
Okay, and then Danger Bear says not till after the first year. Which one is it?
I have no idea. But I'll tell you this. It sure would be nice if we had a life insurance policy adjuster in our audience who could tell us this for multiple reasons. One, we would be more well-informed on the topic. Two, that goal would be easier to hit because they could throw some of that sweet insurance money at us.
This is true.
MSO says, okay, when you don't make this morning's goal, I will gloat. Well, there you go, guys. That's me guilting you into contributing to this program because I'm terrified of losing. We've had 2 L's in the last 2 weeks. That's bad. I don't like that. But I can't do 2 L's in 1 week. That would be terrible for my ego and not great for the show either. So if you're feeling like being irresponsible with your money today, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Thank you very much. And I don't want to see MSO gloat. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says it will pay out 12 months after because they don't think you are going to do yourself in a year.
Oh.
At least that is mine.
So he means after you take out the life insurance policy.
Yeah.
I don't know when you've had yours. I don't even know that I'm the beneficiary.
You are the beneficiary, and I've had it for a very long time. So don't worry. If you're wondering, you money-grubbing whore, if I do myself in, do you still get paid? Yes.
Look, I'd rather you just not do yourself in, and you can keep your money. But
thank you. It's good to know that. Do
you guys know that Aaron didn't let me have a life insurance policy?
It's not that I didn't let you have a life insurance policy.
Aren't they cheap?
It's that I look, here's how it works. We just never did it.
Really?
You switched to this job and we never did. You had the old job where you had one.
I did have a nice one back then.
And then you switched to this one and we just didn't have it.
I do feel that I brought it up.
Well, then we'll fucking do it.
Okay.
You
don't want me dying for no
any
reason,
other
right?
attempt to embarrass me on this program live today that you'd like to do?
I'm just saying, in your case,
go ahead.
say I die.
What else? No, let's make a list. How is Aaron a giant piece of shit? All right, let's continue on.
Your tag's out.
Life insurance. My tag is out. There's that. Anything else that makes me a bad person? Go ahead.
Not today.
Okay. But hey, do me a favor. Keep it in mind, would you?
I can take my own thing out.
Keep it in mind. What a big piece of shit I am. Oh, Z Kyle says short penis. Would you like to throw that on the list?
I can't in good conscience say that.
SC Motorsports says lunch lady arms. Would you like to add that one to the list?
No, I haven't noticed in a while.
Gray Duckling can't mow a straight line. There you go.
Well.
Amanda Hug and Kiss, your hair.
It looks okay today, but you should get a haircut.
Lucas R says, not going well in the bedroom again. It's always been going well in the bedroom, Lucas. Stop it. You're listening to too much propaganda. SC Motorsports says 3 chins.
Only 2 today.
Thank you. Spider hair, says Orange Boy.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more maddening it is.
Zul McCool, bad golf game.
No, he's better than me.
Well, I mean, look.
Yeah.
It's not hard. Good old JR says, what other financial decisions need to be handled on? Yeah, you know what? I really love that when April goes, oh, yeah, aren't you a piece of shit that doesn't? And then, like, she's some kind of, what is it? Like, kept woman, like, you don't let me have. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't let you have one.
So,
I just haven't done it because I have a life insurance policy. No offense. I don't really need one for you.
I'm a big girl. I can take one out.
Yeah, go take out a life insurance policy.
I just was under the impression I was doing.
Act like you're chained with a fucking chained to a radiator back here. Like, you won't let me.
That's fine. Keep talking over me.
I will. Anything else? No, we're making a list today.
Oh, on the list, talking over me?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to keep doing that one.
So, I was under the impression we were doing a show, and I thought it was funny.
Kane B says, ears are not even remotely level. See, now they're hurting my feelings. SC Motorsports says, cottage cheese ass. See, now that's hurtful. How dare you? Fuck you, dude says, can only box for 52 seconds. Look at the door we've opened now.
I was being very cute.
Does not let me go outside. I don't let
I would
April
never.
go outside. No.
I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
So
that's not even accurate.
Doesn't feed me, I think, would be one of them. There we go. All right, we're all set. I think that I don't know if that's the full list, but it's pretty good. Freedom's List says Aaron does very well in bed. I can attest. You weren't supposed to tell anybody. Oh boy. I didn't. I can never read that name. IDNT Greasy. I think I don't greasy, but that doesn't make any sense.
Do they have to make sense?
How come every time I watch this show live, I catch you two fighting? If you think this is us fighting and not... I hate when I have to pull back the curtain to people. Aaron's performing a show, stupid.
I don't want to tell people we're not fighting. It's more fun this way.
Literally, the last live show I caught was the bad in bed joke. I think everyone else kind of made way more of that than we did because they were a little... I think when you're a little jealous of a show, you kind of tend to like exaggerate things so you can have what you want. And I let you guys have that. I've been a very gracious God with that kind of thing.
I also want to clear the air. I never said that either of us are bad in bed. Not even once. You guys made it that.
April's like a dead fish. The cut of the jib with 199 says, can't you two just get along?
Nope.
Never.
Not even once.
I think Zulma Cool is correct. I think that a lot of people like Cut of the Jib, Eat, Pray, Love, and others, they don't understand when we're like doing a show. And they don't understand when we're... Do you see what I encouraged and what the audience came back with and how funny it was? You guys need to stop taking the internet so seriously.
You really do make it less fun.
You guys, like,
when we're having a good time going back and forth for a show here.
When we're doing a funny bit and you guys start going, I think that you guys are like people who watch wrestling and go, no, I know this is fake, but that part was real, right? No, it was all a work.
Pretend it's all fake.
I Don't Greasy says, I'm no hater, hence the, I know this is a show and you were joking. I know it's hard to tell in text. No, you were part of the joke. I was using you as part of the making fun. God damn it. Why can't anybody... You guys, you make it very difficult to do a show when some of you don't get shit.
I'm suddenly very tired.
When people are doing a funny bit and you go, oh, I think this is... You make it more difficult to joke around because you go, oh, God, they're going to take it to a silly place. I think it's because you guys want to, though. I think you kind of have weird fantasies in your head. I'm not going to stop you from having your fantasies. Look, everybody needs their own weird shit once in a while. I get it. Sometimes when I play Madden, I hold fake press conferences in my bathroom. I understand. Your fantasies are just a little creepier. That's all. Michael B says, so I made my girl tell everyone that I make her bury her tampons in the yard. We both think it's funny, and she is Asian.
She's Asian?
What does Asian have to do with burying the tampons in the backyard?
What a weird ceremony that would be. Just got your little garden.
I don't think you have to have a ceremony. I mean, can't you just dig a damn hole and bury your tampon?
It is ceremony to do something.
I mean, I guess. Nicholas, my golfing buddy with $5. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Grow Shadow says, I miss Steel Toe Morning Show. New boot goofing. Well, don't worry. I'll die soon. It'll be fine. Dead Jester says, now give us donation access to vibrate your butt plugs. Ooh. That's a great idea. I'm going to do that if we ever really start failing and there's red ink at the end of every month. I'll have to definitely humiliate myself to keep the program on the air. Cut of the Jib says, for the record, I knew it was a joke. I was attempting to add to it. I get it. I thought it was fun. You guys killed like 6 or 7 minutes with that one. So thank you. 3:25 away from knocking it out tonight. I appreciate, or tonight because it's back to being pitch black out in the morning.
It seems like the whole thing just changed overnight. It's cold out right now. Not cold, but cool.
All right. I'm getting out of the chat for a moment because it got a little spurgy in there. So now we're going to go off and do a show. Throw us money, though. Lots and lots of money. You know what today is about? Today is about money and bouncing back from yesterday's L, if you will. Let's talk about diarrhea. It's very important. It's one of the cornerstones of this program. And by God, I'm a journalist. And when you're a journalist, you have to do a thing that's called follow-up. Mm-hmm. You have to, when you bring people a story, you have to follow up on that story because you can't just tell people something and then there's a development and you don't update them. Now you're giving people what they call on social media misinformation.
Right. Half a story.
I'm not a misinformation kind of a guy. I'm all about you know what I always say, and you guys can write this down and you can keep this as your own. I always say sunlight is the best disinfectant.
It's true.
Nobody ever says that but me. So when we get an update on a really big story, I got to keep people abreast of the changes. Remember Diarrhea Plane Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday, there was a guy on a Delta flight from Atlanta that was heading to Barcelona. And, something I didn't know, when you're flying from Atlanta to Barcelona, I thought you just flew straight across the ocean.
I did too.
You don't.
Do you fly up?
You fly up, and then you fly over.
Okay.
So they were flying to Barcelona, Spain, and some guy just got the rocket shits all over the airplane. Not like rocket, like he went into the bathroom and they just heard, oh, God, oh. And he's just letting his guts out in the toilet. Ew. That can be handled. It's not what we call a plane stopper in the business.
Sure.
He was apparently, now this is the visual I have in my head. He was running down the aisle with diarrhea shit falling out, leaking through his pant leg all over the airplane. Now that sounds disgusting. But now imagine being on that plane.
Oh, the smell.
They had to turn the plane around, and in the call to air traffic control, the pilot had to say, this is a biohazard.
You can't be more specific to create alarm or anything.
He did tell them about the diarrhea.
Oh my God.
But then he clarified to say this is a biohazard.
I would expect this on any other airline, but I can't have it on Delta. I paid good money for
this.
This
is more
seats.
A Spirit thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the people on Spirit would have taken care of it. They would have put newspapers over it and fought each other. That's how Spirit would have handled diarrhea on a plane.
There would have been corn chunks in it over there.
I'm tired of these motherfucking shits on this motherfucking plane. Let's listen one more time to the pilot, and then I have an update for you guys. You're going to be very happy about this. We have video taken from inside the plane.
Something none of us asked for.
No, you're welcome. You know what? When you're a good friend, people don't need to ask. You just do.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and listen again to the pilot calling air traffic control.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta. Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want.
My favorite part of that audio is we had a passenger who had diarrhea all through the airplane.
Well,
I love that he included the part where it was the entire. He had diarrhea, not just somewhere, but all over the plane.
Just the whole thing. I have a question now. If it's in the aisle and stuff, you don't let people get up and get off that plane first, right? You have somebody come in and clean the aisle. Because otherwise,
you let people off the plane.
You're all walking in it now.
Okay, but you don't leave people on a plane to walk all over diarrhea. Or you don't leave people over a plane to sit in diarrhea. You let them get off the plane.
Well, they're not sitting in it. It's in the aisle. I'm saying you can't just be stomping it into the carpet or whatever.
They're not stomping it into the carpet. April has a very strange germ thing. She's not a germaphobe. She doesn't reach to that level. But she does have an odd immediacy about germs in that, if I throw something away and I touch the side of the garbage can, she'll be like, are you going to wash your hands after you just touch that? I'll be like,
I sound just like that.
I was like, I didn't think it was a priority, but okie dokie. You let people get off a plane when there's diarrhea all over the floor.
I'm sorry for assuming we wouldn't want people stomping in the diarrhea.
No, it's not like they're mashing grapes in the middle of the plane.
It's in the aisle.
They'll step around
Have you ever been getting off a plane? Do you see what people do?
Oh, and how many times have you gotten off a plane that's full of diarrhea? Please tell me your experience with this particular issue.
Well, I'm just saying, I can picture a packed plane aisle. Now you add diarrhea to that plane aisle. It doesn't sound like a good time.
I am suing your airline if you're in charge and you make me sit there in diarrhea puddles. I'm getting off that plane.
I don't feel my question was as stupid as you're making it sound.
No, it's not stupid. It's offensive.
I'll just say you're right.
I'm imagining being one of the people sitting in the seat with the diarrhea surrounding me. I'm angry at anyone who makes me sit there a second longer.
I would agree with that, but I also don't want to step in it.
Then you won't. It's not like, okay, look, imagine how much fecal matter the human body can hold. I need you to picture that for me. Do you have it?
Well, is it you or me?
It's me. Let's go with the biggest we can think of.
So long.
How about Patrick Melton? There you go.
I really wish you wouldn't make me vomit this early in the morning.
He's not the record holder.
My coffee doesn't look good anymore.
He's not the record holder, April. He is the record. Oh. So imagine how much shit the human body can hold.
Too much.
But not enough. You have a visual and you're so terrified of the plane diarrhea that you're imagining a river of diarrhea. Yeah. And that's not what it is. It's spotty. It's spotty diarrhea.
I'm 100% picturing, like, imagine this guy. He was constipated for like a week, right? So that shit's literally backed up. And then, he's hoping to, get unclogged before his vacation in Barcelona. So he took like some Miralax or something before he left. And he's like, you know what? By the time I land, that'll be kicking in. But it kicked in early. And now he's evacuating an entire week's worth of shit in that place.
You're assuming a lot.
No,
but
I'm just picturing it.
But even then, it would not, it wouldn't be like the river of slime in Ghostbusters 2.
Yes, it would.
No, it would be,
it's
spotty.
Too much to risk.
Spotty diarrhea by the name, one of my screen names on different message boards. Spotty diarrhea. I don't greasy, 1776 with $5 says the name you can't say comes from a Chuck Woolery radio commercial. It doesn't burn. It doesn't smell. I don't greasy. That didn't help me at all. That didn't assist with what I'm not getting from your name, sir. But thank you. Thank you for trying to help.
Like how Google will like separate the word into chunks and like tell you how to pronounce it. Can you do that for us? Break it down.
Zool McCool says it looked like a Whitman sampler was dropping out of his pant legs.
God damn it.
I don't think it would be that solid. Well, look, anyway, the fact is...
guys, it can't be solid if it fell out of pants.
The fact is that you got to get the people off the plane before you clean the poop.
Okay, then can we at least open the side hatches so you can get out that way? I don't want to step in it.
You got to, it's easy to avoid.
I will trudge through cow shit, horse shit.
Right, exactly, which makes this stupid.
But there's something about human shit that really bothers me.
We got to get you to a class. We got to get you to a session where we can get rid of this germophobia that you seem to have.
I thought you started with I didn't have germophobia. It's just I don't like poop.
This level of whatever level of germophobia this is,
I don't think this is unhealthy.
And also, you're getting off of the plane and going into an airport where everything's covered in shit already.
Is it though?
It is.
I can't see it.
They're filthy.
Maybe only if you go to O'Hare.
O'Hare might be the worst, but they're all covered in shit. Let's go ahead and look at the video of this plane and see how bad it was so that April can, rest easy.
I'm not ready.
So that April can rest easy tonight and see that we don't have to hold these people hostage on an airplane because there's some poop spots.
Just give them respirators until that aisle's clean.
Here we go. Oh my. That's chocolate, by the way, YouTube.
Aaron,
that's chocolate sauce.
You know what? Screw you and your sprinkle. It's everywhere. Screw you.
No,
it's everywhere.
Look, he had one bad spot.
Whatever.
He had one bad spot.
That person quit filming because they couldn't take the disgust anymore.
There was a little strip of about 7 or 8 rows where it certainly didn't look good.
Okay, you tell me how we're supposed to leap over that 6 or 7 rows. That's 7 or 8 rows.
Haven't you ever watched like Super Mario when you have to do like 3 jumps in a row and you go boing, boing, boing?
You bet your ass. I would rather climb over every seat to get out of that plane than walk down that aisle.
I wouldn't bet his ass.
I'm never betting on his ass for anything.
His ass is shaky at best.
He broke as hell.
But I think you can get around that.
No, you're wrong.
You have one guy at the end
stupid. You're gonna have to burn your shoes and buy new ones.
You have one guy at the end of the shit. And he catches the people at the beginning of the shit, and you kind of just a conveyor belt of avoiding poop is how that works.
I will lay you down in the aisle and walk on you.
Wow.
To avoid that poop.
Way to be the sacrifice player.
Seeing as you are so adamant that you can get around it.
I've never blown poop bubbles before. Z Senior says April must float through bathrooms that have shit everywhere. I don't think April goes into bathrooms.
Must float.
Citizen M says April makes a good point. There's no way in hell they'd restrain passengers in their seat, but that is a goddamn awful situation.
Yeah.
With no good options.
I totally agree. I get not keeping passengers on there, but you're just going to be walking it into the carpet, and now it's on the shoes, and now it's a biohazard in the whole airport.
A lot of listeners making some great points. I want to read their feedback on the great Delta diarrhea issue. Hulkamasha Baby says, I cleaned diarrhea out of my son's hair this weekend from a blowout. I can walk through a little diarrhea.
There's a big difference. You're in a place where you can clean up if you're at home. I mean, we've had babies in the house before that have had blowouts up their back and everything, got it in your nails and shit, but at least you can wash yourself.
Now I'm wishing I hadn't had half a donut before the show started.
Dude, I'm wishing I didn't have brown coffee to be drinking.
Mr. Q says, I'm on April's side on this one. Animal shit and people shit is two different things entirely.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys are right. Animal shit is way dirtier than human shit.
No, I think there are actual different bacterias in human shit. Animal
waste worse than human waste? We're going to settle this. The main difference between human waste and livestock manure is that human waste contains pathogenic organisms and heavy metals such as arsen. Oh, sorry. It's not heavy metals. Such as Dawkin, Warrant, and heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium. Oh, I love their cream eggs. Chromium, lead, selenium, and mercury in sewage sludge. Those potentially dangerous substances are not found in livestock manure.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, then congratulations. All you can go eat animal shit. Great.
It is. Like, if you had to choose one, you go for the animal shit. It's less toxic than human.
I feel like if I'm in a position where I have to choose, I've already lost.
You absolutely, but sometimes you got to pick the lesser of two evils.
Sean says I can shit through the eye of a needle at 20 paces with diarrhea. There.
It's a weird talent.
Thank you. Willie says it was a woman wearing pants. Oh, it was woman diarrhea?
Oh, that smells even worse, I bet.
Yeah, see, that makes more sense to me, though, because men have trained their whole lives to make it to the toilet to drop shits. Yeah. So the fact that a man would drizzle diarrhea down his leg on a plane just seems very unmasculine.
It kind of does, actually. I always thought that seemed weird since you told me it was a dude. And like men, I feel, pay attention to the warnings. Like when you feel like you've got NASCAR going through your guts, right? Like you go to the bathroom, don't you?
Yeah, when you start to feel that wrench in your stomach.
But like, I can imagine that maybe like a woman would be a little more like, I can just get through this. I don't want to poop on an airplane, But then she waits too long, and now she's on her way to the bathroom and just shits all over the aisle.
Shaft says, I hear the dude landed in a Modium commercial. See, it's not all bad. Keanu C. Thompson says they allowed poopy sales, I don't know what that means, on the flight to shit all over the aisle, but wear a slightly sheer floor-length skirt to an airport and the whole world stops. Oh, yeah. Oh, soupy sales, poopy sales.
Right.
Oh, that's a dated reference right there.
Get it? They made her take her pants off.
Yes, they made Keanu take her pants off because she wore certain clothes at the airport. This person got... Well, they should have let Keanu keep those clothes on because if she had violent diarrhea, that would have gotten through a lot easier. If they made her cover up more, there's more... for the poop to work through.
If anyone remembers, she was way more covered in the first outfit. I don't understand.
Well, let's ask Keanu, which one was easier to shit in?
Yeah.
That's what we need
Which
to
one
know.
leaks less?
Good old JR says April should have more compassion. She acts like she never dribbles shit out of her pants before. That's true. You're acting like hot shit right now.
But I don't want to be hot shit.
I understand. Cynically Insane, becoming a member for his 4th month, says maybe it's why blacks wear shower caps on planes.
And they bring neck pillows they can use as flotation devices.
Hey guys, sometimes your racism astonishes me because you think of shit even I don't think about, to be honest.
Well, I don't want to be thinking of any shit.
Posterior Attention, becoming a member for his 15th month. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thanks,
Freaky Deaky says when you're pooping all around so the plane has to hit the ground, diarrhea.
Okay, I have a question.
I'm excited to hear it.
They were going from, what'd you say, Atlanta to Barcelona?
Yes.
How far had they made it in the flight before this happened?
They were up around Washington, D.C., so probably like an hour or so.
Can't you just land over there? Because now you're turning all the way around to go back to Atlanta with diarrhea.
I'm not sure they did turn around and go to Atlanta.
Yeah,
I just know they landed.
The guy said it in the call. He's like, they want us to come back to Atlanta.
Okay, well then they came back.
That's punishment too.
Well, you're making them sit on after the plane lands. You're making them sit with the shit.
You could be just touching down in Washington and saving the time you've spent in the plane, but nope. Let's go back.
I don't greasy 1776 with another $5 says, LOL. I'll try again. The English use the term "in it." Yes, use that as a guide to say "idn't," like a redneck saying "isn't." Oh, idn't greasy. 1776.
Did that finally help you?
I think, yeah. Now I think I've got it. I think that's.
I am proud of you.
I think that I've nailed it.
I want you to know that you can start a positive list now today. And April's proud of me today.
April's proud of me for this. Unlock April's leg chain and let her do stuff. There. Now we're set.
Mostly make me breakfast.
320 away from today's goal. We did take a $150 loss last night, so this is your guys' chance to show the evening show audience that they're absolutely worthless and knock this thing out today. Thank you very much. Scarface with $5 says, someone forgot to tell homie, you never eat Atlanta airport Arby's before getting on an international flight.
No kidding. Have you been to Atlanta's airport?
I have not.
I have.
Yeah, look at the World Traveler over here.
It's a mess. I wouldn't be caught eating shit in that one.
But that's what I'm trying to say. All airports are disgusting. You're making them sit on a shitty plane.
Okay, but they decided to fly all the way back to Atlanta. That's got to take some time. You got to put that shit down.
Death Proof raises a good point. George Carlin swam in shit in the Hudson River.
Ew.
Absolutely. All right, I think we've all said what we need to say on the issue of diarrhea on an airplane. And honestly, you know, I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of April. I'm proud of this audience. I feel like we've gotten it all out, much like the woman on the plane.
It's been wrung out.
I feel like we've taken this issue, we've covered it from all ends, we've analyzed it, but, and this is important, we haven't overdone. We haven't overdone.
I was hoping for the update that they did get all of it out of the plane, because I don't ever want to be caught in that plane.
Look, if I told you
poo.
with all the people, you know, farting and burping and everything else on airplanes, that chances are you were probably in fecal matter of some sort every time you're on a plane. I don't want to wreck it for people.
Okay, well,
so
then
I won't say
enough planes for me. I'm road tripping.
A Greyhound bus is not much better.
I would never be caught dead in a Greyhound bus. How dare you assume that?
Sometimes that's the only way you're found on a Greyhound bus. Is dead.
Do you know how many shower caps are in a Greyhound bus?
How many would that be?
Too many.
Too many.
All of them.
Michael B says, Aaron, there will be no clips from this show. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Thank you, guys. If you're feeling like being remarkably irresponsible with your money and generous, give it to us. We do appreciate it. Got to have a win today. And we'll do 30 minutes of overtime. Whoopi Goldberg has everybody's getting COVID now.
Oh, good.
I was COVID when COVID wasn't cool.
Yeah, you and I got this newest strain when nobody else had heard of it yet.
Fucks yeah, man. We got the Idris Elba strain, like almost a month ago now?
Our lower half did turn black.
Yeah, that's what happened. And you have to operate the Bifrost as well. Don't worry, it's a Thor reference.
Yeah, I haven't been allowed to watch that yet.
It's all right. Yeah, again, another thing that I don't allow her to do. So, Whoopi Goldberg, Jill Biden was yesterday.
Yeah.
Jill Biden got COVID, so we all have to be very scared. And by the way, they're not even hiding that they're going to try and push masks again. So it makes me feel like when they get enough of these big names that are, tell you their awful experience with having COVID again, it feels like they won't have any problem like going, hey guys, what do you think about maybe shutting shit down for a little while? It really is going to become imperative on the majority of the country to just say no. And,
right.
Even if you're a member of this country who doesn't, who thinks COVID is bad, nasty, and terrible, and you don't want it, so on and so forth, I get it. But even then, you got to resist the idea of being forced to do stuff.
Yeah, we need like a new DARE program, but for like anti-lockdowns and masks and shit.
Look, the fact that we're going to need a DARE program for grown adults
nobody
already
cares.
Makes me not feel good.
You know how many weak-minded people out there need to feel like they're part of something.
Well, we'll see, because it definitely seems like it's being pushed. So Jill Biden tested positive for COVID. Now Whoopi Goldberg has COVID, and The View talked about it. Now, every time we've seen an update on this new strain of COVID, we hear, oh my God, this is terrible. Oh my God, COVID is back. And then you go, what about the person you're talking about that has it? They go, well, they're old as shit and they have mild symptoms. It's like, so what? They stay home for a few days. They eat some soup. Everybody's fine.
You guys don't tell us when they're constipated.
Right. Whoopi Goldberg isn't here today. She diarrhea shit all over an airplane, and she's not going to make it. A diarrhea shit on an airplane is far more of a biohazard than Jill Biden having COVID.
I agree. And I believe you touched on it yesterday. If they've already got it and stuff, what's the point in locking down? It's already on its way around. It's spreading, right?
Well, and it makes us feel stupid for the last time they shut everything down, because wasn't that the case last time too? Like, it's already here.
Well, that's always been my opinion. Like, ever since 2020, I'm like, okay, so aren't we just all going to get it at some point and you're just slowing it down?
Well, here we go. This is The View talking about it yesterday. Now, when these big media programs talk about one of their cast members having COVID, there's two ways you can take it. You can go, look, she's going to be fine. She's resting at home. It's a mild case. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. Or you could go, holy shit, everybody. This is the end of the road. COVID is back. The glory days are gone. It's back to hell. Which one do you think The View decided to go with?
I don't know.
Column A, column B, or do you think they just leaned heavy on column B? Let's take a look and find out.
As you can see, Whoopi is not here. She has COVID. Yes, it's back. It's back.
It's back.
But she's on the mend. She's on the tail end, and she'll probably be back this week. But sorry, she's not here. For those of you who are looking forward to seeing her.
It's back. It's back. It's back.
Back again. Do you remember early on when they made everybody stay away from everyone for like 10 days after you're symptom free or something like that? Oh, she'll probably be back this week. She's on the mend.
Fuck that. They used to have the health
here on Friday.
They used to have the health department call you when you tested positive for COVID.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
How invasive and gross. Like, I'm already sitting at home, like, not feeling the greatest, and then I have the health department calling me.
Yeah. And then, like, feeling like I'm part of a police interrogation where I'm going, like, I don't feel comfortable telling you that.
Like, they call you, make you feel guilty for something.
Right.
Ew, tell me all the specific names you've been around and their phone numbers so I can call and warn them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't tell them, like, any venues I'd been to in the last week or two.
Or your workplace.
Because I told them, I'm like, look, I don't want to get them in trouble.
No.
Like, I'm not going to tell you where I was.
Yep, right. It was so invasive. It's terrible.
And they're like, well, you can help so many people. I'm like, yeah, I can hurt a lot of people too. Because, it's funny that when you criticize them, you're not a doctor and you should shut up. But when you tell them what they want to hear, even though it would require some level of medical or scientific expertise, they don't say, oh, you're not a doctor. Like, hey, man, where do you think you picked this up? Where do you think you contracted the disease? Well, I'm not a doctor. I don't know. And I can't confirm this is where I got it. So if I tell you a place, you're going to go, shake them down, and maybe I didn't even get it there. Oh, it's okay. Just take a wild guess. But everything else, if you take a wild guess based on how you feel, well, you're not a doctor. That
was so retarded.
If it comes back again, it's not going to be because of me. Freaky Deaky, becoming a member for his 12th month, says what Whoopi spews from her mouth is diarrhea.
This is true.
Hey, get it? Roots, Roots. April, you may not feel the greatest, but you look greater than Aaron. So there's that.
I don't know. Tough competition.
I feel fat today.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look fat.
I had that other half of that donut for breakfast this morning.
Oh, I haven't eaten today.
So now I feel all pastry-sized.
You feel pastry-sized? Well, they're small.
Root says, I'm calling in. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on steel toe. There you go. Yeah, it's so Whoopi has COVID. And they tried to do it's back, and then they go, she's resting comfortably at home, she's doing fine. So, that clip actually gave me a little bit of hope, because that was The View with their heart, like, not totally in, scaring the shit out of people.
And do you remember, it was either the first or second time Whoopi got COVID? I don't know if this is the second or third time.
Yeah.
But they had her, like, FaceTime into the show for a little bit, and she was fine.
Right.
There was not a sniffle, not a cough. She could breathe. She's just normal on a Zoom call.
She was doing okay. Also, this is like the third time Whoopi's had COVID. By God, Whoopi, would she just get vaccinated already and boosted?
That would be good. You'd probably not get it again.
My God, Whoopi, because I know from being a kid that if you get vaccinated against something, you don't get that thing.
Yep.
So Whoopi Goldberg, if she was vaccinated and had all her boosters, then it would stand to reason she wouldn't be getting COVID.
I agree.
I mean, that's 100% how this one works.
I think anyone out there still getting COVID must mean they're not vaccinated. And if you are, you should really get boosted harder.
Michael B says she has. Yeah, I know. You know what we said earlier when we were doing that life insurance bit where we were like, you guys sometimes make it hard to, like, blur the lines of joking? That was sarcasm. I was being... This is where another way I like radio more than streaming is that you can do your sarcasm on the radio and you don't know what the immediate reaction is.
Yeah.
So you can go and you can just kind of do your thing. You go to your chat sometimes, you're like, I don't want to go to the chat anymore. Because it's just like, I was doing a thing and now my thing is ruined. Now, Michael B says, jokes, you dummy. It goes both ways. All right, I can't read syntax through your typing, so it, to me, made it sound like you were just going, oh, but Aaron, she is vaccinated. Oh, you see, I didn't know. SH says, oh, it was a joke. I get jokes.
We're going to get there together.
Guys, you and me together. We're going to do this. Scary Terry 84 on Rumble says, April is cute. You are a lucky man. Yes, I am a lucky man, but I tell you what, there are a lot of people on the internet who make their whole opinion on this show based on the fact that I got to marry a hot woman, and I don't know if they have a fat girlfriend, a fat wife, no wife, or whatever it is, but their penis envy, I suppose, we've talked about this before, leads them to hate an entire program, which always seemed a little weird and gay to me, but
they're really
can't put a lot of stock in people.
They're
like
really
that.
Reaching now too. It's you and I look remarkably sexy this weekend, and but she still has that shit on her arm, and she's littered with tumors.
That's what I like about her most. It drops her resale value. All the tumors. No, it's. I think it's desperation because they're so effective and they're so good and they impact so many people that we were supposed to be gone by now.
I know.
And the fact that we're not, they kind of ran out of things to use, and the desperation is getting a little heavier. I've noticed it. It's funny, but guys, you're not hiding very well.
Are you saying you don't like having sex with me and my tumors? All of them.
I love the tumor bumps. They're great.
Right, he likes poking them.
Yeah. Guys, we are 3:15 away from today's goal, and we're going to hit that one today. We took an L last night. I don't like taking L's. It doesn't feel good. It's yuck. It's
we prefer
gross.
D's here.
Yes, I prefer taking D's for our show. D's dollars. So everybody be irresponsible with your money today. Put yourself in financial hardship in order to support our show. No, I'm just kidding. But honestly, be stupid. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Otherwise, Super Chats, memberships. I want to knock that goal out early today.
Yes.
We're 3:15 away. It's a full one today. So I hope that you guys can contribute to the program today. Help us recover from last night. The evening show made you guys look like dicks last week. Now you get a chance to stick it in their face. So if you would, I appreciate it. Cynically Insane says, only D you need is David Chandler. Where is that cheap bitch? It's very generous. David Chandler's a very generous guy. There have been entire weeks where the show has been saved by one David Chandler. He's a good man, and you know what? He spreads it around. You notice David Chandler will be here for a couple of weeks, and then he's like, okay, like Johnny fucking Podcast Appleseed. He goes, guys, for a couple of weeks now, I got to go on my tour of other podcasts. I got to sprinkle them with a bunch of money, and then just when you start wondering, oh, is Daddy Chandler ever coming back? He goes, oh, here's a little sprinkles for you guys as well. Thank you, Daddy Chandler Sprinkles.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. But you guys take care of it, and then we don't have to worry about it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. There you go. Let's knock out that 3:15. I don't want to take another L this week. It feels gross. The only thing worse than being a dirty, filthy e-beggar is being a failed, dirty, filthy e-beggar. That makes it way, way worse. Being a successful, dirty, filthy e-beggar washes away the beggar feeling.
It does, really.
Being a failed beggar goes, oh, wow, I begged like a mutant, and I still got my ass kicked. Woo! There's nothing to wash down the shame. Let's go to New York City and see how they're doing. That is a city that never sleeps, and that used to be a good thing. Mm-hmm. That used to mean like, wow, this city's always moving and shaking.
They're fun and bustling.
Yeah. But now New York is the city that never sleeps because people have to keep an eye open so they don't get basically sodomized with a broomstick on the subway.
They literally sleep with one eye open.
Holding their pillow tight. It in Greasy, $2 says, you bust out Shaka, I bust out my wallet. Well, thank you, buddy. The Mood with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, pal.
That's great.
Appreciate that. That's going to put us at $290.
Thank you.
For this morning. Thank you to the Mood, another very generous soul. Mike McFadden, Mayor Larry Vaughn, Lucas R. 01, Dirty Cow, Richie Rich, John Lassman, Bruce Lindahl, MN Concrete Guy, and JD from GB, all getting memberships. Thank you, boys and girls. And that's a nice little dent that just got put in. And the Mood with $11 now says pores. Well, look, the plan is not to insult people. The plan is to compliment people.
He's trying to rile them up.
Make them generous. And we like when MSO loses.
That's
and not
true.
when MSO wins. He's too professional when he wins, and it makes us feel even shittier. So there we go. Nice little one-man rally there from the Mood with a bunch coming in. 285 away from today's goal. And thank you to It Ain't Greasy as well. I'm going to get used to saying that name.
You're getting better.
As we check in with New York, there was a man on the subway, and he saw an old lady. And when you see an old lady on the subway, there's really two ways that can go. You either help that poor woman find her train, or you help her get onto a train, or you make sure that she's safe and she's okay, and you maybe guide her through a crowded subway.
Okay.
Or, hear me out, you beat the ever-living dog shit out of the elderly woman with a cane.
Not that one.
Which one do you think happened in New York over the weekend?
Gee, let me guess.
A man brutally assaulted a 60-year-old woman with her own wooden cane, striking her 54 times over the course of just 3 minutes.
What did she do?
She, let me see. Nope, didn't call him the N-word.
Oh my God, that's
dude.
a hate crime though.
Oh shit, you're right.
She's black.
He's white, she's black. Well, I owe somebody $20. I got that one wrong.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for our situation.
This actually happened. I got the location wrong. This wasn't New York City. This was actually Bizarro, New York City.
Oh, okay.
Where this happened.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes. This is I'm not going to show too much of this video because I have a problem. This is one that YouTube might definitely have some problems with. So we'll show you real quick part of it. There, yeah, that's.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Oh, so this was like a lightsaber duel at first.
Right, we're having a trial by combat?
He came after her, and then she blocked it with the cane and was trying to do like a sword fight kind of a thing.
How does one get to this point? Why are we cane fighting in the subway?
Right. Why are we cane fighting on mass transit? Like, wouldn't you rather just you go to your
destination?
Your destination, he goes to his destination, everyone gets to where they're going. I mean, even beating a senior citizen with a cane takes time and effort that really you would think you don't have in such a hustling, bustling metropolis.
Yeah, you're really exerting yourself for no reason here.
Yeah. And is that a Nokia brick phone? I haven't seen those in ages.
No, weird.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Pull up your pants, sir. I can't take you seriously.
Oh, is that his ass?
I don't know, but that is his pants, that dark, hard cutoff line. It's either boxers or ass.
That's ass. That's skin. His pants
You
are
would know
falling
ass,
down.
right?
I'm an ass man. And by the way, whose homeless person belongings are these? Hers or his?
I'm hoping his,
So these are just
because I feel bad for her.
So this is just a dirt guy beating up on a lady. All right, so you see how this is going. For the rest of this, I'm going to take it off the video screen. I'm sorry, guys, but I don't, you know the way YouTube is. And I don't want to be one of those guys who gets struck and then whines and bitches and cries about the thing I fucked up and then blames somebody else. I don't want to be in that position.
Well, okay. Oh, you'd think that they would want us to play this and talk about how bad white man is to poor, innocent black ladies.
If I was playing this to tell everyone, oh, this is a hate crime and this is terrible. Oh, yeah, that last one. I was going to say, he's missing with all of these. He's hitting the ground. Then he cracked her right on top of the head with her own cane.
That connected.
Ow. Oh, he got her foot. Ow.
Stop.
Ow. Stop.
Get it.
Dude.
Yes, the only weapons that are used.
Oh, he snapped it in half. Oh, and then he broke it in half. Here, I'll show you a little still shot.
He looks like a grand wizard or something.
He's behaving like one. Oh, death.
Or the we're going to have tryouts moment.
Yeah, this is the deleted scene from The Dark Knight where the guys actually had their tryout scene.
Right?
This guy ended up winning. Oh, wow, he snapped that cane right in half.
Dude, this is nasty. Why do you...
injuries.
That's his ass. Yeah. His pants are all the way. So he's the homeless guy with all the dog shit.
Babe, his whole dick is going to be out in a second here.
His pants are way down. His whole ass crack is out. He looks like Kanye on a Venice gondola.
So, like, and the people that make me angrier, too, like, let's just film the whole thing and not call the police.
Well, these people look like they're behind glass of some sort. Like, they can't really intervene or get involved.
No, the people filming this, Aaron, could be calling the police.
I mean, yeah, but what are the police going to do?
Hopefully save this poor black woman.
They're not exactly
From
doing
a
a bang-up
bludgeoning?
job these days in New York City.
Yes.
And plus, you live in New York. At this point, hope is such like a foreign concept to you that you're just like, let's watch it all burn down.
So you're saying this might be just a form of street justice and that's all we have now?
No, this is not street justice. This woman is a victim, clearly.
She's being hit with a cane now.
Okay, so she picked up one of these plastic bags out of like his bag of shit and tried to hit him with that. So she's obviously been like concussed. And she's
I thought it was like
fucked up.
a stuffed animal or something.
And the cane's broken on her.
Okay, you got her. She's okay. Sir, the threat is neutralized. Sir, I believe you can stop. She's taken a good beating, though.
Right. How many lashings has she taken before?
A lot. It's like she did graffiti in Singapore. All right, okay. Now I'm on your side. Somebody fucking get in there.
What is that noise she's making?
That's the noise a 60-year-old woman
sounds-
makes when she's being caned to shit.
It sounds like a cow mooing, though.
But now I'm starting to get pissed. We're a minute in.
Yeah, this is sickness.
And nobody's stepping in to stop this
There's
guy.
2.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Oh,
she
she's
finally
got it.
okay, now she finally got the cane away from the guy.
She is black?
What did he say?
I don't know.
I don't understand any of the
I think they might both be homeless.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? There's some homeless stuff over
Yeah.
here. There's some over here. Wow. I'm not a city planner or anything, but maybe getting the cops down there to roust the homeless and throw them in jail might make the subway a little bit better place for everybody.
I mean, just tiny.
Maybe give it a thought. You guys kick it around. Get back to me. I was trying to be a brother to you, and then blah 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 blah. So yeah, this is two homeless
So wait,
dipshits fighting.
is
each
he
other.
black too then? His ass looked pretty white.
He's like maybe Latino. I don't know.
Between 5'7" and 5'9".
Oh, see, she is calling the cops. You owe them an apology. They are calling the police.
I'm sorry.
They accept.
I like that they let her go through the whole beating first.
Gray shirt, black jeans.
Bro, all the shit you found dumpster diving and a belt wasn't one of them? It seems important.
Or even just some string.
No underwear either. Did you notice that?
Wow, I can't fault him for that. Have you seen me?
He's just homeless freeballing.
Dark shoes.
Ew, what is... Oh, now we're throwing garbage at each other.
She's wearing a black shirt, gray sweatpants, white shoes.
Yeah, no, she's going to be the one laying on the ground when you get there.
Right. Stop kicking her in the head, though. You've got her.
She's
done it.
Yeah,
right?
Officer, she's going to be the one with contusions and bruises all over. I don't think you'll be able to miss her.
And now I understand why nobody jumps in and gets in the middle of these two. They probably both smell. They're probably both scary to be around, honestly, because they're homeless and unstable.
They were probably screaming at each other for minutes before this.
The only safe place is behind glass.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. These people know New York is finished. There's I ain't taking a punch in the face from a bum in that city.
It's just too bad, I guess. I don't know.
Gray sweatpants, white sneakers.
Now he goes with the belt. Okay, I got to take this off in case YouTube pops us for that.
Black shirt.
So now she's just he's whipping her lifeless body with a belt now as she's just lying there on the ground.
Okay, can you wear the belt, please?
And now he's
now his ass crack is out.
Beating her with the belt.
And then he kicks her.
She might be dead.
Oh, she's stirring.
Oh, there she goes.
Now she's trying to take her pants off.
They just start having sex.
Yeah, they just start fucking after that.
They're like, you know what? It's just all this sexual tension. We got to cut it quick.
So now she's like pulling her pants down, but then again, she's probably all fucked up from getting hit in the head.
Maybe she wants spankings, and she's trying to tell him that.
Lower.
Robert 302.
It's all out.
Okay, why are we taking our pants off? Oh, he's stealing her pants. Wait, did she take the pants from him and now he's taking the pants back?
Oh, see, that would make a lot more sense.
Boy, homeless people really have a way of handling their issues between each other that makes it make a lot of sense for the rest of us.
Yeah, but I picture like homeless people as having poo like crusted to their butt, and now it's like that's out in the open now. And
I mean, that's just kind of a given.
You know how like cats get like shit stuck in their ass fur? That's what I picture.
One moment. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm a station agent here at the...
I try to say goodbye and I choke. Poor Macy Gray has fallen on hard times.
I thought Bush was out of style now.
Yeah, but among the homeless, so are razors.
Look at her skin flabbing out like that. Do you see it?
Yeah, imagine that. They don't have a gym for homeless people.
She needs to shave a little bit.
Basically, you can climb on the bars on the subway.
You can't show that. There's a whole puss out.
There's puss out. The whole thing's out.
Very furry. You almost can't tell. It looks like a cat laid on her crotch.
Well, what a wonderful city is what I'm trying to say.
What a wonderful
what a lovely town. What a lovely place. It really seems like it's coming back. You know, it really...
No, like, I would love to go visit our friends in New York sometime, but not until they cut this shit out.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I can't be around this.
Cynically Insane says, can you show the video so I can finish? I'm edging hard.
Yeah, her whole snatch was out. She was laying on the ground and like, you know how like old people's skin like gets really like flabby or whatever, and
of course,
it's like really pliable?
Yes, we're all very familiar.
It looked like she had like large bat wings of her ass and thighs that like puddled out around her. It was so off-putting.
It's so weird that New York has done this weird cycle thing in my lifetime where it was garbage and dirty and shitty and they fixed it. And they worked really hard to fix it. And then they chose to stop doing the fix-it things and chose to let the city start doing the thing that makes it garbage again. I've just never seen a city, like, Portland's always been kind of weird, hippie trash. Seattle's always kind of been weird, hippie trash. LA, San Francisco, they've always been a level of trashiness. But New York had it figured out and then actively chose to go back to shit.
Now, what years are you considering that they had it fixed?
94 to 2010, I would say would be the years it got fixed.
Okay, because 2012 for me was not a good year to be there.
Stevie Lou, hey, fucking Stevie Lou. He says it happened in New York City over the pandemic. Well, yeah, and what's his name? Bill. I almost called him Bill Bayless. Bill De Blasio, the cuck guy.
Oh,
yeah. The Bill de Blasio wanted to end all the stop and frisk. He wanted to end all the unfair things that were happening to people. And, you know, in other words, the things that were keeping the streets safe. He wanted to stop doing that because he thought it was really mean to criminals.
Yeah.
David Skywalker says, to be fair, it was really hard for that homeless guy to turn down a $1,000 from Chandler. Yeah, fucking Chandler, you got to stop giving these guys $1,000 to cane black ladies on the subway. It's unbecoming. Somebody's got to stop David Chandler from all these little podcast projects he's been doing where he goes, hey, you monkey, I'll give you this amount of money. You dance for me.
We don't call them that anymore.
Oh, I meant just people performing in general. I'm sorry. That came off as very racially motivated.
It's very insensitive.
I promise you it was not. I promise. Yeah, I thought that I agree with David Skywalker. It was too far for David Chandler to go, here's $1,000. Go beat that black lady with a cane. Oh. Cynically Insane says Chandler is the Soros of the internet. David, you can do better than this.
I just wish these people would wear the belts instead of swinging them at people.
Yeah.
I don't need to see this much of your ass. And I do mean this much.
Well, I tell you what, maybe if we did like maybe a class for the homeless, and we could teach them, like, here is a belt. It goes around the pants and it fastens the pants and it keeps them up. And it is not for striking other homeless people that you have problems with.
Oh.
Maybe you'd have a whole room of homeless people go, oh, wow, my life just got infinitely easier. I had no idea.
We'll start there with like how to dress yourself and how to use a belt properly.
Yeah.
And then start moving up into, this is how you become a contributing member of society.
I'm going to catch so fewer charges now that I know my belt is not to beat other human beings with. But it's how my dad taught me.
Do you even catch a charge if you're homeless? I feel like they're off the hook.
You catch a charge, the judge just, the way they do it in New York now, the judge just lets you go with no bail. So you can go, shit on the subway and beat people with canes.
I would prefer if they sent me out with a bail, actually, so that I had something to sleep on.
Pool Scam Sam says, plus $5,000 a month for rent. New York residents are incredibly dumb. I mean, can't argue with you. You're definitely not getting bang for your buck.
And that's just studio prices.
Yeah, that's just a one person living there. That's when your kitchen's 3 feet away from your bedroom.
Which is 3 feet away from your toilet.
Yes. 285 away from today's goal. We took an L last night. The whole plan today is a bounce back W. So if you're feeling generous, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, contribute if you can. We do appreciate it. We want to see MSO not get a win today, and we want to bounce back from not hitting last night. So if you guys are feeling generous and you want to contribute to our program, we sure would love it. Thank you very much. There's all the links in the chat. Throw us a couple bucks and keep knocking that number down, please. Scarface says, April, you're trying to rationalize with mentally ill drug addicts to stop beating someone to death. Yeah, you don't know what that guy's hearing in his head.
Touche.
Yeah. Try the salsa in New York, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Oh, well, that's a good reason to go.
I'm okay. I don't think I need it today.
It's not about need, right? No. It's about sending a message.
Yeah, I just feel like anywhere you're going to, like in that city, like any destination, on your way there, it's going to be hell.
Oh, no, I'm sure there's just lovely pockets where the homeless smell a little bit better than they did on the street before. All right, this is the story that our episode is named after this morning. Of course, the title of today's episode, Kissing Cousins. It is a reference to Chrishean Rock and my buddy Blueface. My buddy Blueface, who, of course, just had a kid with Chrishean Rock. Now, this was after a whirlwind romance in which they would beat the shit out of each other live on Instagram a lot of the time. Every time they went out drinking, they decided to take Instagram live videos, and a lot of those would include her getting upset at him and hitting him.
Can you imagine? These two make me feel like we never really loved each other because we don't do this.
We really don't punch each other about the head every time there's drinks consumed.
We don't do it enough.
Well, those two did, and then they ended up breaking up because apparently that kind of volatile relationship doesn't have a lot of staying power, go figure. But he gave her a parting gift of a hot seed injection, and that then made Chrishean Rock pregnant, as it's done in the past for many others. And the problem is, there was a little debate as to who the father of the child was, as there tends to be. And Blueface would say it's not mine. She would say it's Blueface's. I think they ultimately settled on the fact that it's their kid.
Blueface did indeed not have blue balls that day.
No, he let him loose.
It was his kid, by the way.
So it is Blueface's kid. He's already got a new chick.
Can't call her a lady.
No word on whether or not she's pregnant yet.
Okay.
But he's got a new lady. He's got his 2 other kids.
It's 2 or 3.
He's got 2 or 3 other kids. Now he's got another one with Chrishean. And now she delivered, right? Mm-hmm. The baby's here.
Oh, she did that on Instagram Live too.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, she did give birth to the baby on Instagram Live. Well, now the mother of Blueface is speaking out about Chrishean Rock and Blueface having a baby, and oh boy, is this fascinating. First, thank you to Camel Toe for 5 gifted memberships. Aww. Those Ain't Real Dude, David Skywalker, Blake Luton, BJ, and Trey Waller, all getting gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Guys, that knocks it down to $275 this morning. Keep it going. Keep throwing money at us. Just keep making us look like the greedy whores we are, because we ain't trying to lose like we did last night. So no pride here on Steel Toe when it comes to knocking out the goal today. Let's do it. Everybody throw in. Thank you very, very much. Blueface's mother is making a claim that her son and his new baby mama are actually related.
I saw this yesterday, and I'm like, you literally can't make this shit up. This is the greatest love story the world's ever seen.
It never.
Except maybe the Habsburgs.
Yes, it never. Well, this is very much like the Habsburgs. Yeah. The twists and turns in this relationship never stop.
What's the next one?
They haven't been together in months.
No.
They just had a kid together, so you think like that's kind of the end of the relationship. Now it's a mother of the child, father of the child thing.
Business.
It's very businesslike. But then because it's Blueface and Chrishean, we have to get something else. And the something else is, oh, by the way, you guys might be blood related. Which, by the way, also a problem because that baby didn't need any more help in becoming retarded.
I don't think so.
No.
But
if Blueface and Chrishean aren't related at all, that baby's still got a good shot of developing mental problems.
I have a prediction. You know how he's so staunchly against his sons being gay?
Right.
She starts kind of pushing that direction.
Just kind of make him kind of gay.
It's a little, I don't know if it was a boy or a girl. I don't remember. A boy, I think.
Was it a boy?
Yeah, starts
a gay boy.
Getting a little gay.
The rapper's mom, Carlissa Saffold, made the allegation on social media over the weekend, not long after Chrishean gave birth to her and Blueface's newborn baby boy. She says Blueface and Chrishean could possibly be cousins. In fact, she totally believes it. Now, she would know for sure, but she's not really sure who either of their fathers are.
I was just going to say that's the only answer, right?
Yeah, how do you not know for sure?
Know. Boy, that's kind of actually terrifying to think of, like, you know how there's like sperm donors out there and stuff, and what if like there's people out there that get together with their like technical siblings, but they don't know that?
Yeah, like you hook up. Well, that's been a concern. It has happened before.
That's
like
disgusting.
There was that doctor who fathered like dozens of children.
Yeah.
And never told the woman it was his children. And I think some of them did end up like hooking up.
What do you do? How do you undo that?
There's really only two ways you can go. You can either just put your head down and power through because you're like, look, I'm really happy right now. And this is the best relationship I've ever been in. So you know what? I'll just pretend I never heard it. La, 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 la.
With your sister wife?
Right. Or you just kind of have to break it off and go, hey, you go this way, I'll go that way. And
but now you have that stank on you for life.
Look, you're good.
There's nothing more disgusting than incest, I don't think.
I'm not going to say that you're not going to think about it. You probably are. Thank you very much to Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 over on Rumble. Says, April, these aboos bust a sag in skinny jeans and they don't wear a belt unless it's Gucci. See, they are children. Even the bums are fashionistas. I can't read the rest of that. I read what I could.
I did understand the point he was making.
Yes.
So thank you, Hobo.
Well, I hope you understood the point Hobo was making. He was not being subtle.
We need Gucci belts up in here.
He was not being subtle. Hold the line, renewing his membership for an 11th month. Thank you very much, buddy. 270 away from today's goal. Let's keep going. Let's be ridiculously irresponsible with our money today. And let's give Steel Toe a victory that we couldn't get last night. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Let's listen to Blueface's mom tell us that okay, let's say you have this knowledge. That the guy your son just had a baby with might be his cousin. Or the woman that your son just had a baby with might be his cousin. Yeah. Let's say that that's the case. Are you really helping as a mother, as the grandmother of the child, to let this news out publicly?
I'm guessing she only did this because she's maybe not proud of those two.
Well, I can't imagine why that would be. I can't imagine how you could look at Chrishean and Blueface's journey and be anything but bursting with happiness.
I think she's throwing a little shade here.
God, but it's just such... Look, I'm going to say it at the risk of being judged by some who already don't like me. It just seems like such hood rat behavior.
What?
I'm sorry, but it seems like hood rat behavior.
Hottest take I've ever heard.
For the mom to come out and publicly, like airing all this shit in public is so gross. And if it were white people, we'd say it's hillbilly white trash shit. So I think since it's black people, we'll just go with hood rat shit.
Okay, but...
You go on your Instagram and you go, oh, yeah, by the way, I think Blueface and Chrishean are cousins. It's like, first of all, you think, you don't know. We don't have a blood test. We have no confirmation. All we have is some dumb lady on the internet throwing it out there, pulling it out of her ass. And now these two who just had a kid and have had like the most retarded, tumultuous relationship ever, now you're going to throw a little extra something on top of that.
Okay, no offense. Haven't we crossed the threshold of stupid?
But do we, okay, just because the bonfire's big doesn't mean we need to keep throwing shit on top of it.
I'm ready for it.
All right.
Come on, give me the next twist.
Let's hear her out.
Come to find out, Chrishean mama is a Dorsey. She a Dorsey. They related to me. Them my people. Girl, if them Dorseys, you come on now, you know, all the Dorseys is related.
She's driving.
And they all act like that. They all strong and act like that.
That's strong?
Yeah, she's calling the lashing out strong.
That's strong.
Strong.
See,
Real strong.
I feel like this is one of the problems that maybe certain groups are having in this country is their perception of what is strong and what is batshit crazy is a little jumbled up.
See, now what we consider batshit crazy, they consider being a bad bitch.
It's a bad bitch, yeah. Oh, yeah, she beating men upside the head outside of clubs. Yeah, that's bad for our development as people.
That's a strong, independent woman.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yo, oh, you working in a white man's company? You a bitch. Oh, you smacking up a brother outside a club when you all fucked up at 3 a.m? That's a bad bitch. You don't fuck with her.
And you stream it? Boy, she embarrassing you.
John had a baby with his cousin. He did. I bet you we need to test the baby. The baby is probably...
Shut up.
That's why the baby had our DNA.
Shut the fuck up.
What the fuck? Y'all think I'm playing? This could be real.
Yeah, so you know what you should do?
Wow.
Go on the internet and tell shitloads of people about it.
You are right. Like, if you don't know, maybe hold off on announcing that.
God damn it. I mean...
Ew.
You know, they say the apple, doesn't fall far from the tree. I think that's a very apropos saying in this case. You start seeing where they came from and you start wondering to yourself, can we really blame Blueface for how he is? He never really had a chance. Like,
Are you sure?
That's his mom.
Right.
And she's sitting there in a car with her phone on, filming a private conversation between her and a car full of people, talking like an absolute dipshit, by the way. Just, it sounds like gossip at a beauty salon. She's filming it, and all the people in the car going, shut up. You're so stupid.
Does it ever bother you how some people get rich, and then we're here trying to, like, do this semi-respectable show?
I don't know if she's rich.
No, like, Blueface. That guy's
See,
rich.
now I see something like that and I go, poor Blueface is a victim.
No, he's not.
I mean, if that's how he grew up, he had no chance.
He doesn't even vet his sex partners.
Okay, but like what chance do you have of, having your shit together if that's your mom?
Not. Look, I very much carry the mentality that you can have a lot of really bad shit happen to you and you don't have to be that bad shit. Maybe. You can do better.
Bigot on socialist media over on Rumble says, this is hilarious. The dumber they get, the more entertaining they are.
Yes.
That's kind of how I feel, too.
Yeah, they're great. Come on.
Border Outdoors Podcast says they got the strength. That's true. They have
They do indeed.
They had a lot of strength. Hobo chili recipe on Rumble. Yes, I know that's all you hear, sir. I know that's all you hear. Jesus. 270 away from today's goal. Keep throwing in. Keep chipping in. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. I'm not losing today. I can't lose today. No way, no how. You see the links in the chat. Click them and throw us money. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. This is a show that runs on listener donations, and those W's are important. 30 minutes of overtime if we knock it out. So whether or not Blueface and Chrishean are cousins, to me, it doesn't make a difference. I don't think that kid had a chance regardless.
No, and that's the true victim here. It's not Blueface. These people shouldn't be having children. Like, if you can't handle yourself and act right in public, stop having kids, please.
Need Trump with a good point. Only 77 likes on the YouTube end of things. Everybody hit the thumbs up. It is good for the algorithm. It is good for the show. Over 600 of you here. We want to get over 7 into 8. for today's program. We appreciate that. We love having 700-800 people in here at a time, YouTube and Rumble. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw us a couple bucks, become a member, do all the things necessary to support a small little show like this one. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Apparently, Gary Busey got in some trouble recently.
Uh-oh.
And I love Gary Busey.
He's fun, right?
I think he's fantastic. Now, you also have to wonder, if you enjoy Gary Busey, are you enjoying a traumatic brain injury? Mm-hmm. Because that's, which April apparently sees no
absolutely.
She's totally moved on to like, I'm okay with it. I'm fine.
He's not somebody close to me. He's a thing to be watched, and he is the brain injury.
He was motorcycle accident, right? He was on a motorcycle on a slippery road, and he went down and whacked his head.
That sounds right.
And he's been nuts ever since. But he's like barely functionable nuts. So he gets to go out and do things and drive himself around.
Okay,
and
Jeremy Renner got hit by a snowplow. What's your excuse?
Well, I mean, it's just, Gary Busey. I wonder if Gary Busey, my whole life, Gary Busey has been nuts. So I don't know what he was like when he was doing like the Buddy Holly movie and before the accident. I don't know if he was normal or if, maybe he was a bit nutty to begin with. Let's go here. Gary Busey before accident. Let's do that. Let's see how he looks.
Oh, he looks crazy, though.
Okay, so he looked nuts before the accident. Yeah, okay.
That's an unstable person, right?
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that Gary Busey was normal beforehand.
He's a few shades away from like live streaming altercations.
Which would be, a great future for him. So Gary Busey got in he got in an accident recently, but it was a little fender bender. That's all. It wasn't like,
okay, the
accident. And apparently somebody got video of the altercation. A woman rear-ended him and then took off.
Oh, well, that's not even his fault then.
No, in fact, that's really shitty.
Yeah.
And they should try to find that woman. But anytime I've got video of Gary Busey, I feel like I'm obligated to play it.
And I appreciate that.
So let's go ahead. Let's see if Gary took this whole thing in stride.
I bet he did.
Let's see if Gary took this thing, standing and responsible and everything else. Let's see how Gary Busey handled the hit and run.
You hit my car. I need your information.
Oh, wait a minute. Gary Busey hit the woman. Oh, now this makes sense.
Aaron.
Okay.
Oh, you had it backwards.
Now this makes sense. So Gary Busey rear-ended this woman, and he tried to take off, and now she's trying to run him down. Now this is a Gary Busey story.
Now this is, yeah. The other way wasn't fitting.
It doesn't really make sense that Gary Busey would get rear-ended and then have to chase down the person who ran away.
Can you imagine being the woman in the car who got hit and pulling up to this one and realizing it's Gary Busey?
You're like, oh shit, it's Gary Busey. Well, see, that's when I just let it go.
Right. I don't think this is going to end well.
Just like, look, it's fucking Gary Busey. Because now you have to think to yourself, even if I get this asshole to pull over, it's Gary Busey. How long am I going to have to talk to this dickhead before he realizes that he did something wrong and apologizes and so on and so forth?
He does seem like he might go in circles for a minute.
Right. It seems like this thing might just kind of drag on and on and on, and you're going to be late for whatever you're doing that day.
Nation, sir!
What's
you
he
hit
driving?
my car!
Be wiped out.
It doesn't matter. That's not how this works. You hit my car. You have scuffs all over your car.
He has a Volvo.
Yeah. Gary, you do look kind of guilty there, buddy.
Car. You have scuffs all over your car.
Progressive insurance.
I want your...
Progressive insurance.
Progressive insurance. Yeah, that's not how it works, Gary. You can't just tell them the name of the company. Like,
he thinks he could just tell him like, "Oh, it's Progressive."
Yeah.
And
Progressive insurance. Yeah, okay, but I need like the policy number and everything else.
Look at his side mirror.
Oh yeah, he fucked up his car.
What an idiot. See, now he looks like he's at an age where he should have his license revoked, right?
Yeah, this is the one where if Busey didn't have his license taken away already, it's probably time.
It's time.
I want the number. I want the information.
No.
Sir, you hit my car.
I'm private, yeah.
It doesn't matter. You hit me. You hit my car. No, you rear-ended me. You can't hit someone and then leave.
Watch
No,
me.
That's not okay.
In fairness, if that voice was screaming at me, I'd want to get out of there too.
Yeah.
But then again, she has a reason to be upset. I just love Progressive Insurance.
I do guess she has a reason to be shrill right now, right?
You know what kind of annoys me about this story a little bit is that he sounds, like cadence-wise and everything else, he sounds remarkably like Joe Biden.
Kind of like you're drunk or like out of it.
But he sounds like the president of the United... Like, I could see the president of the United States giving the same answer to the press on something and them going, no, but sir, what about the thing? Volodymyr Zelensky. Yeah, but sir, we're asking you about specifics about the war in Ukraine. Aid packages. It's like, sir, could you answer maybe...
Peter Ducey makes his way into a press conference about Maui sometime, and he's like, sir, why did we only give them $700 in relief? And he's like, where's he got insurance?
Yeah, Progressive Insurance. I could actually see Joe Biden saying something like that.
I know.
You hit
He's listening to the fucking Beach Boys. Attaboy, Gary. Attaboy, Gary.
This guy's a national treasure.
Oh, Gary Busey. I mean, yeah, this woman should just be honored that that she got to have this experience with Gary Busey.
my car. Sir, you don't get to just leave hitting someone.
He's parking. Relax. Oh, God. Oh, Gary.
Dude.
Gary, that's a bad park job. Gary, that's not how we park.
What the
he's
fuck?
leaving.
You can't hit someone and then just leave.
He's taking his sweet ass time leaving too. For some reason he drove up that way, backed in.
I think he's drunk. Am I the only one thinking that?
Well, it's hard to how do you tell when Gary Busey's intoxicated?
I guess. He must not be worth any kind of money anymore. He looks like shit. He's driving a shitty car.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I don't imagine that Gary Busey's rolling in it.
Okay.
Here you go. KF Sage with $5 says, "Oh, he's doing fine. Here's proof." All right, let's check it out.
Oh no.
First, 265 away from today's goal. Let's do it, guys. Keep being irresponsible with your money. Throw us your money. We want to win today. No pride here. Posted an L last night. We don't want to do it again. So if you can throw us a couple of bucks, please do. Let's go ahead and check out.
When is this interview going to start?
Let's get it started right now. So
this was 8 days ago.
Look at him.
That looks like AI Gary Busey. That doesn't look like a real Gary Busey.
Right. This isn't okay with me.
No.
I'll intro you in. Can you hear me? I can, you're kind of cutting in.
Your screen, I can only see your face so much, and I can't tell if you're fucking with me. But if you are fucking with me, by the grace of God and the eternal spirit and those in the wall and those beyond, I see your face. I see your gratitude. I see your dust. And
that's not him.
Are you sure?
No, that doesn't look or sound like him.
He has a green screen behind him.
I don't think that's him. I think that's somebody doing a bit.
I don't think so.
It looks fucky.
I'd buy it.
Into a splatitude.
Yeah, that's a filter.
I can hear you. I can hear you. And okay. So I'm going to go ahead and intro it in. I know that you have a lot to say about the financial markets and you've been viewing it for a while. So let's pretty much just get right.
I have nothing to say. I really don't have much to say. I should have gone pee before I sat down, and now I'm sort
this
of
is a filter.
Battling this. In Goose Creek, they used to call it. They were battling the sack. You're.
That's a good impression.
You're holding a beanie bag in one hand, and you're holding a goldfish in the other. The two are never going to get near each other because you'd never even think of doing such a thing.
But let's get right into it and talk
about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing. Get it out of my face.
Buttered sausage.
Buttered sausage.
I don't know if that's your jam.
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's a guy.
That guy looks like sincerely bothered.
That's a guy doing Gary Busey, or it's a filter doing Gary Busey.
No, the guy on the right looks seriously bothered that he booked Gary Busey.
Well, no,
and this is what he got.
he's committing to a bit. He's doing a bit.
All right.
Yeah, that's totally fake.
Okay.
That's 100% fake. That's not Gary Busey. Some people in the chat are saying 100% Gary. No, that's a guy doing an impression.
Yeah, and then somebody says April still thinks it's actually him.
No, it's not. It's,
I would have bought it.
It's not Gary Busey. But thank you, Sage. We do appreciate it. They're saying, yeah, the lips sounds like Matthew McConaughey on mushrooms. People are still torn. They're saying that's totally him. This is not real, but it's really funny, says fuck you, dude. There you go. All right. Yeah, that was.
Well, that was a polarizing video.
That video really it separated a lot of the audience from one another. It's just and really in these times that we're in right now, we don't need that kind of division.
No more divide.
Yeah,
between us.
we need to start coming together.
Yeah.
Is what we need to do. Thank you, Sage. 265 away from today's goal. Keep it going, guys. I need a win today, and I need it bad.
Yes.
And I need it early. So everybody be irresponsible. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, keep it going. I don't want to repeat last night. That's always a bummer. We didn't talk about this yesterday. We didn't get to the Wisconsin pier collapse story. University of Wisconsin students all crashed into a lake. I saw this on the news the other day. They were like, oh, you should see this harrowing moment, this terrible moment when this pier collapsed and all these students went into the water. And I just kind of thought to myself, as I put myself in reverse, like by 14 years, and I went, are you kidding me? All those kids had a fucking blast when that happened.
Well,
they had an amazing story to tell. They're going to talk about that forever. It's just, when you get older, you look at it and you go, oh my God, that looks terrible. But then if you put yourself in the position of the younger people, you're like, dude, you don't fear death at that age, and you don't think anything bad permanently is going to happen to you. And that's just kind of a wild ride you're on.
Well, those people were obviously too drunk to think that their life's in danger, probably. But the video does look bad.
I mean, yeah.
It looks bad.
I watched it a few times, and here's what I thought. They all just kind of sank into the water a little bit. They got out of the water. Everyone's fine.
I occasionally think that when something like that collapses under you, you're going to be stabbed by part of the dock or something.
Nah, you're not traveling fast enough. Let's go ahead and watch it. And I'm telling you that if I was their age, that would be like a holy shit. That's a cool moment. It wouldn't be a scary
I would think
thing
that
to me.
after the fact, after I'm fine.
So there they go.
Oh.
The whole pier just caved in.
So weird.
I mean, first of all, how do you not kind of see that coming when you load 100 of you or so onto a little dock?
You got these little toothpick supports under it, and you got, 100 people on that dock?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a ton of people.
I mean, you can all swim.
You hope.
You go into and if you can't, you grab onto a piece of whatever's left of the dock and you hang there until somebody can pull you out.
It is the University of Wisconsin-Madison, so you do believe that most people can swim. It's not like you're in a...
What do you mean?
University of Chicago or anything.
Loyola Marymount?
Yeah.
I believe is what you would be thinking about there, you disgusting pig. This happens, and this is my friends, and we're that age. That's fun. That's just good, clean
fun.
It's good, clean fun.
I don't know if it's fun in the moment. I think it's fun after you're done.
If you're not dead, it's hilarious.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. But I don't think anybody died.
No, one person went to the hospital out of a lot of people.
They probably, whoever that person was, they were probably going to the hospital that day for something.
To have their stomach pumped for detox.
And for cum. You got to get that shit out of there, you know? Dozens of college kids went crashing into a lake this weekend after dozens of them crowded onto a rickety old pier that couldn't sustain them. And the horror unfolded Monday in Madison, where University of Wisconsin students descended upon Lake Mendota to celebrate Labor Day.
Woo.
And where the tail end of Memorial Union Terrace Pier became a gathering place for at least 30 people. Oh, that looked like more than 30 people.
That looks like way more than 30.
Let's try to do a brief head count here.
Bullshit.
7, let's say 22, 30, maybe 40 or 50. Okay.
At least 50, right?
I don't know. Maybe 30.
Fine.
Yeah, 30 doesn't seem that far off now. I would say at least 40. Check out what happened in a moment's notice. Blah, blah, we just watched it. You can hear the screams from both the students who plunged into the water, as well as from onlookers who saw the whole thing. Again, they're fine.
It's probably just cold, big deal. Oh,
Maybe.
But see, the video of the actual thing sinking, though, looks pretty wild.
Luckily, the dock isn't too far out over the lake, and even more fortunate is the fact that nobody appears to have been seriously harmed. At least 25 people reportedly sustained minor injuries, and only one person was transported to the hospital for treatment. Mm-hmm. An investigation is underway to figure out exactly what caused the collapse.
What? There can't be that many people docking at one time.
Well, I mean, who are you to be the docking police, first of all?
Well, I'm not the one sinking into the water from the docking.
Yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to get all wet when you're docking. But,
Are you sure?
you put a bunch of obese alcoholic college kids on a pier, I don't think we really have to do a lot of investigating as to why the pier collapsed.
Right. Each of them brought a case of beer with them, too.
Yeah. When the college kids aren't there, the most people they ever have on that pier is like 6 fishing at a time.
Maybe.
That's it. It's not designed for 40 or 50 people.
Yeah, investigation over.
Yeah, we're done with the investigation.
Nobody sawed cracks into the support beams or anything. Like it's not nefarious.
Yeah. Here's the investigation over and done with. The investigation is this. A shitload of drunks got onto a pier. The pier collapsed, and we're done. I think we figured it out. Somebody saying that 30 to 40 people is not a lot.
What is a lot?
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
Pool Scam Sam says Madison is Wisconsin's trash can for liberals.
I can concur. I toured that university before I settled down on one.
Yeah.
And while I was there with my mother touring said university, there was like a student gathering outside a frat doing like some video online. It was for the Harlem Shake. The Harlem Shake came out back then.
Fun.
And there
What
were
a
dudes
great
with their
time.
dicks out. My mom's there with me and like looked at me and she's like, why don't we just not tell your dad about that one?
Just dicks out all
There
over
were
the place.
dicks, yeah. But the actual video that we ran up upon that they were making actually made it like famous. It was a viral video.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
It was a little gay.
You're pulling your dicks out in front of I don't know.
You know, I hate gay people.
Whoa, I don't think that's appropriate. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
$2 from Hobo Chili Recipe on Rumble says a new parlor trick for Gino and Aaron. Hey, Gino, do you want to try my buttered sausage? The butter helps shift the kidneys. That's
okay.
See now, Hobo, I think what you're trying to intimate there is that we would be having gay sex.
Wow.
And I don't know if that would be appropriate,
Wow.
sir. But thank you very much for your help
Disgusting.
with that $2. $265 away from today's goal. I want that goal taken care of. I want it down. I want this show to be a success today. So if you're out there, you got a couple of bucks to throw at us, please do. Looking to get those numbers up. Oh, we're pushing 700. I'd like to see that go to 8 today. If you're on Rumble, especially hit the thumbs up button because that is important for the spread of the show. And also hit like on YouTube as well. MSO says notable increase in the frequency of begging this morning. Yeah, no shit. I think I already said that. Fucking terrible last night.
Yeah.
Going down by 115. And we're known as an e-beggar show anyway, so why not just be very open and honest with what I want today? I'm going to be very depressed if we miss today. So yes, I want the show to hit its goal today, and we're at 265. And I've got a clock in my head as to where we need to be. So yes, MSO, I do not want you to win today. We run a business over here that's based on listener contributions. So you can't be missing, twice in 2 weeks. We got to make sure that we're doing okay here.
It doesn't feel good.
So we've got a balance between things are shitty for people right now, and also we need to get our W's, So there you go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, 265 away from today's goal. This story, I think this was Maryland. An officer decided that he wanted to add some perks to his job of police officer. I feel like this should be happening more than it gets reported.
I agree.
Like officers pull over some chick and she's totally in fear of getting a ticket and getting her license taken away or anything like that. She's very vulnerable. Mm-hmm. And the cop uses that to fuck her.
And he's got a uniform on, so she thinks he's hot.
Sure. Like, I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. Because, again, it just seems like there's so many opportunities for something like this to happen. But a cop in Maryland is being accused of some impropriety after he pulled a woman. I don't even know if he pulled this woman over.
He just, found her.
Yeah, because, where the video starts is this guy and this woman are in a parking lot together, and then this ensues. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
This almost looks like she's initiating.
She might have been.
Yeah.
What if she's got, a cop fantasy?
Oh, and by the way, I think Hobo Chili Recipe is against this one for obvious reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be happy about this.
It is surprising.
Yes. Looks like a broad-shouldered gentleman. Oh, boy, here we go.
She's tiny.
Well, she fits in the car, but look, she's got his hand. She opens the door. And there he goes. As a bunch of kids are running around, there's two people making out and a cop going in the back seat with a chick.
No offense, I kind of don't hate this at all. It's very funny.
Well, the only thing you got to wonder about is, was this done under duress? Was this woman trying to get out of something? And if she was trying to get out of something and she offered this, then...
Yeah, but okay, it's also not my problem, so I find it funny.
I mean, he's going to lose his job.
Yes, he is. I think she'll be fine. What do you get for this if you're her?
I don't think she can be really at fault for anything.
Exactly.
This is like
having a good time.
Well, this is like the teacher sex stuff too. Like whenever there's an authority imbalance, the person who's got less authority is not ever in trouble.
Even if they're the ones who initiated it.
Yeah. Now, if she's a hooker, maybe she'll be in a little bit of trouble, but they seem like they know each other.
Hey, yo.
He's yelling at his kids to get out of the way. He's like, get out of the way, you stupid little shit.
Trying to make a movie here.
Trying to watch this guy. I'm trying to watch him fuck this broad, Henry.
You know what's kind of brazen, though, is the fact that he did it in front of people.
Broad daylight.
Just in front of people in the daylight. You know, that actually doesn't make any sense.
That's where you kind of deserve to lose your job, is you were in no way careful.
Yeah, there was no caution.
So open about what you were doing.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, Holmes, orderly.
You can see him moving in there.
Hot like a tamale. Am I right, brother? Oh, imagine they just, you know what, if these guys had any sense of humor, they would go right up to this guy's car when he got out and just start going like this.
Bravo, sir. Thank you for the show.
You kind of deserve to lose your job if you're that brazen about it. Broad daylight in front of people, just walking into the back of the car with a chick.
Did this TikToker have to be such a tattle tits, though?
Right. Couldn't you just enjoy it?
Right. That's a moment you'll never see again. Couldn't you just tell the story to your friends and that's that?
Record it on your phone and use it for blackmail at some point.
Right. Now, if you ever get pulled over, you can use this, to your leverage.
God damn. Yeah, the cop should have turned around and went, I'm trying to bang this broad, Henry. Thank you to Cynically Insane for the $2. Says cop got caught, forgot doors don't open from the inside.
Oh, and there's a cage too. You can't just crawl up to the front. Oh my God.
He's got to find a way to get the fuck out of there.
Oh, what a loser. He really wasn't thinking with his noggin, was he?
Fuck you, dude says perhaps it's his wife. That didn't look like a
not even
wife
a chance.
Situation.
No.
To me. Yeah, I don't think that looked like a wife situation. Oh man. And they're saying this might not be the first time with this guy too.
Well, this guy fucks. What are you mad about?
Yeah, he might have he might have been in this situation in the past. Thank you very much to D-Luke for $10 over on PayPal. A much needed.
Thank you.
$10. Not sugarcoating it for you. Need a W today. 255 away from today's goal. Thank you, D-Luke. Everybody's got to get in there and do what D-Luke just did. We got to knock this thing out today. We need a win. We got our ass kicked last night. Thank you for contributing to this program. Links to Venmo, PayPal, and Streamlabs are in the chat, in Rumble, and in YouTube. Everybody hit like. Keep supporting our show. We do like doing it.
Yeah.
They appear to be engaged in an intimate moment. No shit.
Really?
Obviously, it's causing a stir. Namely, it seems to be showing an officer of the law engaged in unbecoming conduct, especially if he's working a shift.
More like working a shaft.
There's a second clip that appears to show yet another Prince George's County cruiser pulled up and parked at the park too. And another young woman is seen running in and out of the vehicle. They don't know if it's the same guy. It could be the same officer, or it could just be that this park is kind of the spot that the cops know.
Right, maybe there's working girls there.
Yeah, and this is where they bring their favorite girls to. This is the second video that they have. Is that the same motherfucker?
It is. He must live there. That's like an apartment complex with a park.
This guy is just a little local cop rat.
Well, that would make sense where the ladies are coming from. They're coming out of one of the apartments.
Yeah, this guy would be great with internal affairs.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Mira, pisando está,
There she goes to her car. She had to grab like a double-sided dildo for them.
Vaya.
And now she's getting back in the cop car.
Oh my God. Wow. This is brazen. It's just that you can't even do it at night, like the cover of darkness.
Well, look,
or something.
man, you put your life on the line, and you put your life on the line for very limited salary, shall we say? And you got to find your perks elsewhere.
I guess so.
And that's one of the perks, apparently, in St. George's County. Los Federales with $2 says cop was doing a cavity search and a background check. Yeah, he's just trying to be thorough with the way he performs his job.
I don't mind it.
Hobo chili recipe. If Esposito starts playing, I'm out. Yeah.
Are you against this behavior or do you not care?
The citizen in me is against this behavior because it's not to be done. Okay. Especially if they're hookers. Like, these guys probably arrest guys for being Johns, and they arrest prostitutes. So I don't like the idea that they can go ahead and get away with it and other people aren't allowed to do it.
That's a good point.
On that point, I don't like it. On the other hand, find me a victim.
See, I'm kind of with Michael B. too. He says I'm a sociopath. I don't care. I don't know if I care about that. I think it's very funny.
There are a lot worse things that cops could be doing.
Yes.
Than fucking some strange at a park.
I think it's very funny that it's all like white cops, mixing it up.
Oh, you like the...
I think that's very funny and unusual.
So you think interracial relationships are funny to you then? So you don't take them seriously?
Well, whereas
They're
you
hilarious.
find them offensive.
Right, but at least I take them seriously. No, I honestly... People are saying, oh, he locked himself in. No, it looks like those cars open from the inside because that woman was able to get in and out. And
I'm sure they must have thought about it, beforehand and got it like a key or something.
Well, either way, the cop seems happy. The women seem like they're having a good time.
Right. She ran over there excited.
Yeti Flyer says, I prefer my cops putting knees on necks over this. Well, yeah, see, no, I don't. That's where you and I disagree. I don't want to live through that again.
No. We might not live through that again.
No, maybe not.
Whole state burns to the ground.
The Grand Poobah with a great point over on Rumble. He says this would never fly in Cobb County, Georgia.
Oh, but it might sit.
The big boss man would never allow something like this to go on. Are you kidding me? All right, guys, about 675 people, 680 people watching the show at the moment. Let's keep those numbers growing. 255 away from today's goal. Let's do it. We need a win today because we got beat yesterday for the second time in 2 weeks. Got to make sure we hit those goals and keep this program on the air. Hunter with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. $10 goes a long way, guys.
Thank you.
Towards knocking this thing out. 245. Away from hammering it out. Still a ways away. We got to make sure we get the W today so MSO can't declare another victory. There's all the links in the chat. Well, we've got some more information on what Dr. Fauci knew, and I am really hoping that none of you are surprised. I think it's too late to be surprised by anything that we find out Dr. Fauci knew.
I'd have to agree.
About COVID. Now, this is titled on Not the Bee. I love Not the Bee. I think they're a great news source. But Not the Bee titled this, So Jail, Right? And to me, that's a real boomer conservative attitude.
Kind of.
I don't know where, maybe in their generation, more people did go to jail. Maybe in their generation, things were different. I don't feel like they were. When I read history, like you look at Nixon, he never spent a day in jail.
No. I feel like when you are in a position of power, it kind of is like skewed a little quicker.
Right. The bad guys never went away when the boomers were coming up. So I don't know where boomers get this idea that they're like, oh, yeah, this is where we're going to get Fauci. It's like, nobody's getting Fauci. He's fine. He did his thing. He made his money. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. And then he got out.
Do you think they actually believe that they would get him, though? Or are they just saying, so you're going to jail for ruining our whole country, right?
I think
that's kind of like a rhetorical.
I really do think there are some people out there that think eventually this guy's going to see justice.
See, I'm not that delusional, but I do believe he should consider that possible consequence.
Well, just like there were people who thought that Hillary Clinton was actually going to go to jail if Trump got elected. Like they actually thought that was going to happen. I don't know. Boomers are weird, man. They think that the world is on the up and up. I mean, they're the ones who helped create the dirty, nasty, corrupt world we live in. and yet they still project like they think
That's true.
that it's still on the up and up. It's very odd. So an email obtained following a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit reveals that Fauci's aide briefed him on the NIH's ties to the Wuhan lab in January of 2020. So
months before it hit.
Yeah, he knew about the lab. He knew about, the funding, and he knew, well, first of all, he wrote some of the checks to the company that worked with Wuhan. So
Sure.
I don't think that January 2020 notification he got was his first knowledge that they were working together.
No, it's just the first one we're being told of so far.
But at least there's some documentation that he knew there was gain of function research going on at the lab. And by the way, after he was told about it, he did lie about it.
Yeah.
Later.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Oh, it came from a pangolin. We have no idea if it came from gain of function research. There, as far as we know, there was no gain of function research, and we would certainly never help fund a thing like that.
The poor pangolins being thrown under the bus, by the way.
Pangolins, bats,
wet markets.
Yeah, people who shop and run wet markets.
That doesn't sound healthy, though.
Well, they're all getting thrown under the bus. And they didn't do anything wrong. Apparently, it's totally fine to still eat pangolins. I mean, I wouldn't. But
I would sue for
it's-
slander if I were them.
Yeah, pangolins should get a check. A newly released email obtained by the investigative public health nonprofit U.S. Right to Know revealed that Fauci knew the extent of the Chinese coronavirus research before the pandemic broke out in the U.S. Again, and lied to us.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know anything. I'm not associated with that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. We're still trying to investigate. My favorite is when the World Health Organization, who is basically in China's pocket, the World Health Organization, when this first came out, goes, we're sending a delegation to investigate where this disease came from. And then when the report came back, they went, yeah, that lab is totally clean. It definitely came from one of the wet markets. Well, how do you know that? Well, did you investigate it yourself? No, the Chinese scientists sent us reports. They investigated themselves, and then they just sent the findings to us. And, that's good enough for us because a communist country would never cover up a tragedy like Chernobyl.
Fauci might as well have just said nuh-uh to everything.
In a January 27th, 2020 email, Fauci received talking points from an aide regarding Wuhan Institute of Virology research that was being funded by the Disease Division of the National Institutes of Health. The former chief medical advisor to the president then spoke about COVID-19 at a press conference later that evening. So he knew. He was told all the involvement, Peter Daszak, EcoHealth Group, all the research that was going on in Wuhan. Fauci was the guy who personally okayed the funding for EcoHealth Group. So there's no saying you didn't know.
The funny part is, I never think about this, because COVID has been such apparently a part of all of us for so long now, years. How many years? Yeah. 3? It didn't have to exist. It wasn't around. People weren't talking about it. It wasn't an issue or a threat.
This is what Not the Bee says. And again, they're obsessed with this. Oh, so he's going to jail, right? No, never. Rich, powerful people don't go to jail. He did what he was supposed to do to get Trump out of there. He played his role in the conspiracy. He played his role in this string of events. He was the public face of it. He's not the guy running the thing, but he was the public face of it that we were supposed to believe was in control. Even if you do put him in jail, it doesn't change anything.
No, it all still happened already.
EcoHealth Group, Peter Daszak et al., has for years been among the biggest players in coronavirus work, also in collaboration with Ralph Barrick, Ian Lipkin, and others. Fauci's chief of staff, Greg Folkers, wrote to his boss and other public health officials. Folkers then went into detail specifically regarding the research's findings with the financial backing of Fauci's agency. Approximately 10,000 bats and about 2,000 other animals were sampled from 47 sites from across the South China Sea, he wrote. This area was a prime location for discovering the closest relatives to SARS-CoV-2. Even emails uncovered this spring from Peter Daszak allowed a certain level of deniability from Fauci. In the newly uncovered emails referenced above, however, Greg Folkers copied a certain someone in this explicit conversation about the U.S.-funded gain-of-function research happening on Chinese coronaviruses. And one of those people was right there. I know you guys can't see it, but I'll put it up on the screen anyway.
But it's there.
That would be Anthony Fauci from the NIH. Look at that. There he is right in the headline, right in the two-header.
It is angering. I get that. I understand when people are like, oh, so he's going to jail for what he did to us, right? But
never.
He won't, but why even tell us at this point? Why tell us any of this?
Yeah, like what's the point of all the knowing does
is makes you more angry.
Is it it gives you a little outrage porn?
Yeah.
That's a little bit. That's really all it does.
To jerk yourself to being angry at Fauci a little more.
And some people get to go, "Oh, I was right. See, I knew it. I was right." Does it really matter that you were right though? You kind of already knew you were.
It doesn't help to be right.
Yeah.
Volkers
did not explicitly mention gain-of-function research, but he did note the novel coronaviruses did cause SARS-like disease in humanized mouse models. Volkers cited David M., which likely refers to Fauci's senior advisor, David Morans, as the source of the information. The last point is where the goalpost is about to shift as they move to cover for Fauci. First, it was the virus didn't come from China. Then it was the virus didn't come from that lab studying bat viruses in China. Then it was there was no gain of function in Wuhan. Then it was the U.S. didn't know about the gain of function research. Then it was the U.S. didn't fund that research. Then it was Fauci and other health department officials didn't know what was happening in their departments. So now what's it going to move to?
He was like directly at the meeting or something.
Yeah. When we did it, it wasn't gain of function.
Right, it wasn't called that at that point. A lot of changing descriptions and definitions.
I would have a lot more respect for Dr. Fauci if he would just come out and say, "I got you fuckers so good." Like, "Oh man, I was funding it the whole time. We didn't want it to get out, but as soon as we needed a way to get Trump out of here and crash the economy and stop the Hong Kong protests, we thought, you know what? We got these viruses that are ready to go. They won't kill too many people, but they'll be just bad enough to be scary, and we can lock down the whole country."
Just come out and tell us that you wanted to see if you could pull off something of this magnitude,
right?
If it would work.
There you go.
And it did. It totally worked.
Congratulations. You won. You can stop struggling now.
There's a little gold star in your noggin.
Yeah. Fauci and Obama moved it to Wuhan after getting caught doing this at 2 universities here, says Katie Kidney. Okay, interesting. Mad Joe says the smartest man and winner of everything, Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, he did. He won. And he's going to get to sit on a beach for the rest of his life. And it doesn't really matter what people say to insult him anymore. He got away with it.
Yeah. He doesn't really have to worry about anything in it.
He's the real villain here.
$240 away from today's goal. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants. Let's make sure we knock this thing out today after we took an ass whooping last night.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and get back in to winning ways, if you will. If you'd like to contribute to the show, there's the links in the chat. Everybody get irresponsible with your money today and help us knock out today's goal. We are, literally 699 people watching at the moment. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. Let's keep that number growing. Let's get up to 800 today and knock out that pesky money goal.
Thank you.
If you will. Hey guys, great news. You know how gas prices are a piece of shit?
Soaring.
Yeah, they're high and they don't seem to be getting any lower. Well, don't worry. The United States of America is doing a great job managing oil prices and managing and using our influence to get allies and friends to do what we need them to do so our economy gets better. I'm just kidding. Saudi Arabia and Russia agreed yesterday to extend their voluntary oil production cuts through the end of this year, trimming 1.3 million barrels of crude oil out of the global market and boosting energy prices.
Oh no.
Because at a time when energy prices are high, clearly you cut production.
Right. Don't keep producing more. What do you mean?
Don't put more out there so that people. Although, if you're the people holding all the oil and oil is expensive, why wouldn't you cut production and make more money off the units you're selling?
Right. It's probably fine for them.
Yeah, it makes sense to them. I understand why Russia and Saudi Arabia are doing it. But there was one country that like 4 years ago was exporting a shitload of oil. In fact, exporting more oil than they imported. They were, in fact, the #1 oil exporter in the world for a couple of years there. That country was, let me check my notes here. That was us. We had a big-ass pipeline built. We were excited about the whole thing. The oil was about to flow like wine, and then President China came in and shut down the whole thing.
But pipelines are bad, Aaron. Bad for the environment.
Yeah, it's much better to transport them on rail trains because, as we know, those never derail.
And then wasn't it Biden once who said we're going to make a whole railroad across the Atlantic Ocean? Didn't he say that? To like transport oil and stuff and make it just so much easier to get it here. I swear on my life he said something that stupid.
I mean, look, it's you trust the plan, you know? 1.3 million barrels of oil cut per day from Saudi Arabia and Russia. So that's going to oil prices are going to head upward. I think that means gas prices are going to head upward, and forget it. There's not even any talk of drilling. There's no talk of producing more. And do you know how quickly the United States could produce 1.3 million barrels a day and make up for this? Real quick.
Like that. And we could turn this shit around, but we won't.
But, you know, we don't want to be contributing to climate change. You wouldn't. You'd only be replacing the oil that's already going out. I mean, not that your reason isn't bullshit to begin with, but still, even if that was a real concern, you'd just be replacing what they're cutting. But nope, can't do it.
You know what I've been focusing on lately, too, about this whole climate change bullshit? Anyone alive today isn't going to be alive to see the climate change really anyways, because it takes a long time. It's a gradual process. So what do you care?
Yeah.
Fix shit.
Barrister with $2, thank you, and I don't care. I appreciate that, buddy. I know those guys get butthurt about, you know, the truths that we expose. But, you know, look, that's that whole gimmicky podcast. We do a real show over here, so we just let them die, as it were. Thank you guys very much. We do a real show, a real beggy show. 240 away from today's goal. Let's hammer it out. Thank you, Dub, for the $5 over on Rumble.
Thank you.
We appreciate that, buddy. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's get generous and let's help this show stay afloat. Guys, we have terrible news if you live in the Florida area.
Oh.
The monkeys are loose, and apparently they're horny as all fuck.
Okay, that's not a good start.
Yeah, there are horny monkeys all over the place.
Tell me it's not a herpes monkey.
In Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Well, tell me what monkey isn't the herpes monkey. Any monkey can be a herpes monkey if it fucks enough. We have to.
You're right. And they do fuck.
Yeah, we have to remember that part. Any monkey can be a herpes monkey if it fucks enough.
You're right.
Let's find out what's going on. Somebody says in the Rumble chat, Familiar Human says, you can't call them monkeys anymore, Aaron. No, literal, monkeys, literal monkeys.
The hairy things.
Are running back. I see a lot of people in the Rumble chat, I feel like, are misunderstanding what I'm saying here.
Oh, what would they think you're talking about?
Yeah, I think a lot. I don't know what the Rumble people are thinking, but it's just really literally horny monkeys.
Like the primates.
That are running around. Oh, and they breed so much, just indiscriminately.
Do.
They're just all over the place.
But then they don't stick around for their young.
Oh, they're just, all right, let's get into the story before I get fucking in trouble.
A sneaky monkey is roaming the streets of a South.
Now, see, do we have to use words like sneaky? That's not helpful.
The shifty monkey.
The shifty monkey. Yeah, all of these things are not, I don't think these are terms we need to be putting out into the ether, but continue.
A sneaky monkey is roaming the streets of a South Florida city. It appears he is on a mission to find a partner. He may have no luck, as the options, at least for his species, are very limited.
What do you... You're saying at least for his... What are you saying? That this monkey totally plans on fucking another species? That, like...
Well...
Should like, dogs be worried? Should cats be nervous? Like,
it's just a little...
He's a horny little fucker. He might just,
He's just mixing it up.
What if he sees a ferret one day and he just goes, close enough.
Interspecial breeding.
Yeah, we don't need this shit. We've had enough science experiments in the last 3 years.
They do cause problems on occasion.
They do. They just get in there and start gumming up the works.
Well, now there is a pursuit to get that primate back where he belongs. A South Florida monkey.
See, you know why he's running? He's trying to fuck.
He's got some really long strides, don't you think?
Yeah, well, he's running to get pussy. He's in a hurry.
He appears to be looking for love. Ninja Joe, a vervet.
Stop it. Why are you?
Why?
Why are they so on the nose with
Why
this
are
shit?
you guys? Why do you keep trying to pretend that you're the good guys and that you're the nice, noble, decent ones, and we're all scumbags? And you run it that fucking close to the line. You know what you're doing. What does he have? Throwing stars in his pocket somewhere? Does he practice karate? No.
Just slinging that dick.
Well, yeah. Why did you call him Ninja Joe?
Because it's sneaky.
Oh, he's dark and sneaky.
It's in and out, and you don't even know it.
Okay.
Monkey seen across neighborhoods in the Fort Lauderdale area in recent days. But every time Dr. Missy Williams, founder of the Dania Beach Vervet Project, heads to a recent sighting, Joe is nowhere to be found. Now, Williams...
So as soon as people are there to catch him, he runs away.
He's good at it,
Yeah.
It does...
He's good at evading capture.
Does it surprise anyone how they move and stuff? Like their legs just look longer than you'd think, and they're like quick.
Well, you see, the reason the monkeys run so well is because back in the days, they would take the big monkey and they would breed them with the big monkey woman. And then they would get this leg bone that would go up into the butt. And that's where they would...
isn't monkeying around.
He left his needle group and he's out currently searching for love in Fort Lauderdale, not knowing that there are limited choices out there.
Fuck that. Go to the beach. I'm sure you'll find somebody drunk enough to fuck the monkey.
Well, and ma'am, I don't think monkeys look for love. I think they're more in it for just the pump and dump.
Yeah, they're really more... Yeah,
typically.
You're not going to see them... Like, the monkey's not going to make a reservation at an Italian restaurant or anything. He's trying to fuck.
So we're rooting for him. I would argue that most people in the dating pool in South Florida would agree, regardless of what species, the dating pool is limited.
She's been fielding tips.
See, it's funny. By the way, I'm sure if somebody's kid approached that monkey and tried to play with it, that monkey would carve its face off.
Why is this monkey in blackface?
It's a racist monkey.
Really racist.
A racist macaque.
It looks soft.
All week in hopes of finding the primate. At around 5 years old, male vervet monkeys become sexually mature, wanting to answer the call of the wild.
No, that seems about... Never mind.
Can we stop talking about them like this?
Having is classic male behavior. So when adult vervets reach about the age of 5, sexual maturity kicks in. And at that point, these males will leave their social groups and
Well, then there you go. At least the Jordana fans just have to switch to monkeys and they'll be okay.
That does make sense.
Yeah, if that guy would have just been fucking monkeys at 5 years old and left those poor kids alone, then Elisa Jordana, well, she'd probably still defend the guy, but just, on a different...
He just has a disease, you guys.
Yeah, it's just a disease.
Incurable disease.
Out looking to find love, so to speak.
Williams explaining...
Oh my God, chimp farm?
You can't call things the chimp farm.
Where is this? Can we visit?
Call shit the chimp farm and then put that big fucking thing out there? What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't understand. Who thought this was okay?
I'm going to the chimp farm.
Vervet monkeys native to Africa came to be in Florida.
It's a great Florida story. The Dania Beach chimpanzee farm was opened in the late 40s by Layla Roosevelt and her partner, Armand Dennis. They were importing primates in from Africa to be sold in the biomedical...
You're boring the shit out of me. Can we go back to the news ladies who were being quasi-racist? That was kind of funny.
Those were people. We don't call them that anymore.
I don't really... This lady just seems a little too obsessed with her work. Maybe she should go out with the monkey.
I would actually agree. Why does this woman know so much about monkeys?
I know it's your job, ma'am, but you're just a little too,
Yeah, but
fucking blink, you know?
know what we say about teachers and why are you so obsessed with spending so much time with children? Why does this lady want to spend so much time talking about chimps?
She misses him.
I don't
trade. However, a group of crafty vervet monkeys escaped in 1947, 1948, and they never caught them. It was a group of about 12 to 15.
In 2016, Williams established the Dania Beach Vervet Project, a nonprofit whose purpose is merging animal welfare and conservation, promoting awareness and encouraging peaceful coexistence of human-wildlife interactions.
Yeah, you know what? I've seen this movie, and it ends with the Statue of Liberty getting nuked. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And isn't this how we got the herpes monkeys?
So you got herpes monkeys in Florida, all kinds of problems.
No, I think that's the same farm that those monkeys escaped from.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Are these the dive-bombing monkeys?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
For free-ranging vervet monkeys in Dania Beach. Williams says the monkey's origin story in Florida makes some feel proud they're here.
It's a very cool...
And others want them to go back to the country they came from. Oh, guys. Take this Ninja Joe and get him the fuck out of here, some people say. It's okay, a little on the guys, a little close.
He's causing problems.
Little close.
Story, a very, very cool story. It's a Florida story. The locals love the monkeys, and the Dania Beach community is actually proud to say, hey, guess what? We have wild monkeys right here in our city.
This stupid bitch.
You certainly do.
Oh, I'm sure you are excited about that.
Well, William said if you see Ninja Joe, don't chase him. Send a message to Dania Beach Vervet Project on Facebook or its website with the location.
Right, because that woman that we just saw, she's a monkey whisperer, and she can communicate with them and kind of speak their language and, get them back on the straight and narrow.
I, too, have always been told not to chase anything named like a Ninja Joe or anything.
Don't chase Ninja Joe. He gets real bucky. Well, what are you going to do?
I've been told, it can be him and his family members, will say, have been very
poor Ninja
aggressive
Joe.
sometimes.
This is what I hate, though. Poor Ninja Joe, he's just out there trying to get some pussy, and now everybody's profiling him. And everybody's just, bothering him and looking for him and chasing him down and shit like that. Just leave Ninja Joe alone.
Yeah, he's busy. I'm sure he's got a lot of kids to take care of.
Let the poor guy live his life, And in the meantime, everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe, everybody throw a couple of bucks into the pool there and get this 240 knocked the fuck down so we don't end up with another big L on our shoulders like we did last night. Of course, last night, lost by 115, so that was a bad one. Can't let that happen too often. Thank you very much to Mr. Approachable. King Kong Dong says, I only got $1 till Friday, but is the Chimp Farm a black female strip club? No, it's not. See, that's what I was worried about.
You know what I am starting to wonder? I wonder if everyone blew their wad over the holiday weekend and it will be till payday.
Maybe, or our show just...
Or we suck.
Yeah, or our show's dying.
We're terrible.
It happens.
We're going away.
Jay Hasty says, I learned yesterday April walked into a Sam's Club with 2 Ninja Joes. No, it was a Costco. Was it a Costco or
Sam's Club?
Sam's Club, yeah, with 2 Ninja Joes. Johnny says, 2 Ninja Joes stole my truck. Death Proof says he found Ninja Joe jumping on top of a car twerking. That's Ninja Joe. Get down from there. That's not yours, buddy.
I heard there was a Ninja
a Ninja Doe.
Ninja Joe that would make her... backup dancers eat bananas out of twats once.
Thank
you
on
the nose.
Thank you to Affordable Sign Guy for becoming a member for a 13th month. Boys and girls, there's the links in both the YouTube and Rumble chats. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Click on it. Put a few bucks in there. If all of you jump in, it's not going to take much. We can do this thing. Yeah. Let's get Steel Toe a nice big fat W today.
Tiny bits here and there.
To go with our loss last night. Hey, I got good news for us. So we talked about the oil prices. We talked about, how bad that whole deal was going. What Fauci knew about COVID and all that. I've got some good news.
Okay.
According to new research, China will never overtake the United States economy.
Oh, well, see, now that does wipe out all of my concerns.
There you go. Don't worry, guys.
For the day.
If our economy gets really, really shitty, apparently that means that China's economy will get really, really shitty. So don't worry, guys. As long your life will continue getting, the standard of living will go down, down, down. But don't worry, they won't go above you, which, quite frankly, nobody should really give a shit about anyway. Like, that doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, it works for, like, puffing your chest out and, maybe if you're the president or politicians, you can throw your weight around a little bit. But ultimately, China being poorer or richer than us doesn't really affect the day-to-day life of an average American.
It shouldn't.
No.
I don't want to... It's like living your life by how somebody else lives their life in their house. It doesn't make sense.
It's like, it's a game of golf. You're competing against yourself in the game of golf. Like, who gives a shit if I'd rather be number 2 to China and our economy is awesome and everyone has money and everyone has jobs than, hey, we're number 1, we're the biggest economy in the world, but everyone's poor and shit sucks. The whole being number 1 or number 2 thing, like I said, great if you're a politician, but if you're a regular rank and file everyday person, that's all just jacking yourself off.
So you personally don't care about being king of the ashes or not?
I really don't. So when people go like, oh, hey, guess what? Great news. China will never overtake the United States as the biggest economy. I'm like, okay, great. Will gas ever go back down under $3?
Yeah, and in the words of Justin Bieber, never say never.
Of course. And, whenever I think of economics and international politics, I think, what would Justin Bieber say about this? And then a calm comes over me.
It does. It's like a washing, nice comfort wave.
An economic forecast published Tuesday indicated that the second largest economy will not escape its current slump, but will rather see its growth continue to slow to 3.5% in 2030 and to around 1% by 2050, at which time the U.S. is projected to have 1.5% growth. Okay, but do you see why that sucks? Because you're sitting there going, hey, China's only going to grow by 1% by 2050. That's not very good. It's like, oh, okay, so they're not going to be a bigger economy than ours? No, not at all. In fact, we're going to be growing at 1.5%. It's like, yeah, but isn't that shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's shit.
Absolutely shit. But it's not as shit as those guys.
I feel kind of desperate when I hear people talk like this.
Right.
I don't know what I'm desperate for.
You know you're not in a good spot when you're starting to look at how shit someone else is to make yourself feel better about being shit.
Oh, God, we're a real pile of shit, but have you seen how shitty they are?
Yeah. Guys,
You're
look.
grading on a curve.
I understand that our economy's in the shitter and nobody has any money right now, but hey, those guys really don't have any money. I'm like, that doesn't help me eat food.
I literally can't feed my family. But have you seen how less they can feed their families?
Yeah, look at how shit those retards are. It's not, sorry, man. Ugh. It's not doing anything for me right now. But don't worry, guys. China is not going to overtake us as the biggest economy. I would just like us to overtake ourselves as a not shitty economy.
But how do you know that? Because someday China's economy might be ours too. I don't know.
Like, is this taking into account when China takes over Taiwan?
A serious question.
And they have all the semiconductors? You know, the things that Frank Costello was selling to the Chinese in Departed.
None of this shit makes me feel better.
Bloomberg Economics now forecasts that China's gross domestic product will not exceed America's until the 2040s. And even then, it will happen only by a small margin before falling back behind. Okay, but what if we do shit different and we grow more? What if China does what a lot of communist countries do and just completely out and out collapse? There's that possibility that nobody's thought of.
How do you possibly predict this, by the way? Because there's too many what ifs in the way.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's a lot of really smart guys who can project this stuff.
You could get close.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't really know if you can say for sure.
No, I don't think you can say much of anything for sure.
No, but hey, I mean, I don't.
Because
China overtaking us or us overtaking China, I don't care. I just want shit here to be good.
I mean, think about how great things were for us here 4 years ago.
Yeah. Things were going very well.
And you would have never guessed that we'd be in the complete shitter right now.
Right. Yeah, 4 years ago, you look at it, you're like, I don't give a shit what China's doing. Gas is at $2 a gallon. The market's going great.
Things were great. Yeah. It was so nice, and I feel like it was just taken for granted at that point, and then it all went to hell, and now I don't see a way back right now.
Yeah, but he might have, they might have said bad things.
Oh, yeah, just big bad man and his obnoxious tweets, right?
Fuck you, Joe Boo says, okay, Aaron hasn't heard of BRICS yet. Might want to do some looking around. I don't know what that is. Feel free to send me a link. Thank you, buddy. Matt Melt with $4.99. Thank Christ. Let's get this goal knocked down. We are still a ways away. Help us out with some money, if you will, and let's knock out that goal. That is the number that keeps Steel Toe alive every day. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, hey, I know my kids' grades suck, but have you seen Ninja Joe's grade? It's perfect.
It is nice that Ninja Joe is there for his children, though.
Right. That's exactly our attitude towards China is hey, we suck ass, but have you guys seen Zimbabwe? I mean, right. Yeah, I don't want to live anything close to Zimbabwe. Thank you. In fact, the minute we start comparing ourselves to Zimbabwe, I'm already worried.
At least we cook with olive and canola oil here and not gutter oil.
Hey, congratulations. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, see, Ninja Joe has the 3 dimples in his primate skull. Now, these 3 dimples caused him to not have impulse control, like some of his other fine children friends. It was an actual monkey this time, Hobo, so there is that. Thank you.
Even the monkey had blackface on. I don't understand.
Blackface.
Shouldn't we cancel him for that?
We should cancel that monkey as soon as we can catch him. They are very slippery and they run very fast. Thank you very much. 235 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Keep rallying. Keep throwing money into the old steel toe pot so we don't post an L like last night. I'm now very nervous of posting L's because I know a lot of people are watching to see us fail and go down and lose and all that.
Well,
and I don't like giving those people a lot of wins, so let's make sure we knock that out.
And don't you guys want us to stay around to help you get through your work days and stuff?
Absolutely. That's us negging and begging, if you will. 235 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Let's go and let's knock that number out today. What do you say, guys, huh? Let's everybody get in on it. Still a ways to go before we shake off the bug that was last night. Okay, let's go to Casper, Wyoming, where you really didn't expect homelessness to be much of an issue. You know, I think of a place like Casper, Wyoming. I think of it being a place like St. Cloud, where as soon as one of those encampments pops up, they get it the fuck out of there. Yeah, they know it could be a problem, so they get it out of there. Well, in Casper, they tried doing that thing where they take an old, decrepit, shitty hotel and they say, well, I mean, these homeless people can't fuck it up any worse.
Like the Knights Inn on Highway 10.
Yeah, like, give it to the homeless people. It's already a bag of shit. Why not? Well, they gave it to them in Wyoming. They gave them an Econo Lodge. And in fairness, it is hard to fuck up an Econo Lodge. But fuck it up they did. Wait till you hear about this. A growing homeless population has the city of Casper, Wyoming taking notice, with what Mayor Bruce Nell estimates to be a population of around 200 people now roaming the city's streets and parks, causing a situation he describes as, quote, a mess.
Oh my God.
The Casper City Council is considering tightening its urban camping and squatting rules to make it less inviting for homeless people to take up shelter in the city, at least until the city can provide more mental health and substance abuse services for this population. How about we just make a law where you can just fucking put them away somewhere?
Right. Or like start posting signs on their encampments and stuff saying, hey, be out by this date or be fumigated. I don't know. The shit's gone.
We know very well we cannot litigate our way or arrest our way out of the problem, but our police need some teeth to start dealing with the squatting. They're just causing so many problems. One of the most glaring examples is destruction, Nell said. Homeless people have done to the local Econo Lodge motel, which is vacant and had been previously foreclosed due to flooding. Now, so this wasn't like the city putting the homeless people in the motel.
Right.
The homeless people just took over the motel, started kicking indoors.
As you do.
Yeah, just kicking indoors and staying there.
Well, people don't want to stick around for that smell.
Right.
So
what the homeless people squatting there did to the property would cost millions to fix and is much worse than any damage caused by water.
Ooh.
The mayor said they destroyed everything. It's horrible. The city had to condemn the property, and the bank that owns the motel was forced to board it up to keep squatters out.
I have an idea. If the building's that destroyed, just burn it to the ground.
You might have to, just to stop the spread of disease.
And roaches. And
at that point, yeah,
bed
exactly.
Bugs, fleas.
Michael B. says, try and kill them with black mold, chain them in. Look, I mean, we've just become a little too soft when it comes to the homelessness problem.
Yes.
We've stopped even considering that we can arrest and lock up our way out of this. We've just gone right to, well, how do we provide them with services, and how do we provide them with this and that? It's like, well, that's not your job. You don't have to.
Nope.
Just get them the fuck out so the people can live a better life and that literal property isn't destroyed.
You don't have to go to a home, but you can't stay here. How's that?
Right. Yeah.
I don't care. Go hide in the woods or something by yourself.
Not the Father BG with $5 says, AI, remember to make a show Cash App. Oh, sending here because of free Google points. Ancient Asian proverbs say, you very funny, she very hottie and funny. Oh, thank you. That is very Asian.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
I like that guy.
And Scarface, of course, with $5 over on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. He says, yes, gas. I meant fumigate the homeless. Says,
well, that's kind of what I meant.
Scarface. There you go. All right, guys, 225 away. We are getting there. We are getting closer and closer to bouncing back from yesterday's L.
Guys.
And I hope we make it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Thank you, both of you, boys, for the super chats there. Mike's Tool and Nail says, here is my weekly payment. No guilt for daddy the rest of the week.
There you go.
Hey, thanks, Mike Tool and Nail. I like that. I like when people are watching this show guilt-free. Good news. That means we're at 205.
Very good.
Closer and closer. Let's keep it going. We're almost there. 205 away from knocking it out today.
I do think it probably has something to be doing, like coming off the holiday weekend. So
sure.
just itty bitties until payday, guys.
I understand, guys. I get it. I'm very conscious of the sensitivity of the issue.
Yes.
I also don't want to see MSO notch any more wins this week. So the city had to condemn the property. These are some of the pictures of the Econo Lodge. Now, remember, this is an Econo Lodge.
It's already bad.
It's already a piece of shit. So your threshold, your standard for what I'm about to show you should be low to begin with.
I'll give you this little tidbit quick about an Econo Lodge. I have to go somewhere this weekend for an event on Saturday, and I looked in that town to see if there was any lodging options.
Yeah.
There is an Econo Lodge, and it was like $40 for like a room.
Yeah, but you have to die.
But I have to die first, and I might not make it to my thing I have to go to.
I mean, what's the point of a $40 room if you just get killed? That's the thing about those hillbilly weddings. The days in is the nice one.
You might as well sleep outside. Yeah, my brother's getting married this weekend, and I don't know that everyone's going to make the fucking trek. It's a fucking trek, okay? And so I'm like either torn between, okay, go to this wedding, drive all the way home so I can see my family again, or crash in a piece of shit. You know what sounds better than that? Sleeping in my truck overnight.
Yeah. Hey, fuck it. You can't. You're not putting 3 kids in the car and driving 3 hours each way.
That's my problem, and I feel terrible. They're just coming off their first week of school. They're going to be exhausted.
No.
It's all bad.
And then you're right. Those towns, all they have is the Econo Lodges
nothing.
and the shithole inn and the Don't Die motel.
I looked last night. You have to go to like a nearby town. Like you have to try to go over like near Mille Lacs or something to get to something relatively meh.
Yeah. All right, let's check out this Econo Lodge that the homeless took over in Casper, Wyoming, and see what they did with it. Let's take oh boy.
Somehow not as bad as I thought.
But I look at this stuff, and I just have to call bullshit on people who act like homelessness is not a choice, or that it's not a sum of your actions, that it's not your responsibility. Everyone acts like, the term experiencing homelessness, I hate it so much because it's so not what's happening. What's happening here is a person is dealing with the amalgamation of the choices they've made in life, and it's led them to this. You can't live like this and be productive.
No. But however, I will say not enough piles of shit on the floor for
look, there's no guarantee that some of that isn't actual shit.
That's what I'm saying. Not enough poop.
Yeah, this could be a Delta Airlines flight to Barcelona for all we know. But yeah, I just get really upset when I hear people talk about mostly I get upset because I know the problem's not going to get fixed if you don't diagnose it properly. Like if a doctor misdiagnoses a cancer, the treatment you use for that cancer isn't going to work. So and I do compare homelessness to cancer, and if you don't diagnose it properly, you can't fix it. And if you sit there and go, oh, they're experiencing it like it's something that's passively happening to them, whatever fix you come up with is not going to work because you're treating them like victims. They're not victims. These people have chose to live a certain way. Like, you take a look at this person. They're a mess. They're disgusting. They're gross. That is not how a successful person lives their life.
Nope. Great example. If I feel like one of my days is falling apart, everything's going wrong, do you know what I do? I clean the house because it makes me feel like I have order to something.
I was going to say masturbate, but
well, I have you for when I need those.
Thank you. I
urges.
Appreciate that. That's really what I've
satisfied.
That's really what I've been made. I've been made a sex toy.
You are though, and you're the best.
Really,
but you
I
clean. You put order to your life in whatever way you can, and sometimes that starts with having your living space organized.
Jordan Peterson would fuck this guy up.
Yes, but I
gotta clean your room, bucko. If you're gonna be a smelly, germ, bug-ridden mess, you gotta make sure you got a tidy room.
If you walk into a friend's house of yours, let's say, and it looks like this, what do you assume about?
You're worried
person?
about them.
You're concerned.
Yeah.
Okay.
So experiencing homelessness and, what do we do to help these people? They're not looking for help. They're looking to be a bum.
Right.
They want to be a bum. That's what they have in them. A lot of people have greatness in them. A lot of people have mediocrity in them. Some people have a bum in them. And those are the unfortunate people who got caught, walking at night. But yeah, if you make a hotel look like this, it doesn't matter how much money the city pumps into your pocket. It doesn't matter how many programs the city gets for you. You're going to be this person.
What is this epic painting, by the way, with like a nuke bomb going off a mushroom cloud?
That looks like something that would be in an Econo Lodge.
I want that.
So there's
There's
the motel. That's what they've had to do. They've had to board it up.
It looks like a Burger King fucked a school.
Many homeless people also loiter in downtown Casper. He said city staff have picked up around 500 pounds of human feces from around the downtown area. Okay.
I'm disgusted.
Why can't we be throwing them in jail for this? They keep saying, oh, you can't lock them in jail. Why not? They're shitting on the street.
That is a prized hog at a fair, like a large one.
Yeah. We're gonna pass a new law here in Wyoming. Anyone who gets caught shitting in the street, it's a mandatory 20 years in prison.
I agree. This 500 pounds also isn't accounting for all the shit that's been washed into the sewers. This is just the stuff they picked up.
Or they're just counting the people themselves.
Oh, well then that's like 3 people, bro.
Yes, exactly.
That's it.
Steel Toe fan number 1 on Rumble says, if Aaron was a sex doll, they would call him the Commodore. Thank you. Hawkeye says, they're enriching the soil, you bigots.
Well,
I don't know how much soil is in the concrete, but okay.
We did research this either last night or this morning. Like human waste like that actually has a lot of bad stuff in it. It might do the opposite for the plants.
Yeah, we got a lot of nitrates and mercury and
stuff,
shit in our... Just tells you how bad our diet is.
Aaron has actual like Freddie Mercury in his shit.
Yeah, I have Freddie Mercury is actually in my shit. You have no idea. Yeah, and so like Kyle says in the chat, imagine the fentanyl content of that shit. Literally of that shit.
Literally, you touch it and you might overdose.
Yeah, you got to have Narcan if you're going to pick up the homeless people's shit. Others occupy local parks and bike paths, while some are less visible and sleep in their cars. Yeah, okay, so here's the remedy for all this. I've diagnosed the problem, which is fucking bums. You know, not addiction, not this, not that. The problem is bums. Here's the solution for the bums. Take the shitty bum things that bums do and make it punishable by years in prison, and you can just lock these people up.
Bums poop.
Bums poop in the street. Make pooping in the street a 2-year offense. You can buy yourself a little time. Doing fentanyl out in the open. 5-year minimum. There you go. We got them off the streets. By the way, speaking of drugs in public, so I saw this on the news this morning when I woke up. Minnesota legalized weed recently, but it was just at the state level.
Yeah.
So now individual cities and counties can make their own rules. And apparently in St. Paul, they're basically making laws, and Johnny talked about this yesterday. They're basically making laws now that pretty much criminalizes it again.
Really?
Because they're going, if you consume it in public, you can be arrested and fined. Or arrested and charged.
Can we just pick a lane?
I'll tell you this. I would much rather live in a city that doesn't allow it to be consumed in public than
I agree.
does.
I think it should be. It's kind of like being out drinking in public. It can be fun for a little bit, but if you get to doing it too much, you turn into a shit show.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you're going to use weed as a social drug, whatever, which I think it should be, do it at home. Do it at your parties at your house or your bonfires.
Yeah.
Don't be doing it in front of everybody.
So I like the rules that that St. Paul is making.
Maybe give you a citation or something though, but like I don't think it needs to be like made illegal. You can hardly buy it anywhere, by the way, still.
Kyle says, did you know the United States is testing their Minuteman missile system? So that's great. Hey, that's awesome. You know, at least Raytheon can make some money.
God bless.
Well, that is just so good. Hey, has anybody checked on Ukraine lately? Do they need another couple of bucks? Because
$200 billion?
Yeah, because I feel like we're accumulating way too much money here in the United States, and we should just let some of that out to our friends in Ukraine.
Can we locate yet the amount, like the total dollar amount we've given to Ukraine? Because I remember somebody out there said it's really hard to find a total.
Yeah, it's around 200 billion, I think.
Well, I think it's more than that.
But at any rate, I think now all political debates should be settled with not until we clean up the 500 pounds of human shit in Casper, Wyoming. We'll start there. Hey, do you think we should give $9 billion to Israel today? I don't know. Can we go check your room and see if you've cleaned up that 500 pounds of human shit in Casper? Well, we haven't. Then no.
Could we have like maybe hung on to those $300 billion and repaired Maui after we intentionally set it on fire and murdered
hundreds
of people?
We took care of Maui. They're good now. We gave them $700 for their lost houses, and we let Oprah buy some property.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
They got some land. Don't worry. It's gonna look so much better. It's probably going to be a theme park.
Do we have a death toll yet? Because it's a big one.
Yeah, we have an official death toll.
Yes?
Shitloads of people.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
All murders, by the way.
SC Motorsports with a great point. Ukraine, better beggars than Aaron. You know, that's a great point. Ukraine begs for money way better than Steel Toe does.
Maybe Zelensky's t-shirts are better than yours.
Oh, maybe I should be talking to Zelensky about how to beg.
You should be wearing some like army green shirts.
That's what I've got to be doing. Well, I tell you what, guys, we're $205 away from today's goal. We're closing in on it. Let's push the last little bit of the way in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. We've got, we got over 600 people watching the show at the moment. So go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe. We'd appreciate it. Rostog's Broken Spirit says David Chandler could be Aaron's Biden. I would love that. That would be lovely.
Oh, in that way, okay.
Yes. Hulkamasha Baby says, I love when April makes legally actionable statements. What did
I
you
didn't
do?
say who did it.
What did you do?
You can't charge me with anything if I didn't say who did it.
You hear that, guys? She's saying she's completely innocent.
I just, maybe they were murdered by climate change.
Yeah, who knows? Boys and girls, why don't we throw in a couple of bucks and knock out the rest of that goal? And while we do, let me tell you about Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our friends at Stoney's Bar in Rockville have a great selection of your favorite beer, wines, and liquors. They also have one of the best Bloody Marys in the area. That's at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, you have your problems, they'll fix them for you. They'll come out, pick you up out of the ditch no matter where you are, and they'll do it in no time. They are very quick. Trucks and wreckers for heavy-duty equipment all the way down to little motorcycles. They've got you at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory want to help you with either that first firearm or if you're adding to your collection. Nobody better or more knowledgeable than Midland Armory. Take a look at that selection online at midlandarmory.com. And from midlandarmory.com, you can contact Derek and Tracy and get all your questions answered, find what you need, get it delivered right to your door. And if you use the promo code SteelToe, you get yourself a nice discount. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And before we go to our 8 o'clock stories here, let's talk about our pals at Crescent Mount Coffee. Of course, if you haven't picked up April's Magic Bean or your Steel Toe coffee yet in whole bean or ground coffee, today is the day. Free shipping, and it helps support this program. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Check it out. And, of course, pick up your favorite bag of Steel Toe coffee. Both of them are delicious. They're really, really good. There's the link in the chat, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Again, that's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for your Steel Toe coffee. Hook it up today and get that. It gets sent out to you pretty quick. It's like 3-4 days. It gets there. And you don't pay extra for shipping. 205 away from today's goal. Everybody throw in. Everybody chip in money. We got our ass kicked last night. I don't want to see it happen again. Need your money to stay on the air. We are a listener-supported show. So let's see if we can all band together and become a member, throw in a couple of PayPals, throw in a couple of Venmos, and knock that out today. If we get that number down to 0, we give you a half hour of overtime. If not, we wrap up at 10 o'clock Central. Let's talk about this Florida quote-unquote white supremacist rally that happened. You know, last night's show was titled Everyone's a Fed. And to be honest with you, I'm starting to think it's not a hyperbolic statement. I'm starting to think that the everyone's a Fed thing might be. I'm just going with every time I see a protest or every time I see some sort of, gathering of people for a cause or whatever, my first thought is now Fed. I can't escape it at this point. There's just so many people who, they go to these things and they look so out of place and like, oh, no, I'm down for the cause. Or like 50 Patriot League guys, and they get arrested. And while they're being arrested, they're all in balaclavas facing the camera. You know, the police never take their masks off to show who they are. Then you have that Justice for J6 rally where a bunch of people showed up. Nobody showed up other than a few handful of feds and some media people.
They've all got the same haircut.
Yeah, they've all got the same haircut. They're all dressed like they're going to a Jimmy Buffett concert. Like, yeah, this is how MAGA activists dress. And then the cops go and arrest a protester. Mm. And the guy's like, oh, are you on the job? The guy's like, I'm working. Like, he's trying to be really quiet. The guy's like, oh, so like you're undercover? Oh no, I'm just here, just working. Just like he's trying to like shut the fuck up and don't yell out that I'm a goddamn plant right in the middle of the fucking rally, you dipshit.
It's like that cop is like, his body camera's on.
Yeah.
Stop it.
And so then the guy shows him his his identification and everything, and they just escort him out of the thing nicely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because basically the undercover guy is going, okay, now you have to arrest me, all right? We've been sitting here talking. Like, you can't just let me go now. Kay Fallon says, by the way, the homeless camp is still in St. Cloud. They just moved to the Lincoln Center's parking lot. The Lincoln Center is not currently operating. It is closed.
Well, how about we open that bitch back up so I don't have to look at them?
Yeah, could you open the doors so they can keep the 500 pounds of shit inside a building rather than out on the street?
It would be nice.
That would be good.
Or how about we all just get mental helper jobs?
Oh, yeah. We all just become mental health helpers. There you go. I'm going to start once this steel toe thing fails here pretty soon.
Okay.
I'm going to start the mental health helpers group.
Dude.
I got to find another grift here after this one fails.
You potentially could be the guy to teach people like that, though, because you're not going to be soft on anyone. You don't have that bone in your body, so you're just going to tell them like it is.
until the news releases its first report of the bullying and the harassing and the meanness and the terrible. And have you heard what this guy has said about women in the past? It's awful. Basically, what I'm saying, guys, is we got to knock out that 205 today because I don't think I can do anything else now that I think about it.
Can't do it.
So in Florida this weekend, they had a quote-unquote white supremacist rally, and the guy they had as like their main man, like the guy who was like the face of the whole thing, could not have been more fed. Could not have been more try-hard, because the guy they used is like the holy shit, look at the Nazis that are gathering in Florida. Mm-hmm. He doesn't exist unless it's like in a video game where you're creating a crazy character.
You've never seen it before.
Multiple groups of professed neo-Nazis were spotted marching through parks in the Orlando area Saturday, with one group even ending up at the gates of Walt Disney World. We'll see now. Look, it was the Goyim Defense League again. Remember the Goyim Defense League was outside Disney that one day, and there were like 4 of them, mm-hmm. and they had a freshly, like the Nazi flag they had still had the
creases,
had the creases in it from where it was folded, and they found out that the Goyim Defense League had started like a month ago or 2 months ago, before the event.
It's just
they're just lazy with their shit.
I agree. Can we put some effort in?
If you're gonna trick me, work at it.
Can you at least steam those flags first?
Yeah. Social media videos showed the groups known as Blood Tribe and the Goyim Defense League taking to the streets in Cranes Roost Park in Altamont Spring. You know, it also might help people not think that you're all feds if you wouldn't pick a name that seemed like it was straight out of an action movie.
Yes.
The marchers, caught on video by State Representative Anna V. Escamani. Oh, imagine that. There just happened to be a state representative there who was able to film the whole thing. Well, thank God for her.
Yeah, this happens all the time.
They were raising the Nazi salute and chanting, "We are everywhere." Right. And I'm sure when they did it, they made sure that they were in full view of the camera when it happened.
This looks like a plant.
I don't know if I can show this. I don't know if you can show swastikas and shit.
But it looks like you guys would all imagine.
It came just 3 days after racist mass shooter Ryan Palmeter killed 3 black people at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville. Palmeter walked into the store on Saturday armed with 2 firearms, including an AR-15 styled rifle adorned with swastikas. According to flyers, the 2 groups worked together to organize a March of the Red Shirts rally. Ugh. Oh, guys, wouldn't you know it? Take a look at this. They're all wearing masks. Well, it must be because COVID's going on.
I think so.
That's got to be what it is.
Because usually don't Nazis like to see their faces out there in the nice pearly whites?
I mean, it's just too much. Now, do they have the pierced-faced guy with the swastika chain? Yeah, swastika chain guy was hilarious. So there was this guy with tattoos all over the place, and he had a big blinged-out swastika medallion. You know, as Nazis do.
Something we'd like to own here.
Nazis are very much known for their bling.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I've seen them do it all the time.
Yeah, one thing you always hear about Nazis when they go marching is, yo, tuck your chain.
Dude, Hitler, I heard, always was dripping in ice.
Oh, he was always
iced out.
Yeah, they always said Hitler drip gold woo on a bitch is what they used to say.
Oh, my God.
It's a song.
Well, I would like to hear some more of that.
I guess
song.
it's Hitler drip gold Juden on a bitch. If it were him, it'd be different.
But his gold is actually in the form of teeth.
Yes, he made his from teeth. The Anti-Defamation League's Center on Extremism issued a statement Friday warning that the gatherings were coming at some point in September. Well, of course, they were tipped off by the federal agents that work for them. They said that they expect the group will likely hold several demonstrations in high-visibility locations. Just really interesting that you know that. Such as a sporting or entertainment venue, highway overpass, government building, or in front of an LGBTQ plus venue or Jewish institution in order to attract as much public and media attention as possible.
And then, unironically, they all show up in those very places.
Right, and just exactly the same day, just perfect, laid out, remarkably organized.
All of them wearing the same mask. So you just, they all shopped in the same place. They don't want their faces out there because,
Same khakis, same shirt, same balaclava, same everything. I mean, boy, I tell you what, these bottom-feeding racist Nazi bastards sure do dress nice and make sure that they're color coordinated.
I'm glad for their
For people who don't like homosexuals, they sure are gaying it up out here.
A tiny bit.
Yeah. All the gaudy jewelry.
All the shorts they wear, those like zip off cargo pant shorts.
Coltrane with $5 says, imagine Aaron selling cars. You're Asian or a woman, you can't be driving. You can't do anything but this.
That would be funny. You just don't sell to women.
Yeah, man, I don't want to sell cars, so I want to make sure that our goals are hitting.
Me too.
And Steel Toe isn't dead forever and ever. It does put us right at 200.
Nice.
Away from today's goal. So let's do this thing. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes to do it. $200 away. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble. Anything you can do sure would help for us to knock out that 200 that is left. So, yeah, do I think there could be white supremacist rallies out there? Yes, absolutely.
It'll attract a few.
My only problem is there's been so many instances of federal agents doing this that it's hard to believe it when it's actually real.
Yes, absolutely. It's laughable at this point. I feel like even the real white supremacists out there are like, you guys are a little gay for my taste.
Yeah, you'd think the real white supremacists would go, that's not how you march. This is how you march.
Right.
And then they get out there in their cargo shorts and their ripped T-shirts, and they're like, this is what real Nazis look like. And you're like, well, no debating you there.
Put some snap on it.
Yes. That's not how you throw it up. You throw it up like this. And fold that flag properly. Now, conservative media personality Kyle Becker, however, suggested that they were not necessarily serious and just trying to defame Republicans. Here we go with the false flag nonsense again. These are DeSantis supporters flying neo-Nazi flags outside Disney World. Your life has got to be a sad one to do right-wing cosplay because your ideas suck. It's just so pathetic.
I like that being known as right-wing is now equates to Nazism.
Yeah.
Like you're just a white supremacist if you're a Republican.
Check this out. Here's the guy with his Nazi chain. There's Nazi chain guy.
Doesn't it kind of make you want one?
No, April, not at all. I don't want a Nazi chain, and don't you dare get one for me. Thank you very much. Oh, no,
here
he is. This is Nazi chain guy.
I would be on so many lists if I ordered one of those.
There's Nazi chain guy hanging out with all his Fed buddies, and he's...
Look at the guy behind him.
Well, that's all...
Oh, my God.
That's all the guys who... Now, look, the guy with all the face tattoos, that might be a true believer.
Right. Like I said, you'll attract a few.
Right.
But these guys that you're looking at, I don't think they're...
I don't know if Nazi bling guy...
Nazis.
Yeah, the Nazi bling dude is not exactly, making me feel like he's authentic. The Goyim Defense League are an anti-Semitic group of provocateurs whose loose network of members across the country help it mingle and collaborate with other neo-Nazi groups. So they're very well organized, like maybe the FBI. Its strongholds include Arizona, California, Georgia, and Texas. All of those except California considered swing states in elections. But many of its recent stunts have taken place in Florida. Where is another swing state. It specializes, it never happens in Kentucky where you'd think most of the Klan would be.
Arkansas, maybe.
Arkansas, it never happens in solid red or solid blue states. Just always the ones where, it's still up for grabs in these elections. I've been lied to so much and I've been fucked with so much that even if this shit was real, I'm not going to believe it until I can find some sort of confirmation.
They really did overplay their hand. They went for an idea, but then they tried too hard, and now it's not working.
Scarface with $2 says, isn't it ironic after ban the ADL is trending, Nazis show up, including convicted domestic terrorist Kent Boneface McClellan, who was also fighting for the Azov Battalion. It glows so hard. Yeah, I guess there was some Ukrainian operative guy there too. It's just so...
You can't make it up, you guys. It's over.
And they're right. It is right after the whole Twitter ban the ADL thing. And Elon Musk is I'm going to release the shit that the ADL has sent to Twitter in the past, trying to bully us out of, certain policies and certain things and threatening to boycott us. And he even said the ADL has in the past threatened our advertisers and actually gotten some of our advertisers to drop because they say that we engage in hate speech and all this other stuff.
We are not the ones in control here, you guys. It's over.
It also really seems like Scarface says, it happens at the perfect time, in the right place. It's
very convenient.
Yeah, Kotad says that Disney shit glows in the dark. I would agree. Even 200 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. If you want to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. All the links are sitting in the YouTube chat, pinned to the top of the page. They're sitting in the Rumble chat. Hit like no matter what platform you're on. We appreciate that. And especially Rumble, where we've been lagging a little bit as opposed to usual. YouTube's been up there, which is cool. But we're pushing 700 again, so everybody hit thumbs up.
Thank you.
If you want to throw in a couple of bucks, please do. Let's carry this show to a victory today. Got about an hour until we rattle this here offering plate and try to fill it up with our begging goodness. London is recently engaged in a policy of capturing people's license plates with the cameras that are on the stoplights. And the reason they're doing it is so that they can tax cars on their mileage. So
come on.
Yeah, they're tracking people's cars and just, that's the latest and greatest way Big Brother is tracking them in London.
You drive far too much for this climate. Let me tax you.
Yeah, that's about where they're going to skip to. Yes, exactly.
No, that's 100% it. It's going to be whoever drives the most is going to have high taxes.
So they've made London, they're taxed as a ultra low emission zone.
Oh, God.
Which just sounds kind of Orwellian.
And gay.
The tax is 15 euros, or 15 pounds, I'm sorry, regardless of what kind of vehicle you drive. If you drive anywhere else and your vehicle is not up to London's ever-shifting emission snuff, the tax is 12 pounds and 50 pence a day. Again.
It's just...
wait, is it a day?
Yeah, it says it's applied per day.
The tax is applied per day. So if you want to take your vehicle out to go anywhere and get anything, it's $15.
Yeah.
Right off the top.
You literally are paying to leave your home.
So what they do is they film, and if they get your car on film, they send you the bill for how many days you were driving. It's supposed to cut down on emissions when really all it does is it's a money grab for the state. But okay, we'll play along. So what are Londoners doing because of this? How are they changing their plans? How are they changing their behaviors? Are they doing things that are making it good for the environment? No. They're climbing the poles and cutting down the cameras.
Well, that's fine, right?
That sounds like a wonderful thing. It sounds like Robin Hood would be very proud of something
I actually think I co-signed that idea.
The taxes are being assessed via license plate capturing cameras deployed throughout the city. The tax is largely being levied against the poor who cannot afford newer luxury low-emission vehicles. And so therefore, Londoners are not sitting around and idly accepting their government-dictated fate. A few are fighting back. They call themselves Blade Runners and have vowed to, quote, take down every single camera no matter what. I like it.
It's very brave.
I get up there, cut them down, make them replace them, cut them down again, and then eventually when they get on like the 4th or 5th replacement, they'll go, this ain't worth it.
I do think this is good. I think we should fight back to some bullshit like this, even if you're in London.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against it. I mean, if they're going to spy on you against your will and they're going to charge you, like literally they're going to spy on you driving and then send you a bill for them spying on you driving. Yeah, I mean, at some point if you don't push back, they'll just keep doing more shit.
A better idea with less work done by the citizens, just get a sharpshooter to go around and shoot them all out.
Well, can't have guns in England.
Fuck it.
Yeah, well, it's easier said than done.
That is my answer now.
I like it. No,
you know what? My small town just leaked out.
It's more like old school special ops shit to climb up the pole and cut them down.
I know, but it's
Dressed
so
all
much
in black.
effort and you got to be skilled.
Coltrane with $2 says, look up 15-minute cities. It's their plan. Gross. Send me a link. I will.
15-minute cities?
I will gladly check that out.
Is that like you can only be driving around for 15 minutes total per day?
I wonder if that's not the plan.
Ugh.
So they have a map in London of the cameras they've destroyed and the cameras they haven't gotten to yet. Red represents the destroyed cameras. Black represents the ones they haven't gotten to. 90% of the 500 cameras in Southeast London have been disabled, destroyed, or stolen as the low emission zone came into force on August 29th. Blade Runners are determined to block the government's monitoring process.
Well, that's good. That's admirable, in my opinion. But holy shit, do we have enough cameras?
Right?
Do you need one?
Look, I mean, the red, again, the red represents how many they've destroyed.
Right, but it's still, those are cameras placed out there.
Look at how many cameras they put out there.
It's a bit obsessive, in my opinion.
Well, look, when you want to steal people's money and you want to make it sound like it's for the greater good because you want them all to be huddled in one area and only walking and not have vehicles, I mean, you got to put up a shitload of cameras.
I want to say, like, well, move out of these crazy cities, like move out of them. But then, number one, where do you go to? And number two, you can't afford to move. Shit's expensive.
Here we've got video of one of these heroes doing their thing. Yeah, there they are. So they cut off I thought maybe they cut down the cameras. They just cut the poles down.
Oh, that's not so bad.
No to ULEZ. Yeah, they just cut them off right at the base. Nice. Good job, boys.
That would actually take quite a bit of effort to replace those, I think.
Do you? I like to think that there's still a little bit of revolutionary spirit left in America and in the West and in other places, and then I see stuff like this and I go, all right, this is, maybe this is a start. And I wonder about the United States. I wonder about us. And I wonder about, like, if stuff like this keeps happening, will we ever fight back?
Right.
Or will we be shamed into thinking, no, that's terrorist behavior? Remember, for the last 20 years, they've been making us afraid of the word terrorist. Mm-hmm. In my lifetime, the terrorist was the bad word. So now if you can get anyone who acts out against the government when they're trying to be oppressive, if you can call that person a terrorist, then that'll guilt a lot of people in their head that'll fuck with them and go, well, I don't want to be a terrorist. A terrorist is the worst thing you can be.
Yeah, but how isn't the government a terrorist organization at this point?
Some would argue that they are.
Come on.
Some would argue that they are.
They become the thing they tried to warn us about.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99. First off, thank you, buddy. We're under 200 now, guys. We need a win today. Need one bad. No failing 2 times in 1 week. No L's 2 times in 1 week. Steel Toe needs W's to stay alive. 195 away from today's goal. Thank you. Let's see what Red Fox Mads sent us. Here's a video from Paris. Apparently, Paris is planning to become a 15-minute city. All right, let's take a look at what these 15-minute cities are.
Okay.
I hate the music already sounds...
The music's gay.
Ominous. Where everything you need is within a 15-minute radius on foot or bike. Oh, here we go. pack them in like sardines, one on top of the other. All the things you need are right here in a short little distance. You don't need these cars. You can just walk everywhere. You don't need the independence of a vehicle. Hey, why do you need to drive for fun anyway?
I guess I don't.
Why do you need to be driving around? Just let us put everything within 15 minutes of where you live.
But isn't it part of a good economy for like people to get out and travel to places and spend money there?
Until people like the World Economic Forum say it's not, yeah.
Fine.
The aim is to cut car use, resulting in fewer CO2 emissions. Again, forgive me for being an American, and we have a very rebellious, revolutionary spirit. Well, some of us. I do believe it's to take away the freedom of an automobile.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think it's about... I don't think all these rich fucks at the World Economic Forum give a shit about the environment.
No. I've said it before. You're not going to be alive for the change anyways.
It's a racket. They're all invested in the things that are going to make money off of these policies, and it's going to make them remarkably wealthy, and they get off on telling people what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And if someone's got a car and they've got, I mean, an automobile, especially in America, represents freedom.
It really does. It's freedom to like leave, go anywhere you want, start over.
It represents independence, and they'd like to break you of that. So if you have a 15-minute city, they can look at someone and go, well, why do you need that car? And they'd be like, well, what if I want to just drive sometime? Just want to get my car and drive. And they'll go, well, why do you need to? Everything's a 15-minute walk. Well, because fuck you. That's why I want to drive.
How many times have I accidentally left this house with like both sets of our car keys in my purse, and you're trapped at home? And you do. Yeah. It feels trapped, doesn't it? You can't go out for food. You can't go to the gym. You can't go out just because you want to go out.
But because there's people with private vehicles out there, if I really needed to, I could call an Uber and I could get somewhere.
What if somebody accidentally took their keys? You know?
Along with a more pleasant urban life. According to who? First of all, pleasant and urban life don't go together.
No.
Those two things tend to be mutually exclusive. Pleasant urban life. Unless you like watching homeless people shit in the streets. I don't know. It's not my thing. Paris mayor wants every street to have a bicycle lane by 2024. Oh, good. Those cunts.
Cool.
And proposes removing 60,000 on-street parking spots, replacing them with green space allotments and playgrounds instead. Paris has already banned cars one Sunday a month along the River Seine.
Come on. This is somebody playing fantasy. They just want a certain thing. It's idyllic in their brain.
Right.
But it's not like conducive to like a... Oh, what is the word?
Well, they want to force
functioning society here.
They have the world the way they want it to be. And look, all of us have an idea of the world the way we want it to be. But we don't force other people to do it because we understand that's evil.
Yes.
These people don't understand that this part is the evil part. They think it's nice and kind because they're so fucking smart and we're so fucking stupid that they're doing a nice thing for you. Why don't you big dumb animals just understand that? God.
It's maddening.
It's, George Carlin once said, and he nailed it. He said, when fascism comes back, it will come back wearing a smiley face. And that's what this 15-minute city shit is. That's what the homelessness care, experiencing homelessness shit is. It's the Brits monitoring people with cameras so they can charge them for driving. It's fascism returned with a smiley face. No, you guys don't understand. This is good for you.
Yeah, well, yeah, they'll always do that.
This thing that's frustrating you and making you upset, we're doing it as a kindness. Mm-hmm. They're George, we're Lenny. And they're letting us know, I ain't doing it out of meanness, Lenny. That mouse ain't fresh. And during lockdown created 50... See, now, right there. During lockdown created more cycle lanes. Okay, this is where I start to get paranoid and I start to feel crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did the lockdowns happen because of COVID? So then these people decided they would take that opportunity to start making their cities into the thing these elite have always wanted it to be?
Right.
Or was COVID and lockdowns used as the pretext to do the thing they always wanted to do and try to make these cities what they wanted?
Simpatico.
What I'm saying is, was COVID and lockdowns ever really the real thing or really even ever the goal? Or was this the goal and they used a disease and lockdowns to do it?
Never let a good disaster go to waste.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not letting a good disaster go to waste is one thing. It's like, hey, 9/11 really happened. And George W. Bush didn't want to let a disaster go to waste. So we went to war with Iraq.
I understand that.
He used a real thing that happened to do something he wanted to do. What I'm saying is the opposite. Was the disease and the lockdowns a subterfuge, and the real thing they wanted to do wasn't the lockdowns. They wanted these 15-minute cities. They wanted to make these giant leaps forward for social change.
They want to get their way.
And so they went, how can we do that? Well, let's get people locked down and used to a different way of living.
It was a cover.
And then we can pursue this stuff. Meaning the lockdowns and the disease weren't the cause, they were the cover. See how paranoid this shit makes me?
Yeah, and I could go either way on this.
Oh,
either way
boy.
to me sounds bad.
I mean, the fact that this thing that happened allowed you to do, wow, amazing, everything you've ever wanted to do makes me wonder if it was really a coincidence. That's all. I go crazy with these things. In the 15-minute city, buildings are used for multiple purposes. Schools might host different activities at the weekend, for example. And the concept aims to nurture local pride in urban dwellers. Yeah, have less and really learn to love it. Meanwhile, while the rest of us make a shitload of money.
This
is communism.
Yeah, I do. I feel sick reading stuff like this.
It's absolutely communism. Take away all the things that you've earned, take away all the things that make you feel better, take away all the things that are rightfully yours, and replace them with shit, and then make you have pride in the shit that we gave you. Meanwhile, we keep all the ancillary profits. That's the worst part. We're not all in this together. They pitch this shit to the yeoman, and then the yeoman has to live this way, and these World Economic Forum fucks, they get to keep all the money from it. So, the old saying in Shooter, there's no Democrats and Republicans, there's no Sunnis or Shiites, there's haves and have-nots. And they're widening that gap with shit like this. The pandemic has led many cities to rethink design as people keep to their local area. Again,
but
is it just a coincidence that it worked out exactly how they needed it to?
I bet for the most part, let's pretend the pandemic's like a real thing and all that. I think people would probably just keep living their life the same way. It's you that's encouraging them to rethink things, right?
But a lot of people are susceptible and they don't want to leave the city. So they'll just kind of adapt to whatever change happens. And they deserve blame too, you're right. Paris isn't the first to adopt a hyper-local model. That's great. Look at that sprawling city, and they want to turn that beautiful city into a 15-minute city. Fuck you.
That's insane. I don't know how you do it.
Melbourne is testing out 20-minute neighborhoods. Great, so instead of a 5-minute drive, it's a 20-minute walk.
And they probably make it sound better, like, oh, but look at all the businesses we can open so that you can do this within 20 minutes.
And it'll all be owned by the same corporation.
Yeah.
And Milan is running a 15-minute pilot in the Lazaretto area. Great, so we can all live in shitty high-rises. Some critics say hyperlocalism could inhibit the cluster effect often cited as key to the success of cities, whereby specialists and their competitors work in close proximity, leading to faster innovation. The 15-minute concept was developed by Sorbonne professor Carlos Moreno, who I'm sure is a communist, based on work by Jane Jacobs, who thought a neighborhood wasn't just about buildings, but social networks too. See, I just thought living was about freedom, but that's okay. I want to look that up. Jane Jacobs. What were her politics? Jane Jacobs politics. Jacobs advocated the abolition of zoning laws and restoration of free markets in land. Oh, fuck that. Yeah, I like that so far. Which would result in dense mixed-use neighborhoods, as she frequently cited New York's Greenwich Village as the example of a vibrant urban community. No zoning laws. So basically you could build what you wanted, where you wanted.
Well, that's positive.
And having free markets. Okay, so wait a minute. How is this? But like forcing that is wrong. The capitalism part of it, I love. I think that's great. But it sounds like the government should have nothing to do with that.
Right. Forcing anything technically is wrong on some level.
If people want to do what Jane Jacobs said, I mean, hey, that's great. That's cool. That's awesome. But forcing people to do it is weird. So Paris is becoming a 15-minute city. Could your area be a 15-minute neighborhood?
No.
But wait a minute. Jane Jacobs never said that we should abolish cars.
No. And, I'm sitting here thinking, like, for my own personal life, 15 minutes maybe gets me to, like, the middle of St. Cloud. I'd never make it back home.
Walking?
Oh no, I'm saying cars.
No, this is walking.
Right.
Everything's a walk or a bike ride
Well,
away.
it asked me the question, could your neighborhood be a 15-minute whatever?
No.
The answer is no. It wouldn't work.
No way.
I can't make it to shit.
Thank you very much to Ace with $10. Says, Aaron, do you ever turn to her at night and look at this New York City 7 and think to yourself, I could have had New York City 6 that was smarter than a lab rat if I cared a little more about intelligent conversation? No, but I can tell you this, Ace, you're jealous and upset about something, and I'm really sorry about that, buddy. I hope you get better. I'm praying for you. Mad Joe, and thank you for the $10. Mad Joe with $7.99 says, I will just take a walk through my orchard and eat what I want, fresh, and not have to hear or see anyone.
Yeah, at some point it will turn people into wanting to be alone.
Yeah. Sorry you feel that way, Ace. I hope you get better.
Yeah, he was all about that yesterday, too.
Yeah, that's no way to live your life, buddy. I mean, you'll...
Probably the same guy who would laugh and say I'm littered with tumors.
Yeah, you know what? You're probably young, I hope. I pray that you're young. And I'm being serious now. I think as a young man, I think you'll grow out of the, angry bitterness stage, and you'll get better. He says, teasing, guys, relax. Okay, good. I hope you're teasing. I hope it is jokes, because you've always been cool. And I thought you were kind of being shitty there.
He was being shitty last night, too.
Ace has always been really cool to us. He says, I'm not angry or bitter. Well, then if you're not either of those things, I apologize, sir. And thank you very much for the... It seemed weird for the guy to go $10 and then I fucking hate you. So I'm glad you're just joking, buddy. Thank you. And he says, sorry, April. There you go.
It's not new to me.
Michael B says, I get to leave Vegas this afternoon. I will be a better place in my own bed. I get that, buddy.
Yeah, Vegas is that kind of place where you go for 4, maybe 5 days tops, and you're like, I could use my own home
When
now.
you come home, you do feel better. Yeah. All right, boys and girls, we are 185 away. We are starting to get there. We're closing in on the goal. We're also closing in time-wise. Let's see, 9:09, so we got about 45 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to knock this thing out. We took a big L last night, looking to take a big W this morning. 185 away. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Go ahead, throw us a like, throw us a thumbs up. Again, it's great for the algorithm. We do appreciate that. Into the 600s, tickled the, I think we did the 700s for a little bit today. Thank you guys very much for that.
Thank
Rumble and YouTube, their combined powers, making our audience bigger than ever. Just got to hit those goals. Damn you, Joe Biden, for making this so much more difficult. This is a bad one. A recall has been made by the U.S. government on behalf of a Tennessee automotive company.
Okay.
Airbags are, I think we can all agree, an object that is designed to keep people safe.
Yes.
It is designed to keep people, what would you call it?
It's a life-saving measure.
Life-saving, but also it keep you feeling secure when you're in the vehicle.
Peace of mind?
Yeah, it gives you peace of mind. Thank you. That if you get in an accident, the airbag will be there to assist you.
It's a buffer.
I don't know how many of us have been in an accident where the airbag's deployed, but it's very frightening.
It's painful.
Yeah, it's you hear a loud pop, and then you smell burnt popcorn, and you're just thrown all over the place. I can't imagine that bouncing around in my car a little bit, just a little bit, is worse for me than hitting that giant fucking brick
No.
that comes out of my car.
I mean, fuck. I was dropping the kids off one day and there was an accident on Division, and this woman's, all of her airbags, the side ones all the way to the back of the car were just the whole car was puffed up. It has to hurt. Right?
I'm trying to think. I've had side airbags. I can't remember if they've deployed.
Oh God.
When I've
I don't even know what happened.
When I've hit stuff.
Looked like a rear ending.
Yeah, when just the bouncing around, if you have the side airbags and you're bang, bang, and you're in the worst rubber room of all time. I don't know.
Yeah, do you hope they deploy at the same time so it's just
yeah. But
or
then
do
again,
you want to bounce?
Yeah, but then again, you go to a classic car show and you see those steering wheels and you're like, "Oh, I'm dead if I hit that."
Yeah.
You look at
some of them don't have what are they called? Seat belts?
Yeah, and they're made out of metal.
You're just kind of like a pinball in there.
Yeah, they're made out of metal. Everything in there is not the cheap metal we have now. It's U.S. steel. And you're just bouncing. And people didn't wear their seatbelts back then. So they'd bounce around. Like you could turn a rear ending into a deadly accident back in those days if you whacked your head hard enough.
You get a little bit of Bethlehem steel in your forehead.
Yeah, a little Bethlehem steel. Just you get branded right there.
Ugh.
So airbags have made people safer than the old days, but they're still a pain in the ass. They still suck. They still hurt. They still make loud noises. They smell terrible.
Maybe that's why men were so hitty back then.
Well, I tell you what. It's for some people, it was a lot worse than just loud noises and bad smells. The U.S. government has made initial moves to force a Tennessee automotive company to recall 52 million airbag inflators that could apparently explode and hurl shrapnel, potentially harming or killing people. What did you do? Did you fill the airbag just full of ball bearings or what?
In this country, could we stop with like the life-saving measures and their killing of people?
Or how about this? Stop fucking with shit. Like it's an airbag.
That's what I'm kind of saying.
I'm trying to think of like how easy the airbag thing should be when you're manufacturing car parts at a place.
A bag of air.
I mean, hurling shrapnel? Why are we involving shrapnel in the airbag process?
Right.
It comes out of a rubber, what is that, rubber or plastic? What's the steering wheel now? Kind of a rubbery plastic thing.
It's like I'm guessing plastic covered in like a leather covering.
Yeah. So that pops out at you. There's no reason for shrapnel anywhere.
I mean, yeah, it's not called shrapnel bags.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's an airbag.
Silver Wolf and Claymore, or Silver Wolf and Michael B saying Claymore airbags. Yeah.
Well, maybe they just want you to die quicker and not suffer.
I guess so. Just like, oh, what happened? Well, he got in a rear-end accident and his airbags deployed. Well, then why is he dead? Oh, he took 17 deck screws right into the forehead.
Yeah, he accidentally kissed the parking meter instead of stopping soon enough.
Yeah.
And now he's dead.
Now he's dead. What happened? Well, apparently there was a bunch of ball bearings and they just tore through his face. And he's dead now from the airbag. It's unfortunate. What do you do?
It's just how it is now.
Somebody should probably recall that. That does seem like a bit of a safety hazard. We can't even believe his airbag went off in the first place.
It's kind of funny to think about.
Gelford's dog says airbags seem like something invented by the Acme Corporation. Yeah, they certainly do. Somebody said I missed their super chat. Oh, Sean Raz, thank you. $10. He says, remember the 5th of November. V tells it all. All right. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now we're 180 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep chipping in, keep going, and we can knock this thing out. We're almost in striking distance, just 180 away. Everybody team up with everybody else. Let's do this community potluck style. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Those are the best ways to do it. Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants, the next best ways to do it. So go ahead and contribute to the program. Thank you to everybody following us on Rumble today.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. New followers on Rumble are great. And a shitload of new subscribers on YouTube after all the Elisa Jordana coverage stuff.
Yeah, that was a hit, turns out.
Yeah,
a lot of people love to hate that bitch.
That was a big hit. And plus, I hate Elisa Jordana a whole big bunch. Yeah. So if you guys want more of that stuff, hey, I'm totally fine with that. I have a very personal vendetta with that hunk of garbage. And then yesterday, we do that story about the guy who turned out to be her producer and like the professor of her IRL university or whatever. He has a manifesto, which one of our audience members sent to me in full. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but he sent me the manifesto in full, and it apparently details everything he's done over the years.
40 years.
Yeah, 40 years. And Elisa Jordana decided to, her big thought about it was, well, I'm praying for him, and he's very sick, and I hope he gets better, and apparently is giving him money in jail instead of giving it to his victims. She's a real piece of shit. I mean, anyone who just calls her pretty, it's just, they're in forever until they cross Queen Bee. Oh, is she awful?
Like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, a pretty face doesn't excuse that level of grossness.
And it's not really a pretty face anymore. It's heavily worked over and almost 50.
I'm not going to pretend she's not like attractive or something like that. I really won't. But boy, an ugly personality, like that'll take away from that quickly.
Ace says it was a great segment. Thank you, buddy. And may I apologize to you again for overreacting. Ace says, why the personal vendetta against Elisa? Oh, I'd love to tell you this story. So,
you're gonna? Okay.
Back in the day, had we even been trashing Elisa Jordana?
No, never talked about her. We didn't know who she was until this happened.
Right. We started shitting on her after it happened.
Yeah.
Elisa Jordana has a Discord, and somebody went in her Discord and said, no, it was Jake Hudson got mad at us during one of the times where Jake was mad at us. Now he loves me and he thinks I'm the greatest again. And, I'm sure he'll, hate me again at some point. But Jake started hating us, and we were bad and we were terrible and we were awful because Jake goes through those swings. And he gave out our address and our information to Elisa Jordana's fans. And this guy, Botter, swatted us and swatted Bob Levy and swatted Chrissy Mayer.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys know what swattings are, but they can lead to bad things. People do get hurt in those on occasion. We got off easy because they knew who we were in town.
Now, if it had stopped there, it would have been, whatever. We wouldn't have held Elisa responsible, at all. We would have went shitty fans do shitty things, and that's not necessarily Elisa's fault. Until word got back to her about it, and she encouraged more of it. And said, quote, I like Botter. I like him. I don't have a problem with Botter. And there we go.
Botter's a great dude.
I love him. He's fantastic. And when they finally arrested that little fuck, I hope she lost a fan due to all that.
I mean, he's going through a trial. I haven't even heard an update on that.
So, yeah, I hate her guts. I think she's an awful human being. She always backs the wrong horse, but she backs them because they like her.
And if you recall, this Botter dude, also somebody who sent child porn.
Yeah.
And she still said, hey, this guy's great. I love him.
Right. So, yeah, just an absolute piece of shit. Yeah. Absolute piece of shit. So anyway, this I got to hear more about the airbag shrapnel thing. Anytime someone asks me a question about Elisa Jordana, I'm glad to talk to you about what a piece of shit she is. And now she's apparently defending a pedophile who's going to prison for 40 years of child sexual abuse. And she thinks he's just a wonderful guy and equated it to her having depression.
Oh, yes. So, let's make it all about her.
Just real aces, that human piece of garbage. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said on Tuesday that it had made an initial decision that the inflators made by ARC Automotive are defective. A public hearing is scheduled for October 5th, which is the first step required in bringing about a court-ordered recall. I need to know what kind of shrapnel we're talking about, because the idea of an airbag just shooting projectiles into your face.
What was it?
Completely goes against the whole concept of the airbag.
Hypodermic needles.
Oh, just fent needles, just right into your face. The automotive company continues to claim that there are no defects in the inflators. There's a guy right now spitting saliva out of his cheeks who begs to differ.
He's trying to say, oh yeah, but he can't quite get it out.
Suggests that NHTSA's conclusions are based on hypothesis rather than on a technical investigation. Now, okay, look, if this was a fake and this wasn't real, it wouldn't be the first time this has happened. Remember when the United States auto industry was starting to get its ass kicked by Japan in the early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
And so there was this story of Toyota Camrys, I think. Toyotas were accelerating by themselves and crashing into people's garages.
Couldn't stop them.
Yeah. Runaway Toyotas where there was some kind of defect in the acceleration process, and they would take off on their own, and people were driving through their garages, and people were running into gas stations and all kinds of other shit. And they went, oh, Toyota's terrible, and Toyota made recalls, and Toyota's brand was damaged, and oh my God, wouldn't you know it, the American auto companies are back on top again. Turns out none of that ever happened.
Nope.
There were old people who were confusing the gas for the brake. There were drunks who were careening into gas stations.
Refugees.
I
witnessed that on my block. Yes, it does happen.
Well, okay, in a Toyota, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. So anyway, the unintended acceleration thing was never actually a thing. It was just something that we made, we got a couple of stories. It sounded good. It could help the American auto industry. So we ran with it. And so I guess you can be skeptical of this stuff, but why would we lie about shrapnel in airbags. That just seems like a weird stretch, a weird reach if you're going to make shit up.
Yeah, I don't ever understand that.
While the auto industry has not released a full list of vehicle models that contain the type of airbag in question, it is believed that 25 million of the 284 million vehicles on U.S. roads contain them.
Whoa.
You got about a 10% chance there, guys, of having shrapnel airbag. Drive careful today.
Yeah, don't get in an accident.
Though ARC is resisting a full-scale recall, there have been smaller recalls on inflators since 2017. However, these were reportedly attributed to manufacturing problems.
Can we be quality checking our airbags, please?
Well, I guess that's what we're doing.
I'm just like, how do you... They're saying 25 million potentially have these. That seems like we missed something.
A Michigan woman reportedly died after an ARC inflator exploded. She was struck by metal fragments when her 2015 Chevy Traverse SUV was involved in a crash in 2021. 4 of her sons were also in the vehicle at the time, but none of them were injured. So they're worried about the inflators launching metal into people's faces. That seems like a legitimate concern if it is true.
It's problematic.
It seems like something you might want to get on top of before too many people end up with, let's just say, piercings they didn't ask for.
Yeah, you already get lacerations and shit when your airbag goes off in front of you and from your seatbelt on
you get
occasion.
burned up and all
burns
kinds of shit.
and all that. And now you got to worry about metal in your face. Ouch.
Wood Chippy says, that's why I always chuckle when I see a baby seat in the passenger seat. What?
No, that's actually illegal. You're not supposed to have a baby seat in the passenger seat.
How many times are you seeing this?
Yeah, you should be reporting that, no offense.
The baby seat in the passenger seat, that's, I will say, I don't mean to be a guy clutching his pearls or anything. That's a big time no.
That's child endangerment.
Yeah, the baby seat in the passenger seat is bad news. All right, boys and girls, we've got a half hour until we rattle the offering plate and try to get ourselves a much needed victory today after our ass kicking we took last night. 180 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. We got to knock this out today. So if you're feeling generous and you want to be irresponsible with your money and throw us a couple of bucks, we sure would appreciate it. We could use a W today. No joke on that one. Coming to you very humbly today saying we can't take many hits like that. Mm-hmm. We got about a half hour before we rattle that offering plate and beg my fucking dick off to keep my program going. There is somebody decided to play a little prank in Chicago, and I'm not necessarily against playing pranks in Chicago. Lord knows they need a laugh.
But don't you always assume it might be a deadly one?
Well, this prank was a little more innocent. And again, I feel like they could use it in the city of Chicago. A fake sign that designated Loyola Beach as a nude beach was removed by the Chicago Park District over the Labor Day weekend. Rogers Park beachgoers heading to the lakefront over the Labor Day weekend spotted a new sign at Loyola Beach that read, nude beach past this sign.
Or peach, that does make sense.
Nude peach does make sense as well. The sign attached to a post mounted in the sign also included the official Chicago Park District seal. So whoever decided to make this prank was elaborate and well thought out with it. Except it wasn't real. And it could be the work of a local prankster who has laid dormant for a few years. Wait,
what?
Okay, that would make this even more awesome.
Right. How long have we done this stuff?
Is that some guy used to fuck around with the city of Chicago, and then he stopped for a while, and then I love the idea that one day he just got bored and decided, you know what, I'm going to come back. I always said that I was going to stop doing these pranks until I was really inspired by something good, and by God, I've got one.
Today's the day.
Today's the day. I've got a good machine here that can make me a solid seal of Chicago. I could make a good post. I could put it in the beach. You know what? I think I've got this one.
Wow, that is elaborate.
Alderman Maria Haddon, 49th, was notified of the cheeky fake sign Monday and reported it to the Park District for removal, saying on social media that at least some clothing is required at all of our beaches. In fairness, some of the things people wear to a beach versus just whipping your cock out are, like that.
A nut hair difference.
It really is that. I mean, you're literally a tilt of the head away from seeing pussy lips at any point on a beach.
But are you complaining?
Nobody's complaining. I'm just saying.
I mean,
nude beach versus wearing some clothes. It's,
Okay, but I think to myself sometimes when I wear my bikinis, I'm like, some are kind of comfy and other ones I'm like, it would be a lot more comfortable to not wear this right now. I get it.
Until you're on a beach full of dudes and you realize.
That's also true.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, if we're all women, I don't see a problem.
If it's an all-female nude beach, all you got to worry about is, the odd woman who looks like a motorcycle mechanic trying to slip a ditch. But if you're on a beach full of dudes, it's just going to be all kinds of creepy looks and heavy breathing. And I
do see the problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as comfortable.
Okay, so segregated by gender. How's that sound?
Well, you're halfway there.
You sausages can all hang out together.
Halfway. I mean, I like the first part. The second part. Thank you very much to Mr. Me and Sid Saraf. Mr. Me with $5. Wow. Sid Saraf with 20 says, let's go.
Thank you.
Let's go indeed. We are 160 away from today's goal. Can it be done? We're almost within striking distance. Everybody get in there now and open her up. And we'll nail this thing today. Thank you so much. We are getting there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, YouTube, Venmo. You've got it. Almost within striking distance this morning. The Park District officials tweeted around 5 p.m. Monday saying that the sign had been removed. Oh, this was look at that.
Wow. Professional.
That's a pretty good sign.
That's a great sign. And that's a nice beach. I like it. I would visit that beach.
Nude beach past this sign. I just love that it's like the return of a serial killer, only he's doing wacky little pranks.
This is the crime that Chicago should have.
Right. Instead of killing bitches and burying them in the beach and whatnot, and they find him 20 years later, the guy's just, he's doing his wacky pranks.
I'm not against this.
I like it.
I do too.
This is the kind of shit this is the hero Chicago needs.
And you know what else? This guy just gave us a reason to not have tan lines.
You know what would be really on brand, though, for Chicago is if before they took this down, it had a bullet hole in it.
And it's like going through a side part of it.
Like they go ahead and they go to remove the sign and all of a sudden they're like, that looks like a 45 caliber hole. I can pretty much get my finger into that one.
Somebody will try to fuck that hole.
Holy shit. So no nude beaches in Chicago.
Damn it.
Do they do nude beaches in the United States anywhere?
Yes. I do believe there's a couple in California.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm not sure if they still exist, but they used to.
People they hear about what do you call them? Nude beaches and swinger communities. And they're like, oh yeah, wouldn't that be fucking cool? Like everybody's naked and you got titties. I got bad news. I don't mean to ruin the thing for anybody, but usually the people who like expressing their bodies in that way, not typically the people you want.
They're not attractive.
Expressing their bodies that way. I mean, good for them. I mean, they feel comfortable and they can do that and confident and all that stuff. But yeah, usually you go to a swingers party. It's not like what you see on Lifetime movies.
No.
Where it's like, oh, look at these people who look like they could do porn. And
they
they're
can't
all
look like us, Aaron.
Well, look, you go to one of these, you put your keys in the bowl, and then you see the other people and you go find your keys again. That's what I'm saying. And as far as nude beaches go, look, you got to take the good with the bad. If you're gonna go to a nude beach, you could go, oh man,
I guess so.
You got to look at the good ones. You got to look at the bad ones.
I guess my answer to your question though would be, I think any beach could be a nude beach if you're confident enough,
and if everybody's willing to shut the fuck up for a minute.
Yes. And there are a couple pools in Vegas where they are like topless and stuff like that, where you can be mostly naked.
Circa?
I don't know if it's Circa. I think there's a place on the Strip that has a nude topless beach. I actually think it's the Wynn.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
We got some crazy news this weekend. We're going to watch the Vikings. We put off our anniversary trip this year because instead of August for our anniversary, we're going to go watch the Vikings in Las Vegas in December instead. And we had booked a room. We had done the whole thing. And then a buddy of mine comes by and he says, my family gets all these comped suites at Bellagio and Caesar's Palace and blah, blah, blah. And they want to give you guys one because they want us all in suites and we can party before the game and we can hang out and all this stuff. And I'm like, I mean, basically what we told him was, look, I ain't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. If you'd like to do that.
Free room? Okay.
That's totally fine. Save us $800-900. We're not going to complain. I mean, we'll take you out to a nice dinner or something for the thank you and the money you're saving us. But I think ultimately what we decided on was if that's going to sit empty that weekend, sure, we will take it.
Use, right?
But if there's somebody else who wants it and wants to go, like we're already set. We've got our trip paid for and planned.
What's a suite out there? Is that like multiple bedrooms in a thing? What is that?
It depends. Some of them are just junior suites, and I think that's what that one is, where it's a bigger room.
Oh.
It's like 600 square
Like a
feet
living
instead
room
of
and
400. Yeah, like that kind of a thing. So that was kind of a cool deal.
Generous.
That our buddy threw
Well,
our
that
way.
is one nice thing older people do for younger people is like they have been around longer and they do get perks and they like to hand them down to the younglings on occasion.
The younglings, yes, of
Yeah.
course, before they're slaughtered by
Us little
Anakin
children.
Skywalker. Thank you to Red Fox Mad for the $9.99. Very cool. That officially puts us within striking distance today. 150 away.
Thank you.
I don't know. What do you say? Fuck up the rest of it, huh? Let's just go ahead and nail the rest of it while we're sitting here. 150 away from knocking it out today. Rumble, hit thumbs up. YouTube, hit thumbs up. Keep that algorithm pump primed, if you will. So there you go. Chicago, no nude beaches. Probably good, though. You probably don't want nude beaches in Chicago.
I think you do. There's nowhere to hide a gun.
I don't know. But also you want the clothing on for the extra padding.
I ain't gonna save you, man.
Look, any port in the storm is my opinion.
Oh.
You got the
I don't know. I'm really torn on nude beaches. I think they should exist because they are kind of fun to think about in theory. But like you said, when you actually go to a real one, I guarantee you it's not the sexy people you wish it was. Right?
That's the problem.
Majority
See, me personally, I'm against nude beaches for a couple of reasons. Not against them existing. I'm against going to them for two reasons. One, if you have a partner and then that partner sees you looking over somewhere and then that partner's wondering, what are you looking at? Or
you got to sign a waiver on that before you go in there.
There's that. There's the communication issue.
Okay.
There's that, obviously.
So you have to be secure in your relationship.
Then there's the fact that some people that you'd rather not want to see nude
That's my big hang up.
are going to want to be nude at this nude beach, and that is their right. You can't get mad at them. You can't go, it goes against the etiquette of a nude beach to go, ew, gross, you pig, cover up.
Yeah, but some of those people might be big enough it covers their nasty bits.
Well, but look, they're what is it, against body shaming at nude beaches.
Well, yeah, I do think there needs to be some ground rules going in.
But see now, okay,
And
but look.
no fighting about anything.
If you're setting ground rules, then we got to just not do nude beaches because that goes against the spirit of the nude beach.
Well, I don't like that either. I think you should, like you said, with your relationship and stuff, okay, you either got to be secure or you got to get out of there. No going there if you're not secure. And two, yeah, probably just no making fun of everybody. We're all nude here.
It really seems like the idea of the nude beach is better than the actual nude beach for most people.
That is the truth.
Laughing Lion says Hippie Hollow was a thing when I was a teen 700 years ago. That does sound like a 70s or 80s
Hippie Hollow?
kind of a thing. Whoa, we're going to Hippie Hollow. We're going to smoke grass and see breasts. And then back then they had bush.
I don't like that.
You don't need to see bush.
No.
There's no reason for it. Bush is, let me declare it, it's obsolete. If you've got hair on your pussy, you're just lazy.
And yes. And you know what? Like, and this goes for men and women alike. When you have body hair on you, like congregating, it holds bacteria and it smells. Like that shit can't smell good. I'm sorry.
Concrete Pete says, is this the Concrete Pete? He says the women would have to sneak in the guns like a military truck for the male of the species gang members. Yeah, see, and he would call it junk in the trunk. That's the only way in Chicago, if they had a nude beach, you could get the guns in. You'd have to hide it in your girlfriend or wife or bottom bitch's fat ass.
So we just got 38 specials in our bums.
Well, remember, there's already a woman in Chicago who snuck a gun into a baseball game in her fat folds.
I don't know. Like, how does a metal detector not pick that up? That had to be a big bitch.
They did. They arrested her. They got her name and everything.
I wish we had a picture of her.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have her name.
We should have looked it up.
I have it for you.
Oh, yeah. What is her name?
Patricia Melton.
Wait a minute.
So gigantic that the fat folds folded over the gun
Did he
and actually
transition?
pulled the trigger.
Aw.
He should. I feel like he'd be more attractive as a woman. I mean, because that's a hideous person.
I try not to look a whole lot.
It's one of those people who the outside matches the inside, just rotten. Just the most unfuckable being you've ever seen in your life. But maybe as a woman, there might be like a Lizzo effect where some people might find it attractive.
Ew, somebody in the chat says, I like a smelly, hairy puss.
Yeah, Frank Herbert says, I like a smelly, hairy puss.
Oh my
Some
God.
people like the smell of a dirty pussy.
But like by science, though, body hair holds bacteria and it does smell bad. I don't understand enjoying it.
But some people like a smelly puss. You can't just sit there and discount that man.
Like balls smell, I would imagine, significantly worse with hair on them. Right? Like all the hair.
I think most people will tell you balls smell like magic all the time. Balls are
Nobody
just
clipped that.
Balls are just a good smelling thing. At least where I come from. There you go. Don't run with that at all.
No, they'll jostle.
Michael B says, nude beach is like a three-way. It sounds fun, but it's too much trouble. It's a college thing.
That does sound like too much work.
Creates problems. Yeah, going to the nude beach, doing the three-way thing. I wouldn't even say it's a dating or a college thing. A three-way is a dating thing. If you're dating and you have a three-way, it's okay, because if it all fucks up and it's a nightmare and it's terrible and it drives a wedge between the two of you, okay, you were just dating. You break up, you move on, you learn.
It does sound like more of a college thing, though, because you might not even be dating and then it's really not a problem.
That's a lot easier.
Yeah. Don't date in college.
It's a
moral of this story.
It's great. That's something to raise children on. Don't date in college.
Well, you don't want heartbreak while you're trying to get them A's.
Oh, of course. Or the D's. Somebody says, also hair can make you look like you have a spider on your head. Or is that an actual spider on your head? Wait, what? Oh my God. No, wait. Oh, hold on. That's my hair.
Are you ready to shave it off yet?
It's my hair. Not yet.
Do you guys remember I did shave his head once?
Paul R. Nelson says, see, Ace, you can only make jokes about Melton. LOL Bird says, hell yeah, love your Elisa commentary. Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of people seem to like our Elisa commentary. So welcome.
I would say most people agree with the commentary.
Yeah, so thank you very much. This show does very good commentary, and we're not too hard to laugh at either. So thank you guys. One Life Man says, I agree with the guy. Oh, about smelly puss?
Ew.
God bless.
Look, I know like genitals in general are supposed to smell.
Let's talk about the world.
Sorry.
Like that region, but like it's not supposed to be a bad smell, right? It has a scent, not a smell. But like hair makes it smell bad, I feel. Oh, wow. Okay.
Everything in the world has an odor.
Yeah, but some of them aren't supposed to be off-putting. And I feel like that, the hair equates to off-putting.
Let's continue on here. Aaron over there admitting he smells balls. Smell my balls whenever I want.
I guess men do get to smell their balls.
You're not the boss of how I behave with my balls. God damn you. T. Jefferson says Aaron has a shorn coin purse confirmed. Well, I try to take care of myself as best as I can.
I think Aaron is well groomed. Yeah. I think his nether regions are nice.
Sean Raz with $2 says seasoned pussy.
Seasoned pussy. That's funny.
One Life Man says it is still smell that means still fresh. Oh. Frank Herbert says, smelly butthole, wouldn't want it any other way. See, now this is a microcosm of why I'm not for nude beaches. Just too much sharing. Things I don't need to know.
This smelly butthole, I feel, doesn't have to exist in my world,
There's no reason.
We need showers.
There's no reason. Dead Jester says, it's supposed to smell bad. You don't spend all day with your mouth on them.
Oh, and then Frank says, yes, hair holds the flavor.
Frank is
God, Frank.
Frank, no offense, buddy. I want you investigated for serial killing.
Yeah, but I guess ladies that still hang on to that bush for some reason do need people like Frank.
They do, yeah. They, it's kind of like the last Blockbuster in America. Somewhere somebody's using it, so you gotta.
They do need a customer, yeah.
Yeah, it does need to be there.
God.
Greg Arias says more hair means more microbiomes, food, chicken bones, and things get stuck in there. If I find a woman with chicken bones stuck in her pussy, I'm going to be really upset.
And you're drawing conclusions, right?
And I'm also going to wonder, what kind of voodoo magic is this bitch doing? Are you insane? All right, guys, we are 150 away from this morning's goal, and we need a W after taking a big old fat L last night. It does happen from time to time. So everybody chip in, everybody throw in a couple of bucks. It looks like we got about a little over 10 minutes until we throw up the offering plate. And before we try to knock out the rest of it, Katie with $5 over on Venmo says, the only shekels I can spare, Sheriff of Nottingham. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Very, very much. Megamind with $1.99 says, why run from Melton and lie about it? Oh, you are desperate. I really hope you get smarter as you get older, because if that's the hill you're dying on, oof, I feel bad for you, pal. That is an ugly, ugly existence. I don't know if I should laugh at a guy like that or feel sorry for him, but I think it's a little bit of both.
Even just the name, like Megamind, like we're two very attractive people. So, I mean, you're really reaching here, bud.
She said it. Sorry.
It's the truth. Like, people are going to look at our very lovely wedding photos this weekend. The fucking Megamind and this hot bitch with a tattoo. What a tragedy.
Megamind, I just want to say this.
Oh.
Look what I made you do.
Yeah. I mean,
look what I made. I don't go to your channel and do it. You got to come here and do it to me.
And he's been here a while.
Remember, kiddo, I made you do that. Sorry. And I know that this smile and that arrogance and everything is part of the reason you hate me. And that's also part of the reason I play it up so much. Thank you, bud.
It is heartwarming.
It is very nice. Thank you very much for the laugh. Fauci's pangolin. Yeah, Alex Nerio says, at least he paid, I guess. Yeah, not exactly the own he was hoping for. I don't think. Fauci's pangolin gifting a membership to John Jamingo. There we go. 140 away. Guys, we can do this thing. 140 away. Fuck it. Let's do it before the music. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's do it. The Nobody Likes Onions account says, I told my audience to back off. I have taken my L. You are like candy. I can't quit you. Cocktiff says Elisa Jordana and Onion fans are the same people. Yeah, I just think
close.
It's people who probably just spend a little too much time on the internet. Don't let people like that make you mad. They only deserve your pity. They are sad. When you really look inside, you see them for what they are. You go, that's just a sad case right there. Here we go. Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 says, my first batch of peach apple pie moonshine is done. My second batch, I'm going to attempt a caramel apple pie. I should be able to get you guys some in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Well, God bless you, Ryan.
That's awesome, Ryan the Garbage Man.
Thank you.
St. G says, let's get you back on track this week, and throws $100 our way.
Wow.
What a guy. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
$40.
Tits then.
$40
wow.
away from today's show. Thank you very, very much. Let's knock out the rest of it. Very, very cool. Thanks a million. Here's what we've got for overtime today. I've got something for me, and I've got something for you. The thing I've got for you guys is this 1999 special report, and I'm only saying the word because it's up there. It's what the report was about. This was back in the day where this word was still kind of allowed because we didn't know what it was. And the word wigger, of course.
Oh, wigger with a W.
Yes, with a W. Oh. It's a 1999 report on wiggers. It's about this emerging trend of these white suburban kids that are cosplaying black and rapping and doing all this other shit. And they're reporting on this brand new, crazy new concept that's out there that we've never seen before, and that's these white kids behaving like black people. And it's so fun because you look back at 1999, and at least in my eyes, it doesn't seem like that long ago.
No, it really doesn't.
Until you go back and you see culturally how much we've changed, that what do you call it? The conversation, I guess you could say, has shifted so much in just that 24 years that has to be a long time. The way they're talking about this new phenomenon versus now that's just kind of the way a lot of people talk and act. It's just wild to go back and look at it. And I thought it would be funny for all of us to have a look at it during overtime.
Oh, yeah.
Also, somebody sent me a video from Redacted 4 months ago. I don't know who Redacted is. It's a show on YouTube, I guess.
A lot of subscribers.
A lot of subscribers. They seem very successful. World Economic Forum just doubled down on 15-minute cities and job layoffs in new meeting agenda. So we can check that out, too. Lots of other things to take a look at today. I saw that obviously COVID is trending today because they can't fucking help themselves.
Because you know why? It has to be trending to keep the story alive.
I have not seen one story about deaths going up. I have not seen one story about anyone even having this in a bad way. I have not seen in any way this thing being widespread. It's amazing how much they're trying to make this happen, and they'd better succeed, because if they don't succeed, all it's going to look like is they're desperate because everything's falling apart and they're doing a dog shit job. If they can't get the COVID fear train going again, what's next?
Look, we've had it now 3 times. We just got done with it again a couple weeks ago, I think. And yeah, you sit down for like 5 days and you really don't feel good, okay? But I've really not felt good before with the flu, with a cold, with a sinus infection. You're sick, you get over it, and you move on with your life. I don't remember needing to talk to anybody about it after that.
Yeah.
At all. I was sick for a few days.
It's really something else that they're actually... I mean, you almost have to appreciate the balls it takes to even try this again.
The effort.
Yeah.
I mean...
And think about it. The effort you could put into, just drilling, opening pipelines,
rousting homeless,
solving the oil and gas crisis, the broken window theory in a lot of these cities. Like, hey, we're just going to enforce quality of life crimes. Just shit we've done. I mean, I've never seen a group get elected and then tear down so many things that work and then be surprised that it all went to shit. It's like, well, no, wait, you almost want to grab Biden by the shoulders and go, how are you surprised by this? Like, this is exactly what it was going to take to get us here.
I actually don't know how anyone in the administration right now can sit and pretend that everything's fine, which is what they do. I don't get it.
$5 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, I think you two are adorable, like that retarded Puerto Rican girl that is now a model and her boyfriend that kind of looks like Aaron if he had Down syndrome. Thank you, Hobo. It's,
You want to go make a tape later and like talk poorly about ourselves?
This is what it is, Hobo. It's your ability to make me see perspective.
Yes.
That helps me the most.
He needs to knock us down a peg. See, I thought we were very attractive.
Yes, I thank you very much for that. By the way, $35 away from today's goal, so not very far. You guys go ahead and knock the rest of that out.
Thank you.
LOL Bird says, I'm new here from the IP2 community. She was ran out last week. Guys, no offense to the IP2 community. Can you at least admit to me now that you've done it that it was long overdue? I mean, she's embarrassing. I mean, I know IP2 involves like Always Use Me Blade and people who get drunk and shit-faced and embarrassing and all that. But at least they're just being drunk and shitty and embarrassing. She's like actually a piece of shit who fucks around with really bad people and defends monsters and animals and does like really bad shit and endorses bad shit and tries to be a cult leader with her community of ugly, mentally ill dudes. And I hope that LOL Bird can admit now that it's over, because when it comes to internet stuff, I do have a knack for calling this stuff months before it happens and getting laughed at until it does, which doesn't bother me because I know in the end, you'll see.
IP2 being Elisa?
The IRL community she was in. So they kicked her out. I think it means Ice Poseidon too. I think it's was started by Ice Poseidon. But at any rate, LOL Bird, I hope you can and respond to this in the chat if you could, and I'll scroll down in a second. It was too late. Like, it should have been done a long time ago. He says in the chat, yep, long overdue. Okay, good. As long as we agree on that. Because I told you guys to get the fuck away from her back in the spring.
I don't even understand what the original appeal would be. Like, what would get you into that?
She had a name from the Howard Stern show and, fucking Benji and all that stuff. The same way she's gotten anywhere in life. She fucked a guy who could do things for her. And now people are acting surprised that she's still using these guys, only she can't attract a Benji anymore. She can't even attract an Andy Dick anymore. So she has to just prey on the generosity of basically the people who would join the Joker's gang.
Misfits.
Essentially. And then when those misfits take the internet too seriously and start doing fucked up shit, or you run into the child molester guy, because she would attract people like that. That's a sick guy. She would attract that dude and made him like part of her inner circle and took shitloads of money from the guy. I mean, how do you not see that coming? That she's going to trip over her dick like this and then defend these people. She is a silly, silly bitch.
She really did round up all the misfits, outcasts, and monsters and holds them real tight.
Yeah. Kane J says IP2 viewers watch because they hate the streamers. Yeah, I get that. They try to make them drink and they shit on them and stuff like that. And
what a bad existence, though, on both sides.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't really just blame the people who watch it.
Oh, it's both. I think you're both in a real bad place.
Lolbird says the community is cringe, man. When the degenerates kick you out, you know it's bad. Yeah, a community of degenerates booted her out for being a degenerate. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what. They're rid of her. Better late than never. And hopefully they don't let her back in. But she's never been one to change course. So I think she'll continue to defend this guy.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. What do you guys think? Can we knock this 35 out without playing the music and rattling the offering plate?
Yes, I think so.
Can we? All right.
Yeah, I think we can do let's do a break from the plate. I'm actually out of here in 8 minutes anyway.
Yeah, and I'll be doing the overtime today. We got lots of fun shit coming up. Yeah. So I tell you what, we'll just let you guys hit this 35 organically because it's a small number. But if 7 of you want to team up and do it in small doses, I think that's always the least painful way to do it. And then if we're at 1020, 1025 and we're not there, then maybe we'll just nudge you a little. But I think you guys have got it today. 35 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's knock out that last 35. Start the rally for us if you'd like. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about today that we can get to. I just wanted to do a couple of quick hitters from the trending list on X today.
Oh, wow.
Apparently Alex Jones is trending. And every time I see Alex Jones trending, I just go, please, God, don't let him have gotten sued again.
I know. That is what you think first.
You just...
What did he do?
And by the way, why isn't Alex Jones back on Twitter?
I don't know.
I thought this was supposed to be the new... the new free speech era of Twitter and everything was going to be allowed. And now I'm starting to see more and more people getting suspended for stupid reasons. Like you saw, Mersh called in yesterday and Mersh was telling us that he got suspended from Twitter now. And now when it says account suspended, will they be back or does that mean they're gone?
I don't know, because I used to think suspended meant a temporary thing, but then Twitch showed us that it was permanent.
Right. So when you go to someone's Twitter and a Twitter account and it says account suspended, will they be back or are they gone? I don't know. But at any rate, the Mersh thing was he put out a picture of Cassandra Fairbanks, which is Tim Pool's right-hand lady, put out a picture of her. She used to do bondage, soft porn video or photos. And he put a photo of her in bondage with tears down her face and the duct tape over her mouth and tied up to the chair. And he wrote in there, hey, Tim Pool, book me on Timcast or else. And it was Cassandra Fairbanks. And I guess a bunch of their fans reported that, even though it was supposed to be a funny thing. And then Mersh's Twitter account.
I can see how that would be funny, But I guess if you're a bunch of tightly wound, pesty people.
And Tim Pool doesn't like the ROTC guys, and the ROTC guys don't like Tim Pool. So there's an internety bitch fest on that as well. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I love a nice big hairy bush. I love the smell. I mean...
I guess we all have different opinions.
There you go. It does put us 30 away from today's goal. If you guys want to help us knock that out, we can get our W back from yesterday, our L we took yesterday.
Thank you.
So $30 away. Keep going, guys. Please knock that out, and let's call it a win. We're going to give you overtime today. If we don't get there before 10:20 or so, we'll rattle the offering plate. I know we have a lot of new people today with the Elisa Jordana stuff, so I want to keep the panhandling, begging thing to a minimum until we can explain, what filthy e-begging pieces of shit we are, and just let them enjoy the show. So if you guys want to knock that out, that would really be helpful to us. I think I'll save this Shane Mosley clip until you're gone because I don't think you're really going to give a shit.
Yeah, give me the good stuff until I got to go.
Here we go. This is some of the stuff from the Alex Jones thread on Twitter that's got him trending right now. Apparently, he made the prediction a week or two ago that Joe Biden would be going out in masks again very soon, and he'd try to normalize masks and get people wearing masks and he's going to do some subtle brainwashing. He's absolutely going to be putting the mask back on, and it's going to be a kind of a soft tell, kind of a soft warfare kind of a thing where he says, hey, I'm wearing the mask. Why can't you wear the mask? It's pretty harmless. It's pretty, it's fine for everybody to do this. It's safe, but you have to not comply because they're trying to take away your dignity and your freedom. Well, that was kind of the prediction Alex Jones made about a week or so ago. Mm-hmm. Let's take a listen to Corinne Jean-Pierre yesterday.
President Biden tested negative last night for COVID-19 and tested negative again today.
Rats. Maybe the third time's a charm.
Why don't we just quit testing? How about we just operate on, hey, if you feel fine, you're fine.
Yeah, April and I did not need to test for COVID a couple of weeks ago.
No, there's a couple telltale symptoms you get with it where you're like, okay.
We knew we had
we knew. Yeah. And we didn't feel good, so we stayed home.
What was the line people started using towards the end of the pandemic? They were going, yes, it's a disease so bad you need to test to make sure you have it.
I know.
Again, today, he's not experiencing any symptoms. As far as the steps...
How about of dementia?
Yeah, can we test other things?
Can we test some other stuff while you're in there?
He is taking, since the president was with the First Lady yesterday, he will be masking while indoors and around people in alignment with CDC guidance. And
by the way, still the CDC guidance, even though numerous studies have now come out saying, yeah, that doesn't really work.
No, I think even the CDC backed down on if you're asymptomatic, you can still go exist around people, right?
Just go do your thing.
Yeah.
As has been the practice in the past, the president will remove his mask when sufficiently distanced from others indoors and while outside as well.
There you go, guys. It's time to resist this shit. Don't normalize it. Treat this as weird. Laugh at it. Treat it as silly. Don't.
She tries to make it sound so upbeat too. Look at all these steps we're taking and how great all of our steps are. And, masks.
So I guess the reason he's trending is because Alex Jones predicted that they were going to bring masks back a little while ago. And now yesterday they announced that Joe Biden's going to be wearing masks. So therefore, there you go. The term Alex Jones was right is trending again. And actually, in the last few years, Alex Jones is right could have trended just about every day.
It's actually against my religion to mask up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's my new reasoning.
Maybe we can go that way.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Gregarious says, so it's official. People are calling Twitter X. Can we be done with the crappy site yet? Well, I mean, it really started with a lot of promise. And then it just turned into we're suspending people. Mm-hmm. We're not bringing back Alex Jones. We're not doing this. Then you named a CEO who's pro-censorship. And now you're not. Are you going to do this ADL info dump or aren't you? And it all becomes kind of a, I can't say I've been let down by Twitter because I didn't expect that it would be this great land of free speech, but it's disappointing.
I've always kind of felt let down by Twitter. Even back in the day, I thought Twitter was kind of garbage.
Yeah.
Ever since doing a show, being part of a show, it's even gotten worse. It's really not a good platform.
All right, well, you got to take off, don't you?
I do. Yeah. Our dog is getting some rabies shots.
Oh, there you go.
Little prevention.
Well, guys, let's post a W, huh? $30 away. Let's do it. I want to win today, and I think we can win today. April, thank you very much for your time. Have fun over there at the vet.
Yes.
Rational Redhead said, I was suspended back in 2015, and I filed an appeal since Musk, and I am still not allowed back. I still have no idea what I did. It's really troubling because, Owen Benjamin got his account back. That's not troubling. I think everybody should have their account back. But it's just weird how an Owen Benjamin who said the most terrible things he could on purpose, he meant to, can get his account back, but then other people don't. It's just I'd really like to know what their, the process is for getting people back. But there you go, guys. Let's get a W so MSO doesn't get one and we don't fall any further behind this week. $30 away from today's goal. Go ahead and shoot us a couple of bucks on PayPal. Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, subscriptions, memberships. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's watch this 1999 report on Wiggers that was broadcast about 24 years ago. And let's, for those of us who grew up in the late 90s and early 2000s like I did, and when we think about 1999 or 2000, we don't think about, that wasn't that long ago. That wasn't, that was a recent history, I think. Let's go ahead and watch this news story and see if we feel old by the end of it. And also, I want you to admit if you see yourself in this video a little bit. 1999 special report on this new crazy phenomenon of white kids acting black. Let's check it out.
Teenager grew up on the inner city streets.
On the scene, sporting green with my team.
But he didn't. Kyle Jones is from one of the most exclusive suburbs outside of Boston, Newton, Massachusetts.
I don't want you to see me as that I'm trying to be black, or I'm trying to be like too hard, or like I'm a white kid trying to be. I just want you to look at me as me. West side.
Just like Kyle, millions of white suburban kids have adopted black urban culture as their own, even though the closest most have gotten to inner city life is watching the movie Boys in the Hood.
I mean, really, we looked ridiculous. And I don't mean we like I did this. I certainly didn't dress this way. One time for a talent show because a girl wanted me to. Look, but it's not important is what I'm trying to say. Just the looks and the do-rags and the sideways hats and I'll be honest with you, I don't really see it anymore. I feel like, and this is what makes me feel like this is so long ago, I feel like the cultures have kind of melded together in an odd way. Like, we don't have the white guys that are going all the way down to the hood, and we also don't have, we have a lot of black guys that are kind of going halfway as well. It doesn't seem like this all or nothing that it used to be.
They want to be like down with the black people and like want to be like us and like just want to be cool with us. That's why they try to like learn our music, dress like us.
Oh, wait, you mean that back then people weren't getting pissy and cunty about cultural appropriation? You mean black people in the hood were excited that white suburban kids wanted to learn more about what was going on in their neighborhoods and listen to their music and have something in common? And wow, you mean we weren't always sensitive little assholes? Just 24. Again, this is making me feel old because when I think about 2000, 1999, I don't think it was that long ago. But then I look about how quick things have changed now and like how they would handle this news story 24 years later. And it kind of makes me sick, to be honest.
But do these kids want to be black?
It's what I am. I can relate to it. I know exactly what they're saying. It's just what it is.
What it is
I too am the real Slim Shady.
Upsetting suburban parents all over the country.
I think it's ridiculous.
And angering black teenagers.
When a white person comes up to me and acts like that with me, like they can rap better than me or they're more hardcore than me, the thing that I'm going to think of is that they think that they're more black than me.
Oh, shit. Yep, that's always... Well, look, when you did that in school, the whole, like, the smart people knew, like, you didn't do that shit in front of, like, hardcore inner city black people. Like, that was always the joke. You'd be like, oh, yeah, what would happen if we dropped you off in the hood? And you'd be like, oh, I wouldn't last a fucking second. Are you kidding me? But then I guess then again, you did have those dipshit kids that you grew up with who thought, yeah, yo, these are my peoples. And like, no, they're not. They're not. They despise your existence because you're being something you're not.
Even though it's stereotypical, I'm going to say this person thinks they're more black than I am and they're white. And that makes me extremely upset.
If they're kind of overdoing them, like, could you like calm down a little? You're not black, so just chill with that.
See, now, I want to go back to that. Now I'm starting to feel old because I'm starting to do the, Archie Bunker, those were the days. Although I don't think Archie Bunker would be watching something like this. I kind of want to do the those were the days thing where it's like, now everything's got to be appropriation and you have to apologize and everything's racism and this and that. Whereas I feel like this black guy, he's kind of got it figured out. He's like, yeah, look, I mean, they want to share our music. They want to do that. I think that's great. But if they got a little too familiar, I'd be like, hey, slow down. Slow down, Spanky. You ain't there. This guy embodies, I think, what kind of a perfect, well-run society looks like.
And that's what I say because it kind of gets annoying after a while.
Right.
I am hip-hop.
That's what most white...
I am hip-hop. Oh, I'm wearing a Tommy Hilfiger shirt and I've got my backpack on loose. I am hip-hop.
Kids say when they're told they're acting black. But what is hip-hop?
Hip-hop is culture. What's the deal, baby?
Radio DJ Ed Lover has had his finger on the pulse of hip-hop for over 2 decades.
Hip-hop is what you live, the way you talk, the way you dress, the way you walk.
Holy shit, Ed Lover. Back in 1999. Still looked pretty good.
Everything you do is evolved around hip-hop. Hip-hop is whatever's embraced on an urban street level.
And right now, what's being embraced on an urban street...
A fucking Allen Iverson jersey. Oh, and then look at this soggy motherfucker they've got here. Jesus Christ. I like the juxtaposition in this news story, this report, where they're like, the inner city, hip-hop music, Allen Iverson jerseys, and then the white kids, and it's just doughy bitch trying to dress up.
Street level is what's cool for teenagers across America.
Just because black kids wear clothes and black kids do have rap music and black kids have this and black kids have that doesn't mean other races can do it.
White suburban kids are doing it across America. Many teens have adopted the uniform of hip-hop in every suburb around the country. The sagging baggy jeans, the hat turned backwards, the designer shirts, and the Nike shoes.
And you know what's funny about all that is they're like, oh my God, is society changing, this and that? And all you needed to do is just look at these news people and go, no, they'll grow out of it. Because if you see a guy, I was 12? I turned 13 in December of 99. So I was 12 when this report came out. And a lot of us wore backwards hats. And honestly, a lot of the reason kids my age wore backwards hats, we were big Ken Griffey Jr. fans. And Jr. always wore his hat backwards. So we wear ours backwards. But if you catch someone your age now wearing their hat backwards, they'd be like, do you have fucking brain damage? Like, what? You look ridiculous. Put your fucking hat on right. Christ. So like it's phases. Kids go through it. It's rebellion. It's like white kids liking hip hop back in the 90s was no difference than kids liking hair metal or grunge in the 80s and early 90s. Like it's just a phase. They'll grow out of it. People who still headbang at 45 look weird.
Even in the most exclusive of suburbs, like Great Neck, New York, kids have adopted the look.
This doesn't make my parents angry or anything. They see it. This is how I want to dress. When they were young, they were dressing their way.
But according to some teenagers...
Great Neck, New York. So a really exclusive, rich neighborhood. See, now these are the kids that you would always say, oh yeah, you're real hip hop, right? Yeah, come here. We're going to take a day trip. Come on. Let's go down to the Bronx. I think you'll be fine because you're hip hop.
Their parents aren't happy with the hip-hop look.
Why are you dressing in such big clothes? Why don't you wear something that fits? I'm comfortable this way, so...
Yeah, that's right. I tell my mom, I'm like, yo, you shut up, bitch, and you make me some breakfast. And then my dad comes in the room and he kicks me in the mouth.
I'll do it.
And then they take away my PlayStation, and I just got Jet Moto 2, motherfucker.
Selwyn Hines, editor of the hip-hop magazine The Source, thinks he knows why teens are flocking to hip-hop.
Black culture has always been the well of coolness. You know, if you wanted to be cool, if you wanted to be perceived as cool, you would always sort of grab, your cup and run to that well and take a drink. And in the last 20...
That's right, as long as our women aren't taking drinks. Joking. It's a joke. We tease around here.
Years, that well of coolness has been hip-hop.
But for some white kids, it's more than just the music and
yes. We looked like utter retards. Look at the black guy in the background just standing with his arms folded. Meanwhile, fucking Squints Papalodorus here is squeezing his glasses back on his face while he fucking dances to California Love. Holy shit, is that great.
And in the last 20 years, that well of coolness has been hip-hop.
But for some white kids, it's more than just the music.
It was so middle school and high school. Like, all these girls are like, they got their tits out and they're fucking dancing to hip-hop. And the guys are a good 2 feet away dancing next to each other. It's like, go rub your dick on her or something. It's a hip-hop club now. We don't have to do the Charleston. We don't have to do the Tennessee Waltz. You just go up and rub your dick on them. It's great. Back in the day, your grandparents had to square dance and, all those awful polkas. When we were in middle school and high school, you just rubbed dicks on girls. And they rubbed their butt right back on your wiener. And then your wiener moved and you got a crush. Congratulations. I just accurately described about 92% of my audience's middle school and high school dance experience. You go stand around in a group with your friends until you finally get enough courage to go dance with a girl, and then you just start rubbing butts and wieners on each other. Hopefully you weren't doing that before the girls got there.
Hip-hop becomes their way of life. They try to talk the talk.
Oh, God, this wouldn't be so bad if I couldn't see myself doing this back then. I mean, maybe at 12 I wasn't. Maybe you make it like 02 or so, and that was me. Oh, God, this is hard to watch, but hilarious at the same time. Oh, you guys look awful.
Walk the walk and act the way they believe a black kid in the city would. They're known as wannabes, and surprisingly, sometimes call themselves wiggers.
See, now that was before you say that word and you get punched in the mouth. Back then, it was still okay to say it.
I can't comprehend anybody would want to call themselves a nigger in the first place. To split that and put the W on a negative word like nigger and call yourself a wigger is stupid.
I don't care if they call me that. I just go with what I want to dress like, you know?
He doesn't have the right to go around saying, yeah, I'm a white nigger. He might as well put a KKK hood on.
All right. And now we report on a new trend. Kids wearing KKK hoods because black people told them to. I don't know. Okay, so black people always had a problem with that word. Okay, that's news to me. Because that was just a word. That word was thrown around like in school when I was a kid. You just said that shit. Oh, yeah, that kid? Yeah, he's a total wigger. You just said it. I didn't know it was bad. And Zach Halverson, my old co-host, he didn't know it was bad until we said it in front of Adrian Washington on the show one day. And he's like, what did you just say? We had no idea.
So why do these teenagers do it? Is it a form of rebellion or just a way to be cool?
Represent the Ville. How I do.
I just check. Like, I feel more comfortable about what they're talking about. Like, whatever they're talking about. What? I don't know how to explain it, man. It's just different. It's a way of life that I came into, and I just feel comfortable being in it because, like, it just feels like it comes naturally or whatever. Like, it's easier for me to relate to them than, like, some like white kids that are kind of preppy.
I just relate to them better. Yeah, I don't know how mutual that feeling is. Plus, like, the put on voice, too, is hard to listen to because it's like, we know you don't talk that way. I got to go into the chat for some of this. I've been missing you guys quite a bit on this story. Let's take a look here. Mad Joe with $2.99 says, I wear my hat backwards because I like to biatch. Well, I certainly... If you're going to get confrontational like that, I certainly don't want to get anyone upset with me. Jesus. I mean, I don't want to be called a biatch. Oh, 4chan started wiggers. Really? This was the late 90s. MSO says, today we call them idiots. Probably. Fair enough. Somebody says, Aaron, weren't you in a boy band? Yeah, I think in 99, I was probably still in boy band phase in the Yahoo karaoke chat rooms at 12 years old. I wasn't into hip-hop, was maybe more of a 14-year-old me. You know, I hadn't made that transition yet. Vexing Code says, I'm glad there weren't camera phones everywhere when I was in high school. Oh, I know, that dancing thing that I saw? Oh, that made me uncomfortable. Because, again, like, if there were phones around when in 99, 2000, 2001, and that shit was documented forever, I might jump out a fucking window. Are you kidding me? Ugh. I can feel the heat of that embarrassment on my face right now. Adam Goldstein TV says Aaron should get cornrows in his hair. I don't believe that that's necessary, ladies and gentlemen. There's no reason to do that. All right, boys and girls, I'm going to take a little time here in the middle of overtime. We got 2 or 3 more stories left, but we need a fucking win today, you guys. We took a hard L last night, and we need to take a W. We did overtime on credit. Let's go ahead and shake the tree, see what we come out with. We need $30 to knock out today's goal. Let's just make sure we can declare the victory. Oh, that's the wrong fucking music bed. Aaron, goddamn you. Let's go ahead and play the gospel music. Let's go ahead and play that until we hit that $30. Let's rattle the offering plate. Here we go. Your tithings to the Church of Steel Toe. Throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Just $30 away. Let's do this real fast and then get to the rest of the program today. I just, after taking that 3-digit L last night, I'm eager to get a win for today. I can be very honest about when we take our L's, that's for sure. Shitbird says, where is April to shake the bowl? She had to take Gordy to a vet appointment. So here we go. We've got 15 minutes left in overtime. We can get right back to overtime as soon as possible when we knock out this $30 that's left. Phage Lives with $9.99 says, take my money. Thank you very much. I'll take 7 of that, sir. Thank you very much. 25 away from hitting today. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. MSO in the chat saying he will take the win today. It's very brave for you to be clinging to that win still after, we're only 25 away, so I appreciate your bravery dying on this hill, MSO. Let's see. I can't let MSO win twice in a week. That's unheard of. That never happens. Toolman Mike says, did my part, slackers. He did. Toolman, St. G, all of them. The Mood, they were all very generous today. So did Phage Lives and what's his name? Sid Saraf. They all did it. But don't worry. $25 away. We're going to pass it around to each pew before we do communion here. Don't try and leave. I hate it when people try to leave church before, the offering plate and the communion thing. Let's throw a couple of bucks into the offering plate and go ahead and chip this in, and we'll do the rest of overtime today. We can even finish up that Wigger deal if we want to as well. I thought that was getting hard to watch. I had to go to the chat because I personally needed a break. Matthew Jenkins with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. That's a little more in the offering plate. Here we go. $20 away from today's goal. Let's finish off the last 20. MSO says, I've already marked my calendar. Well, I hope you marked it in erasable pencil, my friend, because we've only got $20 left, and I'm filling up this here offering plate with the generosity of our audience. $20 to go. It can be done. Let's do it, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We didn't need to play the music in regulation because we got to, $40? Very good. Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 over on Rumble says, for my Minnesota Negro, on God, the show is dope. Word is born, B. Thank you very much. $15 away. The beautiful black women are singing. The offering plate is out. Let's knock out this last $15. Twisted Effin' Joker says, gotta leave church early. Football's on. Shitbird says, $20, you broke fucks. Well, I mean, my job is to encourage them. I mean, I don't shout at them and insult them. But, I guess I always need the muscle, right? $10 away from today's goal. Thank you to Helgi for the $5 via Super Chat. Oh, boy, here we go. Look at that offering plate. It is filling up. MSO, we're only $10 away. Can we do this thing? Can we recover from our L from last night and do it before 20 after? Shitbird, thank you, buddy, for your enforcer-like tactics. Go grab the ankles and shake another 10 out of this place. Here we go, $10 away. Who's going to throw in and make this thing all done with so we can get back to the show here? You guys have been very generous today, trying to hook us up with that W. And now we're at the final $10 of this existence. Again, it can be done, and it should be done. On earth as it is in heaven, if we're going with the church theme. 10 away. Who's going to do it? Who's got that last 10 for your favorite e-begging? Flex says, ignore your 2-time VIP. What? You said, good job. You gave me one of these. Thank you, Flex. I appreciate it, buddy. Christ almighty. Holy shit, man. $10 away from today's goal. $9.99 from Omega Dread's gaming channel. Ladies man says, if I throw in 100, can we go until 11:30? I tell you what, we just hit the goal. Thank you very much. Let's talk about that. If we do another 100, if we make up for last night, I will go until 11. Yes. I will go the half hour that overtime would have been last night. I will do both overtimes. I will do both of them. Flex says, questions asked. What questions? Ask me the question again, and I will answer it for you. I was in the middle of singing for my supper, begging over here. I'm sorry I missed it, Flex. Don't be sensitive internet guy. Please, just ask your question, and I'll answer it for you. And now you've built everybody's suspense up. If it's a really good question, then holy shit, I can't wait to answer it. If it's a dumb question, then everyone's going to go, that's what you decided to raise a stink over? So come on, Flex. Here we go, buddy. We got a couple stories we're going to do. And also, we've either got 9 minutes or 39 minutes left. Ladies man asked, what happens if we do 100? If we do 100 more and we erase last night's losses, then I'll do last night's overtime. That's just, that's the honest thing you should do, I think. All right, let's go back into this story here. Dustin with $5 says, I like the way you beg, boy. Double overtime. Well, look, I threw it out there. You guys asked. That's the answer. Shitbird just yells, what's the question? Right? I gotta know does anybody know what Flex's fucking question was? So I can answer it for him. It better be like something about metaphysics. I don't know. It better be something about, what do they call it? Theoretical physics, something like that. It's gotta be. $2.99 from Mad Joe says, I hope this saves a soul. I do too. The Church of Steel Toe is always taking that money and saving souls. Thank you, Omega Dreads, for knocking out the rest of the goal. Says, for black metal and my people of America. Thank you, buddy. So thank you for giving us that win today. Ladies man with $20. All right, that's we take 15 of that. So now I got to start keeping track of how close we are for that extra half hour of overtime. We got about 7 minutes left. But again, if last night's goal comes in, I'm not going to deny you guys, the overtime that you paid for. All right. Well, I guess Flex didn't want to ask his question. Oh, he asked, what's the Shuli dislike? I don't know. I'm not really sure. I know that when that producer Joe turned out to be a giant piece of shit, that we called him out for that, because I think that guy really is a garbage guy. I think he's kind of the epitome of trailer trash. And I also think that Shuli, no offense to Shuli, but he doesn't do a show. He just kind of lives on Stuttering John, and then he kind of lives on drama. He goes from drama to drama and gossip. It's kind of a Gossip Girl show. So I think he needed me for gossip. And I've always told people, look, if you need me to do a show, I take that as an honor, and you're welcome. Everybody who's ever used Steel Toe to try and make their content, I mean, I must be doing something right. They don't boo the nobodies. So I think the fact that I came in here with my own community and I was able to leave their community and go, yeah, guys, I'm not going to play your game anymore. I'm just going to take my community and then take parts of your community that I took with me. And I mean, we went from 1,200 subscribers and then got to 10,000, and now we're walking away with it. I mean, I think they kind of need that. I think they're kind of upset that we can go away from that world. I mean, they can't. If they went away from that world, they'd be finished. I mean, they'd make no money. Unfortunately, they're kind of slaves to it. So that's why I kind of feel bad for them when they do that. So if you're asking me what their problem is with me, I think that would be it. The fact that I brought my own community into that world, and then when my community started saying, dude, this is kind of gay, all this boomer blood sports shit, can we be done, please? I listened to my paying customers. I listened to my audience. I said, all right, let's get out of there. And they've been trying to drag me back in ever since. And I just kind of laugh at them and go, guys, this isn't real shit, right? You're supposed to be doing a show. But if all you've got is a Gossip Girl drama show, then go ahead and do your Gossip Girl drama show. So Flex, that would be my answer. I think that's their dislike of me. I made fun of their producer for being a bum, and I kind of exposed that. And then I said, well, I'll see you guys later. This has been fun, but it's kind of gay, and you kind of act like teenage girls, and you're all 60. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about the news and make fun of shit, if you don't mind. No, how can you do that? You're coping. I'm like, no, I'm moving on. It's not coping, it's moving on. You guys yelling about me all the time seems a little bit more like coping. So that would be the answer to that question. And I will be honest, I do enjoy answering it. I see Yuno says, are you going on MLC? I got a DM from my buddy Stancil yesterday, and he said, why don't you go on Kevin's show? And I said, look, if Kevin ever asked me to be on his show, I'd go talk to Kevin. I've been on Kevin's show before. It was fun. I had a great time. We made fun of Chad. They were like, can we bring Chad on? I'm like, fuck Chad. I'm keeping him off his own show. I thought that was a pretty funny move. And ever since, everything I've said about Chad and all the other people has come true. And I think Kevin wants to talk to me about that again. And look, if Kevin wants to bring me on a show where I gloat about how right I was, I mean, that appealing to my ego is not the worst way to get me on a show. Are you kidding me? Plus, Kevin's got, in terms of like live audience at a time, I think Kevin's got a bigger show than we do. I mean, Rumble and YouTube were in the sevens to 800s, 700s to 800s, and I think he's in the 900s to 1100s. So I don't mind that. Ladies Man says, could we do one last story perhaps for good time's sake? It was a long day, brother. Well, I did say that if last night's overtime came in, I would do... what do you call it? I would do the extra half hour for sure. Magic 8 Ball says, Kevin invited you on. I saw him say it. Well, then I need to talk to Adam or I need to talk to Kevin or somebody. And fucking send me the link. The kids are in school now. Like when the kids aren't in school, there's no time. Like they're always here. But with the kids in school and shit, like I can make that work. All right. We've got... oh, God, only 3 minutes left? Shit, I'm sorry, guys. I'll go a couple minutes over since Flex's question. And by the way, I hope Flex saw the answer to his question. And by the way, I agree with Michael. The podcast war shit is gay. And I'm sure that we lost a big chunk of audience when we started talking about it. And in fact, yes, we did. We even went under 600. That kind of proves my point. All right, boys and girls. And by the way, if you guys do go over... by that 100 that we lost yesterday that we didn't end up hitting, we will add the overtime to any show we do. Like that's not an expiring offer today. You guys, look, if you're going to be an e-beggar, you got to reward your audience when they pay you. You got to bend over backwards for them. I wanted to play this clip real quick. I know that boxing is not as big for some of you as it is for me, but it's I absolutely love doing it. I can't wait to get to the gym today. And I really like going back and looking at the stuff from my era when I was growing up. And the welterweight division when I was a kid was really hopping. You had Shane Mosley, Felix Trinidad, Oscar De La Hoya, Ike Quartey, name it. Floyd Mayweather was coming up. All those guys. Arturo Gatti. Shane Mosley was asked a question recently about Floyd Mayweather and what would have happened if he would have fought Shane Mosley in his prime? Because Shane Mosley, when he was past his prime, fought Mayweather, and he rocked him twice. The fight wasn't very close, but in that second round, it looked like he might knock Floyd Mayweather out. So they asked Shane, what would have happened if you would have fought Floyd in his prime? Now, here's my problem with that question. If you don't know the history, Shane Mosley ducked Floyd Mayweather when Floyd was moving up the ranks because Floyd wasn't a big draw back then. He wasn't a big draw until he fought maybe Gotti or De La Hoya. And Shane Mosley ducked Floyd Mayweather for the longest time, saying things like, oh, he's more of a risk than he is a reward for me, so I'm not going to fight him. So what he's about to say here, I found a little disingenuous. Let's take a listen.
So you believe if you and Floyd fought earlier in your career, you would have won?
I think that if I fought him at an earlier time, I think that, let's say it this way. I think that a lot of guys in my era, Oscar De La Hoya, Trinidad, Ike Quartey, or anybody like around my era, if we would have fought, if it would have been the same era, it would have been a Floyd Mayweather.
I kind of think that's bullshit. That like they would have beaten him up so bad, there would have never been a Floyd Mayweather era. I disagree. Like, especially the Trinidad one. Dude, Trinidad, De La Hoya's speed and Bernard Hopkins' speed and power fucked Trinidad up. He couldn't deal with it. A pure boxer like Mayweather would have wiped the floor with Felix Trinidad. If Floyd Mayweather would have met Felix Trinidad, there wouldn't have been a Felix Trinidad. Fuck not having a Floyd Mayweather. Prime De La Hoya against Prime Floyd? Okay, that's a really close fight. I mean, past his prime, De La Hoya almost beat Prime Floyd Mayweather. So prime for prime, that would have been a really tough fight. Prime Mosley against whatever Mayweather was in 2002, probably not quite his prime yet. That probably would have been a tough fight. But to say there would have been no Mayweather if he would have fought our guys, it's not like he fought bums. Hatton, Pacquiao, Miguel Cotto, Diego Corrales, oh God, now I'm blanking out. He fought so many world champions. Oh, Shane Mosley, Oscar De La Hoya. I mean, all the guys that he ended up fighting that actually went on to do even more after they fought him, like Canelo Alvarez blanked him. I mean, the guy beat legit Hall of Famers. Does Shane Mosley think that if a prime Canelo would have faced him and De La Hoya, that there would have been no Canelo? I mean, Floyd beat Hall of Famers. He has a great resume.
That's how deep it is. If he would have fought any
and
of
Floyd
us
would
like
have killed
that,
Cortez.
just think about it. Look at the one how he fought Oscar. Look how good Oscar did with him. Older. Think about that. People think that Oscar won. He threw more punches, landed more punches. Right? Some people think that. Some people say, that was a good fight, close fight. It was this and that. Oscar was way past his prime. I already beat Oscar twice.
By the way, for those of you who liked Shane Mosley when he was a fighter, I always get this way about boxing. I hate it when I hear them talk and you hear the slurring and all of that. I hate that. I fucking hate watching that because that doesn't get better with time. That gets worse. P.A. Cheddar says, never liked Mayweather, not a fan of his running fight style. I don't necessarily think it was running. The guy would work off the ropes really well. The guy would counter and move. I mean, the whole point of boxing is hit and don't get hit. What do you think of prime Manny Do you think a prime Manny Pacquiao beats Mayweather? I used to think yes. I now think no. Mayweather's footwork was too good. He was always in the right spot, the right position. His hand speed was ridiculous, and his defense was so solid. I think Manny would do well, but I think Floyd would counter him, disrupt his timing. I think his footwork, his head movement, his hand speed. Floyd had more tools than Manny, and Manny could get hit. You saw it in Jesus Christ, why can't I think of the fight? The Canelo fight, where Mayweather could just hit guys and disrupt their whole rhythm. So I do think that, and you saw in the Marquez fight that Pacquiao can get hit and Pacquiao can get hurt. So I think a prime Floyd beats a prime Pacquiao. I do. Guys, thank you very much for all your contributions. I appreciate it. Big win today. Needed the big win today. And we'll put that extra $20 that came in towards tonight's evening show. And then if we ever go $100 over at one point this week, we'll do an hour of overtime rather than a half hour. So thank you guys very much. It was a big, much needed win today. You've really picked me up. I hope you had fun today. I hope we did a good show for you. We'll talk to you again soon. Last evening show of the week is tonight, 7 o'clock. Tune in, like, subscribe, share the show. Thanks, guys.